Hello, everybody, and welcome to the final day for the TI-11 regional qualifiers for the NA region. It's down to 3 teams, Synderen, and
Yep.
there were some crazy happenings yesterday. First of all, how's your face doing?
My face is fine, thank you, Shannon. I'm good. How about you? That was a
Uh,
very weird
I
question.
can't
How's my
hear you,
face
Synderen.
doing?
I'm sure that the stream can hear you.
Oh, hello. Now you can hear
There
me.
you go. Now I can hear you
Now I
too.
can repeat myself and say, my face is fine, but what a weird question. How are you?
My face is great. Thanks for asking, Synderen.
Oh, you're welcome.
So yesterday, upper bracket finals, Sonics versus Nouns, which we expected that to be the matchup from the beginning of the bracket.
Yeah.
They get 2-0'd, Sonics does, by Nouns. And I think, okay, I'm just going to speak what I feel like, and you can tell me if you agree. So
Okay.
Sonics versus Nouns, historically, Quincy Crew, all the way back 2 months ago when they were Quincy Crew, they have crushed Nouns every single time. I need to look at what the record is, but it's not close. Like they have been shellacking after shellacking, and that's even with Nouns taking out teams like EG at times and showing great promise. They 2-0 Sonics, and it was not really that close. I
Right.
was shocked, absolutely shocked. What did you think of that development?
I think so. I was surprised as well that it was a 2-0 for Nouns. I thought 2-1 was a likely result in that series, and that I was favoring Sonics as well. But I do think part of the reason that Sonics historically have been able to destroy Nouns so much is that they have been winning their lanes and early stages of those tournaments and then just rolled them in the mid game, right? But that wasn't really the case yesterday. I don't think Sonics drafted as lane heavy either. They ran heroes like Underlord, they ran Crystal Maiden support, they ran Shadow Demon, these heroes that don't necessarily build big advantages in laning stage. And in both games for Nouns, that meant that they got to get out of their lanes stable. They had Faceless Void both games, they had super carry, and they had very strong team fight in both games as well. So I think if Nouns get to that game state, they have a very good shot against Sonics. And obviously, that worked out for them yesterday. We'll see if that's going to be the rematch in the finals, though, because you know what? Like, you come down from a 2-0 loss in the upper bracket. You're playing against Wildcard, who have been picking up some steam now. I don't think this one is just a given, honestly. One team on the up, one team on the low, meeting right now.
Having
Anything
said
could really
that,
happen.
I would like to make a prediction, and it's
Okay.
not really that crazy of a prediction. I actually think that this helps Sonics if they're able to beat Wildcard. I actually think losing to Nouns helps them. Number one, again, Nouns have been preparing for Sonics. Guaranteed they have been preparing for Sonics because they've been getting crushed for months and months and years, it feels like, with the Four Zoomers roster even. And I don't think Sonics have been doing the same. I think this is a wake-up call for them, and they get a best of 5 to try to get some revenge. And
Yeah.
I think they actually are going to have the advantage, I feel like, if they can get to the grand finals. But of course, like you said, we have a match,
Yeah.
and we are in the draft, and it's Wildcard Gaming
Especially,
versus Sonics.
yeah, just really quickly for that preview of a potential final is if Sonics do end up winning here, like you said, which we still think is the favorite, but like I said, I don't think Wildcard at all are just out of their like this isn't out of their league. They can definitely take the series as well. But um, but for yesterday's match with Sonic and Nouns, I think Sonics might have learned something about Noun's approach for them specifically in that series, so that if they face up again, it's not really about learning in the best of 5 necessarily. It's about learning from what happened yesterday and, kind of just plugging the holes in your strategy that you had there and what Nouns figured out about you. And for Wildcard, I feel like to an extent, I think something similar has happened to them, but more about themselves than their opponent, actually. I think some things that they ran have had like mixed success, like the Naga support, right? That they had. I think they ran it 3 games in a row, if I'm not mistaken. Let me just double check that. Was that against Nouns? Yeah, they had it 3 games in a row against Nouns. They dropped to the lower. They run it 1 more game, and then yesterday they shelved it. They didn't run it against KBU US at all. I'm not sure if it was banned actually, but I would be surprised if that was a first phase
Doubtful.
ban.
Yeah, doubtful.
It was not in either of the games. So they've also adjusted at least that opening to changing that up. But let's focus on the game at hand now. So Sonics get their hands on a first pick Undying and Wildcard running their Death Prophet plus Marcy. This is a hero combination they've been running quite a bit. Death Prophet will be probably played by Davai Lama together with the 4-position Marcy on Alex. Pretty decent lane against Undying, actually.
These are some high-quality heroes in there. That means the bans are a bit weird. I mean, Enigma, pretty normal. Bad Rider, we've seen from time to time. But Lena Void, first phase, that's a bit weird. I mean, the Lena has been getting... I mean, yeah, Quinn has been crushing with, sure. But first phase, man, a bit surprising. And then the Void, that one may be the most surprising also to me.
Well, Wildcard might think, okay, Sonics are second pick, or sorry, first pick, so they closed the first phase. What happened to them yesterday against Nouns was that they got Faceless Voided just like that, like 5 support. So overall first pick was a support from Nouns. Sonics get their 1-2, and then Nouns would close out the phase with Void and go into bans. So if Wildcard feel like Sonics are going to learn from that and try to adapt that strategy, they're just going to get rid of it here so they don't have to worry about it. And the Lena ban, I don't think it's that surprising, actually. I think Quinn's best games, he's just been trashing mid on that hero. So now you don't need to worry about it. You can pick other heroes for Kiara. That might be the only hero mid that he's truly scared of facing Quinn on, just open-ended, where he doesn't get a counter pick.
What percentage would you put this game on if you had to do it, Cinder?
Like how much
like without the lineups, just the teams. Because do you think that that Sonics is a team? I don't know a better way to say it because this is going to sound harsh. Weak-minded, right?
Like they're prone to tilting, or
yes, they're online champions, right? They're really good online, and then they go to LAN, and then something happens. Something definitely changes. They probably just overthink the situation, and they tend to flop. Now you're at a point where you've been upset in the upper bracket. Now you're in the lower bracket finals. If you lose here, you're going to last chance qualifier, which is going to be really tough. This is going to be the toughest year ever.
Yeah.
On the bottom of the, if you want to call it the bottom of the rankings for that area.
I don't know. I feel like they're going to bounce back from yesterday. And at the same time, though, it's also not, it wouldn't be an absolute complete shocker if they, like you say, overthink things and overcomplicate it. Like you're seeing this opening, they're running a second pick Leshrac that I think they haven't run the whole tournament, which is a pretty hit or miss hero. So I would still probably give Sonics, I don't know, something like 75-80 to 25-20 or something like that. I don't know if that's reasonable. And earlier in the bracket, I think I would have given them a higher chance against Wildcard, right? But we have seen some developments here that we'll see how the teams adjust to. We're going to learn a lot from game one, as always, about especially mentality, because draft is one thing, but a lot of the times in game one, you can kind of feel what the team is like in terms of like communication and their overall approach to the game. Is it passive? Are we trying to play super aggro? Are we not scared of anything? Or are we, the stakes are high, let's play tight today, you know? Gonna be curious to see. This Lesh feels not very tight, at least.
But having said that, Quinn has played it, maybe not this qualifier, but a lot in the past, and he is really, really good at it.
Not ban Io. Interesting. I feel like this is the hero Sonics play Lesh with. But Wildcard let them have it if they want to. Io and Dying, obviously a kind of weird support duo, but I think if you look back on Dota history, there's actually quite a lot of strategies that did use this double healing together with one absolute monster like Lesh, and then you would put an offlaner that has some sort of catch or a teamfight initiation or can enforce pushing. So,
have we seen Leslau play Undying as an offlaner at all?
I don't think we have, but you're right. That is also an option. The Undying obviously does not have to be a 5, so could easily put it on 3.
I mean, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, Speed has convinced me of this hero. Lesh, or not Lesh, but Undying, very, very strong in the games that he played. Zeus,
so Wildcard ran this yesterday. And I want to say they ran it more than once. They didn't only run it yesterday. I think they also ran it against Dogchamp. No, never mind. That was Dogchamp against them. But Wildcard did pull out a Zeus yesterday against KBU. I do believe it was a late pick in the draft, though. I don't think... yeah, he was the overall last pick for them and the second last pick of the draft. So Picking it earlier here, you have kind of limited information except that you're assuming it's a Lesh mid. So maybe you feel like, all right, I'm not going to be playing against one of Quinn's spirit heroes like Ember or Storm or Void that's just going to jump me and kill me in the backline. Maybe that gives them the confidence to go for this, but it does feel a little bit early, I think, to grab up the Zeus.
Were they playing it as the mid yesterday? I can't even remember.
Yes. Yeah, they were.
But they're still technically flex with the Zeus. We've seen it support, although maybe
I
not
don't
with the
really
Marcy.
think Alex plays it much, and especially not if they have Marcy. I think they've exclusively put the Marcy on him, right? I don't think we've seen Sam play Marcy a single time.
Yeah.
It's Alex every single time, and they want that lane with DP more than likely. So,
next
Sonics are
hero
digging
likely,
deep though. They're
yeah, that's
spending
true.
so much time here. All right.
Down to 30 seconds reserve
Dragon
time.
Knight. I was considering this
Okay.
as one option for Lelis. Again, the logic of having a hero that enforces that push together with Lesh. But I don't know if you want to go IO now with DK. I think you could probably still do it, honestly. But they have to be thinking to themselves, this is a good IO game for Lesh, because the catch for IO is not really there. It's only Marcy, and she can't jump far enough. And having sustained healing against Zeus and DP sounds really good to me. But maybe they also feel like it's too all in at the same time. 20 seconds left.
I mean, they get the back-to-back pick, and like you said, they're in reserve time again, so they're really not sure what they want to pick. It's going to be the Dark Willow.
Okay, so taking the team fight approach instead of the support approach or the healing.
This pick is going to be Sammy Boy's pick for sure. He's played Ogre in the past, Abaddon. What did he play yesterday? Naga, of course, like you mentioned, but they haven't.
Abaddon looks nice, doesn't it? Against Willow and DK. That's a pretty good aphotic shield game already. Omni Knight is also not out of the question as a possibility. It would give you some interesting carry picks that open up all of a sudden, but perhaps you're a little bit worried that the carries that you want to play with Omni Knight might not be the best against Undying, because usually the carries you run with Omni are the really single target hard hitters that don't deal with Tombstone. And if you're wildcard, maybe you want to try to approach that Tombstone a little bit. You're probably not going for the PL into Lesh, but you could get some other hero that has quick attack speed or at least range to try to deal with it. As currently I have basically Zilch against Tomb. Absolute terrible heroes right now at dealing with that. I guess Marcy, you know, like, yeah, you have Unleash, but is that realistic? I don't know. Right, Pango, they're keeping the carry for last.
Okay.
They have overall last pick, so this actually makes a lot of sense. I think the Pango pick's solid here, you know? You have...
But what is Sammy Boy playing? Is it a 5 Death
Probably
Prophet?
Death Prophet, yeah, you would imagine. They could do that at least. They could also put the Zeus somewhere else and put Pango mid, but I feel like this is probably the Vailama on Pango. And the reason I like Pango a lot is you're playing against these heroes that the type of teamfight that Sonics take gets very disrupted by Pango ults. Because they're going to like go in with Dragon Knight and they have this Terrorize combination in the Brambles, but Pango's just going to roll through them and set up for Zeus to get a fight where he has breathing room to deal that damage. And for DP to maybe have a couple siphons running in the meantime.
And Diffusal against Lesh is pretty valuable as well.
That's true if he goes that route. I don't know if I would, though.
5 seconds remaining.
I feel like you only go Diffo and Pango in mid this game. I think on a side lane you need utility. You have to get a dagger.
Yeah, I like to see it greedy. Nice and greedy. I mean, the Diffusal's really cheap, though. You could go for it a little later. Doesn't have to be first item.
Yeah.
Radiant team banned.
I think I'd rather see Dagger Shard into some other utility item in that case, probably. But
all right, so looking for a position 1 for Wildcard and looking for a position 1 for Sonics.
Pretty much. And Sonics have to pick first.
That's true. Yawar likes his Alchemist. He likes the old Juggernaut.
5 seconds remaining.
Any of these catch your fancy?
So I would say Alchemist is probably what they would pick if they didn't lose yesterday with it. So, you know, again, how much faith do you still have in the stuff that you ran? Obviously, the conditions are way different, but sometimes, you know, you just shelve a hero for a series or for a day or whatever. I think Alch is good. Static Field is a bit concerning, but I think you're very good against the rest. Like, DP is not as good against Alch as she used to be, except very early on, because you don't have percentage-based damage on the Siphon anymore. So after a certain breaking point, Alch is just tankier against her. They did lose Alk against Pango specifically yesterday. Not exactly in the lane, and they were doing well in that game. I think they kind of dropped the ball. So I wouldn't mind seeing Alk. Jug, it's okay, I guess. Maybe it's a little bit too much of the same stuff with Lesh, Dragon Knight, and Undying, right, for the push. Like, you're already kind of covered in that aspect, so maybe you're overcompensating, and you'd rather get like a true carry and go
10 seconds remaining.
for something even greedier.
Well, they don't have much time. Only 10 seconds between the regular and reserve time.
It's also Life Stealer if you want to dig deep for your worst pool. 5 seconds left.
Not a life stealer game. Sven. Okay.
Interesting. Not what I would have expected. I don't know how good of a Sven game this is. So they don't really have backline jump against Zeus. Sven hates being disarmed by Pango. That was a very quick counterpick. Troll from Wildcard. They played this a lot this tournament.
Yeah.
One of their go-tos, especially when they're playing against enemy cores that don't like, I say that about Sven, which might sound crazy, but they don't like being jumped. And Sven does like that, except by Troll. It's like one of the only heroes that beats him 1v1 in a straight-up fight. And Troll will itemize to deal with this Sven. So looking very comfortable for Wildcard, I have to say. Some new stuff from Sonics. This could either work out great or fall a little bit flat. Another upside to Troll, he kills Tombstone, right? Which is nice. They needed that. So
True.
I think this is pretty close. I don't really have a strong favorite based on draft, so when I say that, I kind of have to favor Sonics based on history. But
yeah, I'm feeling conflicted. I'm not a big Sven believer, but then again, there's Troll. Troll has looked a little bit better this tournament, to be fair.
he has.
He hasn't really relied on the ult, and a lot of times the ult is used just at full HP. It's not even a saving mechanism at all. You're not getting kited as hard, but you are playing against a Dark Willow. I think Troll against Dark will stun you over and over, especially once he gets the shard for MSS.
Right.
But yeah, this should be an interesting one. I'm hoping this goes 3 games, but obviously we were not expecting Wildcard versus Sonics to begin with, right? This was supposed to be Wildcard versus Nouns.
Yeah, we were expecting it to be Nouns, but they really stepped it up yesterday. I said before yesterday, I was like, okay, after I saw the Nouns Wildcard series, I was like, these teams, whoever wins, needs to step up if they want to beat Sonics. And I feel like they did. I think Nouns definitely improved for yesterday, and I think Sonics maybe didn't play up to their full potential. So keeping that in mind, Nouns versus Wildcard was a close series. Then Nouns 2-0'd Sonics. Maybe this is not as clear-cut as you would think.
Yep, maybe.
So.
All right, we got some predictions. Total number of teleports canceled by stun by 25 minutes.
0. Maybe it's still bugged.
25 minutes, okay.
Yeah.
Player with the least deaths. Oh, boy.
I'm going to take Alone, even if they lose.
Alone? I'm not going to go with that. I'm going to go Yawar.
Okay.
That doesn't feel too good, actually. Will a tower be killed before 10 minutes?
I mean, theoretically,
Death
with these
Prophet,
lineups,
Troll.
I will still say no, actually.
Lesh. Okay, I will say, I'll say no. Team with the most Roche kills? Ooh. I'm going to say Wildcard.
30 seconds to battle.
Yeah,
Actually, they have a
I
way
think
better
so
Roche
too.
team.
I think but they might still be fighting around it even after they get it. But I think they might get the Roche kill and then it breaks into a team fight. We'll see. All right, invasive maneuvers here from Sonics. They're trying to find a bit of an angle on mid, but Devi is already pinging them out, so doesn't seem like he will be too surprised. Wildcard with the 4-for-1 split on heroes right now for Runes. Oh, he's still getting caught out. He was not aware. He was just guessing the thing, just barely.
Well, he's got the swash to get away, so he's fine.
Leslau, however...
Oh, boy. That is first blood. Did I pick him for least death? Oh, no, I picked Yawar. Thank God. Jesus.
That is a good first blood to get, though, if you're Wildcard. You get it on your mid hero, who is having, if there's one thing we can say about Quinn in general in this region, he almost never loses his lane. So you're playing Zeus against Lesh, which is a lane that Lesh can aggress in, especially early on. So having that extra buffer on Zeus, very good news for Alone.
By the way, I think Alex was TPing to mid, if I'm not mistaken. It either got canceled or he stopped it for some reason. I'm not sure what that was.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that either.
I thought
You're right.
that he might have been Fountain randomly bringing like a fast bottle for Alone, but that is not the case. Either way, the bottle is coming. Yeah, could be.
Fata bullying Devi. Devi's actually dead here.
Wow. Yeah, one
Oh,
decay.
Fata, did
Swash is there.
Didn't he decay before he attacked?
He's
He
got
might still
another
get him
decay.
though. He's still
Yeah,
gonna get
he's
him.
going to get vision here. Okay, should do it. That's just some crazy juking action. Goes to the top. There it is.
Radiant's top tower.
All right, so that evens it up 1-1. Fata showing the prowess of the Undying. Very annoying hero to deal with, no doubt. And Alone, like we said, already has his bottle, as Quinn's bottle is now coming out. And I think this is going to be the most interesting part of the laning stage, watching what runes Quinn gets. He is the rune master.
You were about to say who gets the rune, but you changed your mind.
I did say it.
That's
What
good.
do you mean?
Oh, you said which runes Quinn gets. You were about to say who gets the rune, but you changed it to which runes Quinn
Yeah,
gets.
I was going to say that originally, but Quinn just has like a lore about him, right? He's just known for getting the lucky runes. See if any...
If you ask him, he
Heroes
would
come
very
over.
much disagree. I'm sure he feels like he
No, no,
never
no.
gets the runes.
That's not true, actually. He
Really?
actually agrees. Yeah, that's why it's such an interesting storyline. He agrees that he gets very lucky.
Oh.
I mean, I'm sure some games are not the case,
Oh,
but
MSS gonna get a courier kill here. A little bit of
Has been killed.
missing attention from Eve. He knew Willow was there because Sam was fighting him, but didn't stop the courier. So nice little freebie for Mojo.
yep, in mid lane, 13-5 for Quinn, 10-2 so far for Alone. I mean, how would this matchup, would you say, usually goes? Zeus versus Lesh.
I feel like it's Lesh favored, but not by a lot probably. But this is a very rare one to see, so especially where there's a new patch and whatnot, your reference kind of sometimes goes out the window for what actually happens. But the thing is, Zeus does last hit quite a lot with his attacks. He can't just Arc Lightning every wave and just get all CS with that and you run dry. So when you do have to come and attack for CS, you get hit by Lightning Storm stun and you take that harassment and might have to buy regen, or worst case scenario, you get killed by Lesh. So usually Lesh with a superior range and that aspect can win the lane against Zeus. And it is kind of what's happening here, right? Like Zeus is still ahead on net worth, but it is courtesy of the first blood, otherwise he would be 200 behind.
Very true. Doesn't look like, well, we'll see. See if anybody comes for that 4-minute water rune to try to deny one player.
Dire's
That
courier
has seemed to have a pretty big impact in the tournament when we see that as a double stun top lane. And Devi Llama with a very baby swashbuckle. He's going to get the dispose help onto Fata. As the decays continue to come, the wand is going to keep him quite healthy. Fata sitting on 1,000 HP. He's doing A-okay.
Which setting do you have on health bars? Like, you know the thing where you can manually adjust how much one bar is? How much health is that for you? For me, it's
Wait,
250. You know, when
Yeah,
you look
mine's
over a
default.
hero, they have their mana bar, and then they have a health bar with, like, these small, like,
Yeah.
separation markers. The
Devi has
separation
two.
markers for me are 250 health.
Yes, that's
It's
the
always
I-
funny when you're watching Undying destroy a lane, and the enemy hero has, like, 1 bar.
Yeah, it is.
It looks like he has half health. And, I mean, he does have half health, but
he does.
it's not a lot of health.
Are you telling me there's a setting in options?
I think it might be console
Change
only,
that.
but you have been
Oh.
able to do that for a very long time. You
Wow.
can change where you want the threshold to be.
I had no idea. That's great.
I think some players actually did that when they played Axe.
Yeah,
so that they
I
knew
was
when you
just
got
thinking
below that one line, you could Culling Blade.
Oh my God, Cinder, and you just opened my mind up.
I mean, unless they took it out of the game. But I don't think they did. I think you can still do
Cinderin,
it.
if you're lying to me,
I am 100% sure you
you're
could
lying-
customize it. I don't know if you can anymore. I know
okay,
it was 100%.
I'm gonna have to make a mental note for this. My axe play is gonna get exponentially better.
And it's going to mess
Discipline.
with you so much in the start. If the bars are usually 250 and you change them to like 200, and then all of a sudden you feel like you're killing heroes when you aren't. Like there's something subconscious about these bars for you that you might not really have thought about, but you use it to
Yeah,
guide
maybe.
yourself in fights. So
Very
it
possibly
is going
true.
to possibly mess with you a bit.
All right, so not a whole lot of action in the mid lane. Especially, I mean, that's a little surprising considering Lesh doesn't really have any kind of an escape mechanism, where Zeus does now. I feel like
Yeah.
that should give them some advantage with like gank potential. but
It's
haven't
tough
seen
for Alex to leave though, right? Like Devi can't play this lane 1v2. This is one of the strongest suits of Undying is when he gets to 1v1 the enemy offlaner, he's just going to bully him out. So
True.
you leave him alone there to try to go and gank mid. It's a very unlikely play to begin with because your mid laner is a Zeus, so you don't have like any reliably strong stun or significant burst to begin with.
Oh,
you're probably
blocks
not
coming
doing it,
in.
yeah.
Quinn.
Quinn's
Oh,
bottom.
he doesn't get the lucky rune, but MSS takes the regen bottom.
He
Gonna take
is
some
probably fine.
damage. Yeah, he's full HP. I would think he would live through that.
No, it looked like Alone and Sam were thinking about it, but they obviously changed their minds there. Yeah, so far so good overall for Sonics, you would say. They have a pretty decent laning advantage. Why is he not breaking the clarity on the Undying at least? You could Arc Lightning him and hold
that
his
is
attack
true.
animation. He didn't want to hit him because he felt like then they're going to get the D ward, but you could obviously just arc that away. Yeah.
Maybe they agreed upon it before the game to
Yep.
let the clarities fly. But he was playing Zeus anyway, so he needs that mana.
So this whole mess is all
Oh,
But in classic Sonic style, the lanes are going well, right? 1k lead minute 7. All three of their cores should be pretty happy. Leslao has the lowest net worth of all three of them, but he's very, very close. In comparison, the Pango is... That's actually all of the net worth difference, is Dragon Knight and Pango. There's 1k between them in the off lanes, so...
yeah, because they're
is the
mid
biggest
and
difference.
position 1 for Eve on the Troll. Very close to the counterparts. They're not that far behind.
But
But he's
Pango's
just the
game is
Pango.
atrocious right now.
Yeah. Oh, Pango off lane, that's what you get. Gotta pull out the gunner mid style. That's the way we like to see it.
Yeah, let's see what he buys. So he's currently eyeing up Mana Boots, which is pretty standard for offlane Pango. I think, once again, it's probably going to be Mana Boots Blink Shard. Just full-on utility route. Oh, nice. Yawar there. Baiting out the
Dragon
swashbuckle
form.
and the big creep and then gets it.
Dragon form pop bottom, Eve. See if he has to go. It takes too much harassment. We'll have to go into the jungle or not. As top lane, we see the God Strength come out with the Stormbolt to follow Divine Llama. And just TP away, though, in the midst of the Tombstone.
Yeah.
So you aren't. We'll just get some solo XP now and push the lane out.
That still does not feel great. Sure, you TP'd out and you survived, but you're going to lose a big part of this wave.
Yep, that is
And
true.
now you don't have any rotation potential when you hit that level 6. A lot of the time, offlane Pango actually wants to get involved somewhere else once he connects that key level, but not capable of doing that for the next minute now. Maybe that opens up bottom, potentially, for Sonics. If they did want to rotate, maybe there was a play on Troll, but their supports are on the direct opposite side of the map. Well, that's not true. Lesh is actually coming, so maybe they will do it.
Yeah, no levels in Diabolic Edict quite yet. Lightning Storm is there to try to set up the split Earth. Not even going to try for it. They're just pushing him out of the jungle completely, which is a win in and of itself, as MSS taking heavy damage from alone, but the Thunder God's Wrath is not enough to secure the kill. Alex will limp away with a sliver of HP, as the rest of Quincy crew very low.
Good soul rip
Tier
there
1 and 2 towers.
from Fata onto MSS. We'll keep him alive. And Fata's gone for a 1-2-1 build. I like this. I think this is overall my favorite build on 5 Undying most of the time. The heal scales really well. Especially from 1 to 2. That increases almost a double in lane. Feels really, really good to have. So, yep, bot tower will be falling most likely, and Eve will try to return the favor top. Don't think Sonics are very interested in getting involved up here, so might just see the full-on trade. And in the meantime,
Fata's thinking about it.
we will be wrong about the tower then. It falls at 934.
Yep.
Unfortunate.
Damn you, Cinderin. Very close, though. 2k lead for Quincy crew, as these tier 1 towers are going to be traded. Eve is going to get a freebie.
Yep.
But this is a little bit of a different Lesh gameplay than I'm used to seeing. Used to seeing as we're going to see the Dragon Tail come out with the Elder Dragon form in addition onto Alex, but looks to be fine.
Quinn gets
They're going to
haste
give each other high fives and go
The
back into the
rune.
jungle.
on Lash.
Yep, it's a good one. He's going to pop it, and they want to try to fight. Sammy boy. No Dragon Tail. There's the slowdown with the Lightning Storm, so that's going to set up the Split Earth. That's an easy kill. Alone now is in trouble. He's going to get the Heavenly Jump off. It's Divine Llama. Gets off the Shield Crash, looking for the ult as well. Alone knows that he's likely to die, and he does. Uses the Thunder God's Wrath, but no kills to come for Wildcard other than the Undying in the top lane, which wasn't even a part of this fight. But there's the initiation from Yawar, getting off that Stormbolt. They find themselves another kill onto Divine Llama, second of the game.
Leslow's going to pull this wave away, so keeping that pressure on mid. He's got 4 points in Breathe Fire on the offlane Dragon Knight, so very good wave clear and farming capabilities. And surprisingly, actually not going for another hit here on the tower. They do have the siege creep dealing damage as well, but they're worried about the counterplay and will yield here. As you said, Fata did get killed top, but what a small consolation prize for Wildcard for what just transpired in that mid lane. And, you know, haste on Lesh. It's insane. Like, this has got to be one of the best heroes to get this rune on early on. Just incredible what you can pull off with a fast pony.
And talk to me about the low levels of Diabolic Edict, which we'll have to hold that thought. As the Exorcism is popped in the mid lane, so this tower will be forted. And there's not many creeps, so we'll see if they mount a defense. And it looks like they will be. So Sonic's TPing in. Leslau ready to go. No Dragon Form for 6 seconds, though. And the tower getting tickled from afar. Obviously, Sammy Boy wants to be a little bit closer to be able to maximize the damage from his Exorcism.
Now he might just die in a bramble.
He's going to get rooted. Yep.
Oh,
No,
Quinn
maybe
canceled
not.
his stun.
Yep, not
I think
opting
he
to get
might
off
have
that
reached
split
it,
earth. Now
actually.
Sammy Boy gets healed up, but Divine Llama, he gets stunned, he's invis, and he still dies despite not having any vision. Very nicely played from Sonics. That is the third death, and it doesn't feel like, I mean, it's too early to really make any calls here, but Divine Llama, like when I think of him, I don't think of Pango. Just doesn't feel like his type of a hero.
He has played it a lot. I think it's
He
actually
has,
one of
but-
his most played heroes, but like when this team dominates, it's usually off of him having a pressuring hero in the offlane. I think that is their general path to success, is that he plays like Timbersaw or Viper, you know, these kind of heroes that
Mars.
in the right circumstances can put pressure. Pango offlane usually loses. Like, that's just what the hero does. It's not a very strong laner, and you're playing into an unfavorable matchup against the Undying. So yeah, I kind of agree. I think the biggest problem so far for Wildcard in this game has definitely been Divine Llama having this unsuccessful laning stage. And I'm wondering, like, put other players on Pango, does it really make a difference? Like, I don't feel like it's a Divine Llama problem, like he's playing a bad game or something. I just think strategically these conditions are just really, really hard to thrive under as Pango in that top lane.
Yeah.
It's Pango Marcy. Keep that in mind. They picked the Marcy, right? And they end up pivoting the DP that they were probably planning as a 3. They pivot that to 5, and that makes Marcy's game harder in turn as well, right? Alex wants to play aggro in that top lane. He's a Marcy, and he just can't because his lane partner is not a synergistic hero for Marcy at all. So definitely something worth considering. Should you have put Pango 5, right? Because you could have played Pango Troll. I don't think that was unplayable here. They've played Troll Naga, right?
Yeah.
So I think that could have worked.
Could have. Devi, though, has Arcane Boots, and he was going for Diffusal, but has changed his mind into a
rune.
Blink Dagger now.
Quinn never gets the runes, I told you.
Yeah, I jinxed it, I guess. I mean, maybe on LAN he doesn't get the runes. I haven't actually kept track of that. We'll consider this a LAN.
Lots of
Close enough.
stacks here. This feels so good. And this is a big part of why Lesh is so insane with IO, is because of your ability to farm that area in particular. When
Oh,
you
they
have the
spot
constant
Sammy
mode.
Boy.
The smoke
See
fails.
the smoke there? Yeah, so a lot of wasted time, and you can see the network just trickling in favor of Sonics as Divine Llama caught off again. And you can see the Bramble. Just roots in general against this hero are ridiculously annoying until you get a shard, which he's already queuing up for as well, but still not even getting his first item yet, as now alone feeling the wrath of Leslau's Blink Dagger, but it looks like it's going to get the Heavenly Jump off Sammy Boy. Has the Exorcism already popped in the meantime? So surprisingly, Sonic's not able to finish off the Zeus.
Still a big win for them. They force Exo, they kill Pango, they get mid tower, they lost absolutely nothing. And the biggest winner in all of this, Yawar. He's just 150 CS minute 15. Troll has 100. The disparity
Yeah.
between these carries is enormous at this point. I know it's only 1,300 net worth, but Troll and Sven, both with a free game, will sometimes generally go hand in hand if Troll gets a
Oh,
fast
Alex
DM, but-
tried to get the dispose, but just
Yeah.
a little bit out of range for him, and that's going to cost him again. So, yeah, Sonics just feel like they're getting everything that they want, and not a whole lot of pressure from Wildcard. They've tried to pull off some smoke ganks, but they've all failed thus far.
I mean, this is shaping up to potentially be one of the biggest stomps of the tournament at this rate.
Yep, Sammy Boy's just dead to the 3 right
Oh
clicks.
my
Divide Llama
goodness.
death number 5. 0-5 and 0, and now they likely will go to the Roche Pit. There's a DD still with the God Strength activated.
Yep.
And it's going to be a quick one. Got the Diabolic Edict and Pata's ult for that amplified damage to Roche.
Well, we had our
Yeah,
questions
this is-
going in today, Shannon. I mean, for now, I have my answer, at least, about whether Sonics were going to overcompensate or something based on yesterday. Whatever they've done this game, it has definitely worked. This lead is one of the biggest we've had in the whole tournament, minute 16, and this is the lower bracket finals. Just in this game, totally outclassing Wildcard at every turn. All of the moves are successful. They're pushing the towers, they're finding the farm, they're winning the fights, and especially, as we've pointed out, Davai Lama, one of the key players for Wildcard in general, just been totally a non-factor for once, which is pretty rare to say, right? We're usually talking about how this guy is monumental in their victories with his carrying from the offlane. Just this time around, just nothing coming from there.
Yeah, and he is still working on this Blink Dagger. 200 away. And perhaps they just wait for it to
17
be
minutes.
finished. Yeah, it's not really close. Eve has his Battle Fury.
He's gonna go in, he has
Goes
Aegis.
high ground. He's outnumbered right now. Tombstone's going to be placed. They're not going to focus on him. They're going to focus on Fata instead as Sammy Boy gets hit by the Split Earth. Pretty good roll from Divide, but they're not able to really get a kill out of it. He's going to TP out to safety.
Yeah, just at the moment the Tombstone drops, that fight is actually pretty much lost because nobody can go and hit it. Even, I think it's a level 3 Tombstone there. If they keep committing into this, they just lose the fight horribly. It's Quinn leading the charge with Aegis. You can't go on him. You find the Undying with Pango, but if heroes go and help him out there with that kill, it's just going to end way worse. So I think good call from Wildcard to just cut their losses there, lose the one guy and get out. But the problem is, I think the advantage is just going to keep mounting because at the rate of map control that Sonics have, Sven will outfarm the troll further by the minute. A moment ago I said 1,300 net worth. Now the gap is over 2k. Gonna take this bottom tier 2 tower, no problem. And then Sonics can kind of do whatever they want. They have amazing vision in the top half. They have this triangle of 3 dire wards that are seeing a lot of things, including Eve currently, farming that old triangle area. And they see Sam now as well. Quinn is thinking about it. Do you think they might find an angle here with Leslau? Nope, they chose not to go on it.
Sammy Boy going to tank the gank. And Lesh, Mr. Quinn with 2.5 minutes on the Aegis still. Yawar, his God Strength, is about to dissipate, but you can just see the pushing prowess that Sonics have when the Dragon form is up, along with obviously Diabolic Edict. They'll take these buildings extremely fast. And Quinn actually getting close to finishing an Eternal Shroud.
My Llama
see that
is going to
too
jump
often.
MSS.
A great item for Lesh is Divide. Are they actually going to try to fight this? The Tombstone's down
Tombstone.
already. So Sammy Boy is just going to fall right off the bat. Still with the Aegis in tow is a nice Terrorize applied to Alone. That's going to lead to an easy kill on him. Divide Llama gets a nice shield crash, but again, does not lead to a kill for Wildcard. They're getting shellacked.
Quinn has a regen rune. He's going to cut this top wave, probably pop regen. I mean, you could look toward mid even at this point. You don't have to, obviously. All right, they're going to go for him here.
Yep, still a minute 45 on this.
Didn't get value out of the regen. He's taking some damage there.
Yeah, but luckily for him, the Aegis is another regen.
True.
Are they actually going to back here? They don't have Dragon form for 30 seconds, so maybe they just wait for that. Yeah, I think so. As a BKB now online for Leslau, go along with his Blink Dagger. Yawar went for the Mage Slayer this game against the likes of Zeus and Death Prophet. A lot of spellcasters.
Yeah, they're going to commit for Quinn.
They're going to try. He's at half HP, has the Eternal Shroud now, so spell Lifesteal online.
Interesting that he didn't activate it there when they went for that jump. He's holding on to it.
Maybe waiting for his second life to use it?
Yeah, I guess. I mean, he also might have thought they were just trying to poke and bait, you know, and weren't really going to
There's the
commit.
Dragon form
Zeus.
Leslau initiation. Easy kill, no save from Alex. He does have his shard, so he tried for the rebound play, but he dies 2 in the end. That means high ground for Sonics. 36 seconds on the Aegis.
Dude, this feels like
Man,
one of
they're getting
Sonic's
great
games
value.
from the beginning of the tournament.
Yeah,
Just
that is true.
completely annihilating their opponents in this game. There's just nothing for Wildcard to show in this game. Their lanes went okay for a while, but with the exception of top, of course. But without that Pango being able to playmake, without the Marcy having a partner to really initiate anything, literally every single move in the last 15 minutes have felt like it's Dragon Knight jumping someone and they die. Like,
Yeah.
I feel like I'm watching the same play over and over and over again. Wildcard just don't have an answer. They haven't had a save until Marcy got her shard, and it's kind of not really a save. It's like a pseudo save here against what they're facing. And at this point, like, I don't even know. Okay, Gaben doesn't know either. He hasn't known for 3 minutes what to do as Radiant. It's pretty rare that I see 100% win rate expectancy pre-20
Yeah.
minutes.
I mean,
That is
this
actually
is a,
ridiculously uncommon.
this is easily a top hat, Cinderin.
Yeah, it's got me, man. This is like, there's very few things that went wrong for Quincy or from Sonics this game. Like,
Well,
pretty
they
much their
died
entire
twice, so that's the only 2 things that we
yeah,
can
but that's
see
not
on
even
paper.
necessarily going wrong, right? Like, I don't think any of those deaths were not for a favorable trade.
Oh,
Even
Sammy boy, he
found
did.
them again. 10-0 on Quinn. Beyond godlike. I'm not
Yeah.
sure what hope they're holding on for here on Wildcard. If they're going to wait for Troll BKB and then go for a Hail Mary play and try to win a fight with that. Because time is definitely running out.
Yeah, Eve has not died this game.
True.
1 kill, 1 assist. Haven't seen the ult because of that. I mean, they haven't really had a team fight at all, right? It just felt like Sonics are getting the pickoffs or they're punishing gank attempts from Wildcard. And now the lead is going to a point where you can't really take a team fight. And the saddest scoreline of all, Devi Llama 060. The only player on his team without an assist. Very sad.
He needs one more death, and then in Counter-Strike he would be James Bond.
007.
They do KAD, right?
Yeah, I
Oh,
guess that's
nice
true. They
blink
switch
from
it up.
Devi. That was clutch. He will survive here.
Yep, and he's got the shard now, so that is gonna help him out a bit. Sammy
Sam has
Boy,
been here before.
He takes the outpost for about 5 seconds.
Yeah.
Dies
Did
for it, of course.
not get any value out of that. Didn't get it at the minute count, so doesn't
Yeah.
really make a difference. And,
Wildcard, they want to fight. 4 of them are smoked. Leslow's gonna show. Rolling
Can they even kill him?
Thunder.
They're
There
gonna
it is
try.
to start things out. They're going to use it with the roll-up and the BKB activated from Eve
They can.
and the ult as well. They're going to take out the DK, and now Yawar in a bit of trouble. He's in BKB form, but again, that change coming into fruition, Cinder, but it doesn't matter. Yawar's right clicks are too much to withstand, but he dies shortly after anyway. Alone drops next, and Devi, well, he's got 2 assists, so it's not going to be the 007.
Nice Bramble blindly there.
It's going to be a 7th death, though, nonetheless.
That was honestly
Triple
pretty
kill.
admirable from Wildcard, right? They have a dead DP. They still go for a 4-man smoke. They burst Dragon Knight. They use that troll ult with BKB, so their first real play of the game. I'm not going to say it bears fruit, but that wasn't really a loss, even though the fight overall went 2 for 4. Because they're just that far behind that Sven kill is worth piles of gold for the Zeus. But yeah, just... Unfortunately, probably too little too late, but good to see a glimmer of hope from them here. With that move and just taking some initiative when they finally have the tools available. It's just developing said tools has taken a little bit too much of the time for their civilization.
Good one, Cinderin.
All right, 0 stuns, we got it. Good. 0 teleport stuns, that is.
Yeah, what do we have?
Fata. Fata could be... I mean, they don't know anything about this, so they don't dare chasing in.
Yeah.
And Fata doesn't know what they're doing either, so he actually TP's out. He was completely fine there. But, you know, lack of information. Gonna play it safe.
Well, Quinn
Roche is up.
Scanning.
finishes his Bloodstone.
Oh,
And I
yeah,
think
we're
that's the
happy to
thing.
see that, aren't we? That's the
Yeah,
item
it's
you
the
want to
one
see.
hero. The one hero that will buy it. I feel like it's underrated.
Whoa,
It's gotta be one of the
Devi.
other heroes. He's fine.
Yeah, he blinked behind the wave. I don't know what he was hoping to accomplish here, but that's just a Pangold out of the window. Honestly, that's a lost Roche. I think without this spell, they can't contest the pit. So I think Quincy, or I'm going to keep saying that once in a while because of their logo. It'll get fixed, I'm sure. Sonics will...
That's going to be their reward for
Probably make
making it to
that
TI. And the logo will be updated. There's going to have a team fight here. Alone gets crushed. Marcy is next. And actually, Eve ends up getting the kill onto Yawar, but now he's completely out of mana and now out of HP as Quinn is the real carry for Quincy Crew. Sammy Boy, he is likely to fall next, although there was a buyback from the Marcy, so you got to be a bit careful. Pops the Unleash, using that to try to take out the Tombstone, but instead will take a split Earth to the face instead. But Alex actually able to rebound out to safety. Sammy Boy dies, though, to the hands of the Lesh, as Alone is going to get right-click down. That's a dieback for him. And I would expect the GG's potentially.
Quinn is crushing it. 16-0-7.
I should have picked him for least deaths. Damn it.
Yeah, me too. Then we would have been right.
Top tower is under attack.
Damn it, Cinderin.
You baited me somehow.
Wait, what did you go for?
Alone.
Zeus. Yeah.
It's close. He's like third to last.
6 deaths.
He's died 6 times on Zeus this game. So, oh.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, that's kind of what happens when the map when the map gets this small this quickly. Zeus wouldn't usually be at this much risk, but in order to go and find farm, he's just exposing himself to getting Blink Dragon Tailed. And
I think this is the end of the game if the fight does not go well. And it's not going to go well without Zeus, I do believe. Fata able to force after the low ground as Roche is already at half HP. They have to contest now. Rolling Thunder is available with the Blink Dagger. Are they able to scout it out in any capacity? Here comes the Rolling Thunder. Okay, there. He finally ends up in the pit. Yawar's going to pop the BKB, just focusing on Divide for a little bit. Now back onto Roche. Divide. A lot of physical damage.
Not
He's dead.
good.
And Aegis and Shard go the way of Sonics. Looks like
the Shard on
Yawar is going to
Sven?
get the
Yep.
Shard. Okay, all right.
Bottom tower is under
I mean,
attack.
it
Warcry
is a really good
undispellable.
shard, right? You just get 7 armor aura.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Depends on the game, I guess. I mean, good against the Ghosts and Troll.
I mean, okay, just think about how much do you pay for a plate mill? 1,400, right? It's the same as a shard costs. Plate mill gives you 10 armor. The shard gives your team 35. It's pretty insane, right? Like, that's a value proposition. And that's obviously under the condition that everybody's in range from the aura, but you get the idea. Like, this shard is actually incredible.
True.
It is amazing value.
Good math equation there.
That's why Entity were running this hero as a 4, by the way. It was for that spell in particular. It was for that timing. Getting that 7 AoE armor for your team for free and having Undispellable Warcry on a support is incredibly nice against the right type of lineup. Yeah, I like seeing it on your war here.
Couple that with a Vlad's or something.
Yep.
As a support, that is.
Your whole team just has 10 armor. There you go.
Not too shabby.
And it's time.
27k lead, trying to find things to talk about other than that this game has been over for 20 full minutes.
We can talk about how Quinn used Bloodstone on a creep wave if you have nothing to talk about. Very interesting.
Well, it's not that long of a cooldown, only 30 seconds, Cinderin.
Yep.
Diabolic Edict now.
He has the
destroying
nihilism
these
as well.
towers. Oh, yeah, you're right. I didn't even notice. Holy jeez. That is pretty ridiculous.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Tombstone giving him some cover as the fortification is gone, and now pounding into the buildings. This is only going to be their second set of racks.
Well, if Wildcard aren't going to do anything in this lane, I don't think they'll have time to wait 3 minutes before the top fight happens, so you might as well have chosen to fight for this one instead of waiting for top. Oh, the Vailama's going to get caught here. They might throw him away. They will.
Maybe there's an item they're waiting for, or they're just waiting for the Dragon Form to wear off. It is getting somewhat low, but Divine Llama's dead right off the bat. Alex is next. Eve TP's in, and he's already at half HP. Might have to pop that ult. Gets soul ripped, getting chased now by Quinn, and there's the BKB and the troll ult. Can't control your hero anymore, but this is on an Aegis target, so Quinn doesn't really care too much about dying
He's not
here.
even dying.
And he doesn't even die to begin with. That Bloodstone pretty damn good. GG's finally come out, putting Sonics up 1-0 in this series. A Gaben's top hat shellacking. from minute 6 and beyond.
They got absolutely crushed completely. And I mean, we had plenty of time during the game to talk over it, but I think the essential primary problem for Wildcard this game is that their playmaking heroes, Marcy and Pango, lose their lanes super hard and can't find moves. And it's just Sonic's running at them one lane to the next, killing them in the jungle, finding the picks, and just creating a really amazing lead for themselves. Super substantial minute, like already 10, like you said. They're starting to build a massive gap at that point. Quinn ends the game 18-0 and 10 on a first phase Leshrac. Was not solved at all. We thought it might be a little bit risky to show that hero that early. Did not matter in the slightest. So Sonic's crushing game 1. And
Yeah.
I'm
I have a
worried for
question for you.
Wildcard now, I gotta say, because this was...
Yeah. I have a question for you, Cinderant.
Okay.
Do you, again, the series isn't over yet, but Sonics, are they very heavy favorites coming into this? And even after game 1, it just solidifies that fact.
Yeah.
You know Nouns is watching. Do they learn something from this game? Or is it too big of a shellacking that you just can't even take much away from it?
I definitely
Like,
think
you can learn
learn
from like the
something-
heroes picked, I suppose.
Yeah,
or at
predominantly
least-
from the strategy, right? Not necessarily so much from the map movement and the word placement, because I think in super heavy one-sided games, it's so easy to play the winning side that you don't do anything like very innovative necessarily. Like you place basic aggressive wards, you take the towers, and you just keep killing them whenever they move out. So like the main thing you learn here as Nouns watching this is definitely about this first phase Lesh. It's about whether or not you want to give away Undying ever. And that's pretty much it, right? But yeah, I think Wildcard learned something too. I kind of refuse to believe game 2 is going to be like this. I think they're going to find a way to make it more stable. They should know what went wrong with their laning, especially from that top lane, so that they can find plays. Because I think when Wildcard are at their best, they play aggressively. It's when they have Davai popping off, or they are playing strong lanes and they look for the fights and they have the stuns in the team fight. And this time around, just couldn't bring it. So let's see game 2.
Let's see game 2 after this quick break.
Sports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
Welcome back to game number 2 of the lower bracket finals of the NA TI11 Regional Qualifier. Suns fan here with Cinderin. Sonics versus Wildcard. Game 1, stomp in favor of Sonics. And we're in the draft, and the draft is very interesting, Cinderin. Only one difference in bans, and it's an Undying, which was played by Fata last game. And the opener, this leaves open Chen, which is by many considered to be the most powerful hero in the entire game. Maybe Enigma. I don't know. It's close. What would you say?
I mean, Chen was available last game, right? It was just ignored, I think.
Okay. Did not know that. Thanks, Cinderin, for making me look stupid again.
No, but they picked Undying over it specifically, right? I think in the absence of Undying, this I think it depends on which team you ask, honestly. Which one of Chen and Undying is the better 5 right now? But they are both absolutely incredible,
10
and
seconds remaining.
can't say I'm surprised to see Fatsa take, or it's probably not going to be him playing it, by the way. It's probably going to be MSS playing this Chen, but taking that first pick is no surprise at all. They did it early in this tournament, and they crushed with it on MSS. And Wildcard are going to respond with Marcy Snapfire, so not getting their DP this time seem to be trying to pivot more in the direction of having more stuns and more, I guess, reliable teamfight damage, you could say, from the Snap ult. So I guess I don't know if I would consider Snap a particularly good hero against Chen in general. Like a lot of Snap's damage is AoE and you just out heal it, right? But see if Wildcard have some sort of a strong plan here. I was gonna
We're gonna
say,
see Lesh again.
I
This
was gonna
push
say,
is
why not?
Ridiculous.
His last game was an absolute crushing coming out from Quinn, and isn't gonna get his hands on Lina this time either since it's banned. So just grab that Lesh again. It worked last game, so why wouldn't it now? With Chen instead of Undying, great pairing
10
still.
seconds
One major
remaining.
difference in this draft between these two teams is that Wildcard have likely
5
picked their 2
seconds
supports,
remaining.
right? I don't think
Yeah,
they. I
likely.
mean, this isn't Noun, so you're not going to be seeing a Snapfire mid or even a Marcy mid for that matter. But yeah, so that I think gives away a decent amount of information. Meanwhile, for Sonics, they don't need any more push than they have now. That's for sure. I mean, they'll take it if it's given to them. But this is Diabolic Edict with the creeps that Chen have is just going to create so much pressure on the map.
Yeah.
What do you think of Snapfire Shard? It's the cookie that puts a little glob and it actually increases the range of cookie.
It's clearly worse than the old one, right?
I've heard some
5
people
seconds
prefer the new one actually,
Really?
but I think it sounds worse to me.
I don't think I've seen it. That's
Yeah,
kind of
so
a
that's
tell.
the difference. Exactly. Like in a lot of these pro games, you rush Shard as fast as possible in Snapfire and you get a blink and you just set up
Yeah.
like this monstrous stun. Now it's like you get a little bit of extra damage and damage over time, and it's a slow.
And more
But I think the
range.
biggest thing is the range.
Dire
Like,
team banned.
don't you find it weird that the range gets increased? Like, you have all this muscle memory of what a cookie does, even for your teammates, and everybody has to get used to it once you pick up the shard.
Yeah.
Just kind of a weird dynamic.
It's definitely something you have to practice if you want to play it at a pro level, for sure. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like the Snap is going to be played as 5. The thing is, what do you pair it with, right? The heroes that we usually see Snap 5 being played with would be something like Faceless Void or Mars, and they've banned the Void themselves, so that's not in the cards. And Sonics, if they want to, could ban the Mars. I don't know if they're worried about it. Like, maybe they don't care. They're opting to ban Eve's most reliable super late game carries, so maybe Sonic's mindset here is, well, if they can't, like, stall and win the game like that, we're going to beat them on just getting control of the map again in the mid game and then not offering them a comeback possibility.
Dire team banned.
Going to ban TA as well away from probably Eve once again. They don't really... Maybe he does play it mid on alone. They banned the Mars too. So from my perspective, 2 of the best pairings from Snap removed by themselves. The Dragon Knight ban I do like, though. That last game was a big problem for them with the Leshrac in tandem, but... Interesting. I'm really curious about what the Snapfire is meant to do in this strategy. It's not like you
Yeah,
have to
and-
have any of those 2, but
5
just-
seconds
But those are also
remaining.
heroes that Devi has played.
yeah.
I mean, he's most known for his Timber Saw, I guess. I don't know
Yep.
if
And
this
Enigma
is
is
necessarily a
banned,
Timber
so-
Saw game. No strength heroes yet, at least.
Quincy Cruz, turn to
All right, this has to be a core, and it's going to be a Visage.
All right.
Offlane Visage, or do they play mid at all?
Probably offlane.
Oh,
Devi Lama plays
We
this
did
hero.
see position 1 recently, too, from I forget who it was.
Yeah, it doesn't strike me as something Eve would play, though, right? I think he plays very traditional carry for this team,
10 seconds
which is
remaining.
also what the bans from Sonic are, right? They've banned those 3 carries, and
5 seconds remaining.
he's been playing mostly Troll this tournament. I think almost half his games almost at this point are on Troll. Last game it did not work very well. But I like the change of pace here from Wildcard putting Devi Lama on Visage. I think this is potential to win its lane, and even if it doesn't end in this awkward position that Pango did last game where it has to set up place for its team. This time around you have the Snapfire for some assist, and you have more of a fighting approach where you're online more of the time and you can bring it to Sonics. So,
Wow.
all right, you love seeing this.
I do, and the fact that it made it to second phase based on the games that we've cast, at least, is kind of crazy, too.
I
and
don't know.
first
He's
ban
been very hit or
sometimes,
miss for
second
me.
phase ban. Yeah, but he's fun, Cinder. That's the most.
That is true.
I know this is a very important series, but players want to have fun,
Yeah,
and Primal Beast is the most fun hero in Dota right now.
that's fair.
I know you'd agree with that one at least. And
They're
Dark
gonna
Willow
get
again
Willow.
coming out.
Yep. This Willow, exactly the last time Sonics played their Chen, it was Chen on MSS and Willow on Fata. So they're going to repeat that from, I think, round 1 of the tournament, actually, upper bracket. They ran this. They did not have Primal or Lesh with it, though, so the complementary parts are different. But yeah, this was very stable for them in that game. And for Wildcard, I think the key to unlocking this game is finding a reliable way of punishing Quinn. Like, get him a worse lane matchup, or if you can't beat the Lesh in lane, at least have a clear-cut path to taking him down in the fight, whether that's... Alright,
Wow.
this is a pretty all-in way of doing it.
Wow.
This hero, in my experience, does not like playing against Primal Beast. You charge in on top of him, and you're just toast as SF. You can't ult because he can pulverize you, and you can't hit your raises because he's on top of you. So has to have some sort of protection and backup for that. I don't think they'll obviously not be laning against each other. It will be a Leshrac mid, and Primal more than likely the position 3 of the game.
Will Troll get banned this time? They've played Troll Shadow Fiend a lot.
I feel like Sonics kind of don't care about Troll, just in general. I don't know. I'm not getting the vibe that it's a hero that they're worried about. I think they would be more concerned about something probably maybe faster in this game. Or something that's better against Primal Beast in lane, like maybe Jug or... Yeah,
Jug
probably
is good
Jug.
against Lesh as well, right?
I think Jug would be a pretty good pick for Wildcard. Eve does play it, I believe, so...
Well, Sonics pick first, and they can also go Jug.
5 seconds.
That is a Yawar hero as
Yeah.
well.
I feel like he's not... Does he want to go that route, though? I think he wants to play Bristleback.
Bristleback.
Yeah, I think you pick a carry in this game that just crushes Visage, because your other heroes don't, right? Your other heroes are not particularly good against Visage. I guess Primal Beast can be, like, okay, but it's not a great Lesh matchup.
Team ban.
Gonna see the Morphling ban for Sonics now, so potential hint as to what kind of carry they want.
Turn to pick.
There's the Jug ban, so you were on the money with that being a good pick for them at least. Should be
What is
coaching
Morphling
Wildcard.
good against?
None of what they... I mean, he can turn into Willow, but I don't think he's good against anything in particular that Sonics have right now. So probably good against the carry that they were planning to get. Don't know if that would have been Jug.
5 seconds remaining.
There are a lot of carries, man. This is going to be close to the bottom of the barrel.
Running out of time, and here it comes. Monkey King.
Okay.
All right, another safe lane carry that's good against Visage, right? So that's another good alternative. Maybe he doesn't like Bristleback. Maybe they think the matchup against Shadow Fiend is too bad or something. But like either way, you have this melee carry to play together with either Willow or Chen that will do well against Visage in lane. And later on, Visage cannot fight in the Monkey King ring. It's really problematic. And the hero is pretty slow if it doesn't have Grave Chill running, so you can't really reposition yourself and get out.
I feel like Wildcard were originally going to pick Troll, but maybe they're thinking about it now because obviously Sonics knows that they
Yeah.
picked this before. I think we've cast 2 games where they've
kind
done
of
it.
feel like they are going to end up just going for it again, but clearly Sonics don't care and think that Wildcard are overrating the carry. They banned Terrorblade and Medusa and TA over it in the second phase. Considering they already had Chen Lash, they still were more scared of the greedier carries than the Troll. I feel like that speaks volumes about how this team plays that hero. They just don't think it's that good. Wildcard.
You could go for something weird, maybe something out of Sonic's book and go for an Alchemist. You get some extra minus armor with the Shadow Fiend and
Yeah.
Snapfire. You have some Roche potential.
I actually wouldn't be mad at that. I feel like Sonics don't have very good single target damage.
Wow.
All right, they're gonna pivot.
Okay.
This is probably it is a carry Visage, man. I didn't think Eve was gonna play this hero, but they're gonna go for it. They're committing for something very unusual for themselves here to give Davai Lama a potential high impact lane. This is a terrible matchup for Monkey King. Viper is one of the absolute worst heroes you can face, and this time you're going to see a different Davai. He's not going to get crushed in lane, and that is already going to be a major improvement for Wildcard's chances.
He has his turtle shell ready to go, so pretty sure that
Not-
mitigates a little bit of damage.
Not too much in the way of playmaking still, though, wouldn't you say? Like, their tri-core is Visage SF Viper. None of the cores have catch. They don't have reliable stuns. Like, you
Well,
have a Marcy Jump and
Sammy
Snap
Boy's
Stun.
going to have to farm that Aghanim Scepter for Snapfire. He can belch these heroes out wherever he wants.
Throw SF in and then Requiem.
Yeah, that actually doesn't sound too bad, honestly. I will
okay.
say it is a bit weird to see Sammy Boy playing Snapfire because he typically will be playing these heroes that goes in and just dewards and dies. Very tanky. Snapfire is tanky, but this is like a totally different feel
It is.
from what I'm used to seeing him play.
I
We'll see what works
think-
out though.
Okay, so based on game one and the lineup problems that Wildcard had in that game that led it to that state, in this game, I think they're going to have a better shot this time because their lanes will go better. But I'm worried they fall into the same trap in the mid game of not being able to take as much initiative as they would want. But let's see. They're very strong in defense. If the Chen Lesh lineup comes and knocks on their towers, it's not going to be that easy of a task. So
You know what else is not easy a task is getting these predictions right. Total number of
Yep.
smoke gank kills at game end.
let's wait for this first blood smoke.
Okay. Total number of tower killed before 25 minutes. It's another Lesh and Chen game.
6 to 10.
Yeah, I'll say the same. First player to get 50 last hits. No, not the Monkey King.
It's Quinn or Alone.
I'll say
Probably.
Quinn.
Yeah, me too, I think.
Total number of blink daggers purchased by 25 minutes. So nobody. I guess Marcy
0
maybe.
to 2.
Shadow Fiend maybe.
Yeah. Nobody on Radiant buys
Oh,
it.
wow.
So.
Okay, that's an easy one. We get
I mean, you
that
could
one
buy it
wrong.
on Primal Beast, but I don't think you buy it pre-25. You buy
yeah,
BKB, and you need some build-up items, so...
All right, we have 30 seconds to get this smoke gank. I mean, there's no smoke anymore, right? We're not going to smoke now. So we can discuss this. By game's end, how many smoke gank kills? I'll say 5 to 8.
5 to 8, yeah. Seems like a good choice.
They're copying me completely
Yeah.
this time, I see.
Wait, we have the same ones, right? All of
Yeah.
them?
Yeah.
Wonderful. Then I can't lose.
In a way, that's true.
All right, let me ask you something. This is like... Okay, I was going to say it's half philosophical, but it really isn't, so let's not, overstate the importance
Okay,
of this.
waiting
but
for this philosophical question. Go ahead.
would you rather never be able to lose to me, but you could also never win against me?
No.
Okay, so you would rather have the option of winning, but being able to lose.
Yeah,
Than never being able to.
That takes the whole fun out of it if you remove that part of the equation.
I mean, it's also nice to never lose, right?
Without losing, you won't be able to appreciate winning, Cinderin. That's what I've learned in my life.
There's that philosophical part I was going for. There it is. All right.
I mean, it's very true.
I agree, though.
I mean, if you have a perfect life, you can't appreciate anything because everything's perfect.
Yeah, nobody has a perfect life, Shannon.
Well, you say that now, Cinderin. MSS.
Oh, it's a perfect life.
I don't know where I was going with that one. I'm sure there's some royalty that feel like they have a perfect life. I don't know.
I'm sure they have their own share of problems.
Yeah, well, they consider them problems, but they're not. Like extreme first world problems don't count as
No.
problems to me.
Still not perfect, then, though. All right. Quinn mid against Alone.
Oh, I
Alone
thought
did a
of
really good
somebody.
job on
It's
the first
Gaben.
wave.
Not to interject, but Gaben has a perfect life. Go ahead.
like a
You were,
good-
you were speaking about something.
Yeah, so Alone did a good job on the first wave. He double raised Quinn, went to his high ground, and ensured a couple of creeps. But since then, Quinn has really been punching back in a big way. So Alone is running out of mana. So is Quinn, but his bottle is coming. Does Alone have his as well? They both do. Alone has a mango. We're just pushing this whole wave into the tower. Quinn should be able to get the most of it. Obviously has the luxury on this hero of being able to... Oh, hang on. That was not a kill I was
Ooh.
expecting.
Yeah, that's without the onslaught needed. So just was caught off by the bramble and the good old-fashioned trample from Leslau.
Yeah, Willow plus Primal Beast. A nasty lane to be sure to play support into. Got to be very careful with your positioning. And yeah, I did not have an eye on that lane, but was mainly focused on mid because I think that is going to largely once again be the story of the game. Not that I mean, to be fair, last game, maybe the biggest story was that offlane, but I think this time it's clear cut that the Vailama will be doing better. So I'm very curious how SF versus Lesh goes. If either hero dies to the other a single time, it changes the lane by a lot, as both heroes are very prone to snowballing. So.
Yep, and this bottom lane is the one that we haven't talked about. We're going to see the rebound partially avoided there from Yawar. But he's stuck inside the Nether Toxin now, and you can see the Viper versus Monkey King matchup. He gets disposed and he gets killed.
Yep. MSS with the Purge creep got rid of some of the poison attack stacks, but just not enough. And Monkey King, with a 1-1-0 skill build, didn't have Jingu. I think if he has Jingu there, he probably survives, actually. Then he can just fight back, hit Marcy 4 times, and go for the stun. But has opted for the spells for farming and for protection.
Yep, so
Not the right choice that time.
in the early stages, wildcard winning bot, Sonic's winning top, and mid is very even. So game overall seems like it is going respectable for both sides.
Yep.
And I think it's a bigger deal for wildcard not to get beat at the laning stage, just because we do favor Sonic's overall anyway.
Yeah. Sam has to be careful now. Both heroes top are level 3. Leslau hasn't skilled yet.
Yeah.
Still didn't.
Not going.
Now he will.
All right, 2 in trample. So feeling pretty confident he doesn't need the onslaught. And I wonder how many stacks of uproar, as we're gonna see Alex get pounded on by Yawar up here, but not gonna be able to finish him off. How many uproar stacks do you get from? Oh wait, I was thinking that the Brambles were on his team, on the other team. Never mind. I'm always thinking of like little combos with uproar stacks, because playing against like Ogre Magi as mid lane alone, Quinn gets off the split earth. Alone, okay.
Oh, he baited
Forced
him
the
for one
fairy
more
fire.
attack there with the fairy.
Penitence.
It's fine.
Yeah, Alex looking for a cheeky kill. Not gonna find it though.
Spicy. This is good news for Alone, though. Quinn has to go base, and
True.
SF gets a water rune, so he can stay and push out this full wave and build himself a pretty good advantage now. So
Big soul assumption on the Fada as Trample came out, but not gonna do too much here. Sammy boy has to be a bit careful. This is gonna be 5 stacks on the Leslau. No salve though. So we'll have to tango up.
nasty damage, and they have 3 mangoes on Sam, so he can easily get Eve up to speed here with some more spells. He's going to mango him there to have it available. And I think I have to backtrack on what I said earlier. Thinking twice, didn't Eve play Visage, actually, in the DPC? Maybe not this season, but in the past. I feel like now that I see the name together with the hero, he's not that alien to that as I thought he was.
Yeah, couldn't tell you. MSS.
Alex will die bot to MSS.
Yeah, but Yawar,
5
if they
stacks
can
poison.
get this kill, Divide. Oh, he's gonna see him. Penitent's gonna slow him down a bit. Yawar has Tree
Nice
Dance,
juke.
but it keeps getting canceled with this damage over time. Now he's gonna salve up. Can they actually go for this kill? I don't
He doesn't
think
have mana
so.
to jump.
Yeah.
If they had a mango, he would have died there on the Viper, actually. Could have mangoed him and then sprung down, but not available.
Well, either way, 23-9 on the Visage versus the 15-2 on Monkey King. So Wildcard winning the position 1 battles. Of course, not exactly the same types of hero at all. One
Oh,
is
but
a more
Yawar having that
traditional.
bad of a start is definitely very good news for Wildcard, right? It was the reason they picked this Viper, and it's paying off so far. He's been slowed down to a crawl on Monkey King, and this hero does not farm well in the jungle without items. Takes quite a while. You don't have any natural cleave. I mean, you have some spells, but you can't sustain them all the time if you don't have the mana regen component at the very least for your Battle Fury. So
Eve top lane though. Curse Crown with
toast.
last right click, but actually Lesab cancels his animation briefly. It's a real wind up with that Primal Beast. It's just very thick. But he does find the kill in the end, and Divide Llama. No, I thought they were going to go on bot lane, but not going to happen. Alone's owning, by the way.
Yep.
700 or 600 net worth discrepancy between him and Quinn. So off to a very good start. In this
has a
lane.
DD as well, so he got the rune. Big deal, the first power rune of the game. On Shadow Fiend, loves to see that. Unfortunately for him, you know, when Shadow Fiend really thrives, in my opinion, a lot of the time, it's because he's playing with a 4 that comes and kills mid, and they just haven't really... Alex made the 1 rotation to secure the rune, which was very good, the 4-minute water, but SF would love for someone to show up mid and kill the Lesh right now.
Oh, bottom lane, you are. In a 1v2, finally MSS
He's
comes.
broken, he
Yeah,
can't
he's
get
broken.
Jingu stacks.
But they might be able to get the reciprocal kills here. They only find one, though.
Matchup is
Definitely
so
not
terrible
worth.
for Monkey.
And Alone
Like-
is here with a DD. MSS is going to be found and likely brought down as well. And the rebound, actually, maybe can get some more. Disposed, but the Shadow Realm to save Fata for the time being. First Crown going to keep
Orb of
Shadow
Venom.
Fiend at bay, but Alex is slowing him down perpetually. So very nice kills coming out from Wildcard in this bottom lane.
Yep. And again, just seeing even more why this Viper matchup is so terrible for Monkey King. It's one thing you have all that poison damage, right-click range, and you have the slows, but when Monkey finally is close to getting Jingo Mastery stacks up so he can fight back, he just gets Nether Toxin. And
Top lane. Luar's waiting in the wings. He's going to get the onslaught into the Boundless Strike with the trample to follow, but the cookie save. And Alone has come to play now. And guess what? He's got a haste rune. Lesla on the run.
that's convenient.
Indeed. A couple more raises should do it. And that is another kill for Alone. Just amazing, amazing transition from mid to bottom to top and back to mid again. Obviously all set up with the DD and now haste rune. As a rebound, they're going to find Quinn as well. One raise is found. Split Earth connects onto two heroes, but he's still going to die. Alex will be the trade, but again, Wildcard getting everything that they want. Divide will live through the Shadow Realm. As top lane, now Yawar is left in a 1v2, but looks like Leslau able to TP in here.
Yeah, so Yawar had enough of bot. He just gave up on that lane. It wasn't playable. So he went top, which is better. And he really wants to be involved in a kill. Obviously, their previous attempt on Eve failed because of a nice cookie from Sam to throw the Visage to the tower. And now it gets tricky for Monkey King because with these familiars, you don't really have much of a laning presence against this hero anymore. So, all right, Shannon, you're Monkey King right now. What do you do in this game? What's your plan?
Buy a Midas.
All right. Well, he is queuing that up, so good call.
I looked at his inventory that time. I'm not
okay.
going to take credit for that.
I was like, that sounds like what most pub players would do, though. So, not
Yeah.
really. I felt like that was a pretty good guess. Yeah, he needs to find a long road to recovery here.
Yeah, and even the Primal Beasts not doing super hot. Leslau about to hit level 6, though, as Quinn going to the high ground, but he's going to be spotted. Oh, the cookie's on Eve's familiars. Set up a potential kill here onto Fata, not even able to get off Terrorize.
Triple raise.
Yep, Alone
That move speed
4-0-1.
change is so nice for Shadow Fiend when you hit the second raise.
Oh my. Actually gets the Requiem on Yawar, but the Boundless Strike is there. The rebound actually gets dodged, but you're not going to be able to dodge that Scatter Blast as Wildcard are just everywhere right now. They only have a 1k lead. Why do I feel like they're up by so much right now?
I mean, they are ahead of every counterpart in the enemy team except the supports, right? So
Yeah, the supports are struggling farm-wise. As you're going to see some
Quinn.
action in the mid lane. Quinn is dead again. Holy jeez. 0-2-1 now as Alone and company can pressure this tier 1 tower. They have the siege creep to boot.
yeah, we were worried about, or at least I was, for Wildcard's ability to make plays, but man, they got so much value out of these two power runes and playing around mid heavily. Alone is now 4-0-2. They found a lot more utility out of Marcy in this game because she's playing with Viper and has more freedom to do what she wants since the lane wasn't as hard.
Yeah.
And really just going from crushing bottom to crushing mid
Oh, they're
and then
pinging
rotating to the
MSS.
third
They
lane.
know exactly where he is. Man, Wildcard just really stepping it up in this game number 2. Trying to take out those creeps. Actually dodge the Centaur Stomp as well, so really well played from Wildcard as they now have a 2k lead. And Yawar forced into the jungle, like you said, going for the Midas, but I mean, he's a full 1,000 away from finishing that. Feels like Leslau and Lesh are going to have to make some space for their Monkey King this game.
Yep.
But Alone, he's got his Falcon Blade. And is he going for Dragonlance? Is that being delivered right now? Let's see. I feel like that's probably a Dragonlance.
Pretty surprising that the first tower of the game goes the way of Sonics, actually. They get the top tower. They're not going to defend bottom, though, so this will be a trade. I don't think they have any interest in showing up down here, but a little bit ahead of the curve there with the push will give them a little more time and a little more space, and Yawar is very much in need of that, so he will say thank you very much and take a full top wave here. And, I mean, considering how atrocious his start was, he's kind of recovered somewhat, right? He's on 4k net worth, he has the same net worth as his offlaner.
Yep, Sammy Boy actually does not die. I mean, he is backed up by a bunch of his teammates, but the cookie into the pig pole was enough as more creeps gonna get dropped.
Quinn kills a bird.
Yeah, that's something.
Ornithologist in shambles.
And Leslau. It's pretty hard to have impact when you don't really crush your lane on a primal beast until you're able to get this BKB.
That's what it seems like happens in a lot of these primal games, right?
Yeah,
like,
it's very lane stage dependent.
I think the majority of primal games we've had in NA here have just not impressed me. And it's not like from a player perspective of, oh, they're just not playing the hero correctly. It's just the hero has some clear limitations. And if you don't get past them, a lot of the time you end up with this awkward hero that has to charge in but doesn't want to. And that just feels very awkward. Obviously, Leslau will get a decently timed BKB at this game, in this game at the rate it's going. He has 66 CS and 2 kills. It's not terrible, but still quite some ground to cover before we're there.
And
Roche number 1 wildcard. We've been praising them for this tournament.
Indeed.
Very good at identifying.
There is a Terrorize available, but it'll just be the Bramble. So alone with the Aegis now in wildcard, looking pretty good.
Great call to go Roche. I think, honestly, over all the NA teams, I think this is Wildcard's biggest quality as a team, is them identifying that they can kill Roche. I think they do the best job out of all the teams at making this call in both in situations where they're ahead and behind. It's not just something they do like, yeah, man, we're crushing, let's go kill Roche. But some games, they're like 5k behind, and they just sneak it out of nowhere. And it's super impactful to have that quality. It's a truly game-winning play a lot of the time to get an early Roche. Alone now will play with amazing confidence in mid. He's going to take this tower. I don't think Sonics can really do much about it. They maybe try. Nope.
Oh,
they glyph and cancel the onslaught immediately.
I mean, that is funny. You just make the sound and they don't know if you're coming, right?
Yeah.
I didn't really think about that because I think it makes
But
the
well, they know if you
sound even
don't, you're not
stop.
coming for another 20 or 15 seconds at least.
Yeah,
So
true.
Tower for Alone. This SF is enormous.
And look at this. Sammy Boy is actually going for Shard first on the Snapfire. So I'm going to be very interested to see how much of an impact this thing has.
Maybe it's cool with the familiars.
Yeah, true. He's going to get Curse Crown, though. Cookie
He's
into the
fine.
pig pole. He's fine. All right, maybe this is Sammy Boy's
Quinn
hero
might
after
not be
all.
fine. Oh, I thought for a second Alex was going to pounce on that. That was very killable.
I feel like he would usually, even in winning games, have 4 deaths at this point on Sammy Boy. He only has 1.
Yep. Not making as many overextensions or not getting punished as much for dewarding, basically. He will get the deward here, and maybe this time.
Yeah, maybe. We'll see. We'll see, Syndern.
Yeah.
Is he dead? Is he dead? Yeah, he's dead.
He got the deward, though. This feels pretty good, honestly. As
Top
a
lane, we
fight.
got the Onslaught Trample combo. Monkey King not wanting to right-click, apparently. Interesting. That was
Don't
weird,
have
actually.
the damage.
Well, I don't know about that, Syndern.
Oh, Fata gets caught in the end.
Yeah, Fonta's, that was really weird. He pounced on him and then immediately pounced back up onto a tree without even trying to get the Jingu stacks. Perhaps expecting a faster
Scared about
rotation.
the counterplay.
Yeah. We do
Double
have
damage
the vision.
for SF. Full rune control right now for wild card, so we will be getting that no problem.
Yeah, in this game, we'll see how Sonics can try to mentally come back, because again, they're not supposed to be, in their minds at least, and many others, not supposed to be even in the lower bracket finals to begin with. But Nouns just showed up and beat the crap out of him yesterday. So that's, you gotta feel like it does put a state of shock inside of them. Mentally speaking, might have some effects. Of course, game 1, that was not the case at all. So
Yeah.
but
It's
yeah,
a very
Wildcard just
different
playing
ballpark
really
this time,
well
though.
this game.
Different ball game.
I get
SF
another
with a
tier 1
nice
top.
little... Man, it feels so good to play SF with level 4 sidekick. You hit so hard. His lifesteal is amazing. And he's gonna go to work. Double damage. Dragon Lance.
And they pop
Yep,
the
this
drums
is
as
gone.
well.
The-
There's a Wraith Pact on Eve as well.
Radiant's
Are they
top
gonna...
tower has fallen.
Are they gonna push high? They have Aegis for a minute.
They do.
You betcha they're going. Alright.
They're going to start doing some damage. Leslau waiting on the wing, still 1,000 away from getting his BKB as Alex not going to get connected on. But will live with the defense.
Alex actually
working.
jumped in with rebound on top of SF as he was getting stunned by the cursed crown. So he jumped into the enemy base while stunned, gets stunned by Lesh, and still gets out. That was a bit of a mistake, but goes unpunished.
Yeah, I think Sonics are waiting for the BKBs.
Yeah.
The one
They
on
have
Primal
to.
Beast pretty big, and Monkey King still a recipe away as well. He's had the Midas for a little bit now. I mean, the real issue is that you're going to have a Monkey King with BKB and basically nothing else. But the good news, silver lining, the Aegis is being consumed in 15 seconds one way or the other. But they got a lot out of it. They got a lot of these outer buildings. I mean, there's only a tier 2 mid and bottom remaining for Sonics at 19 minutes.
Yeah, you'd imagine Wildcard would want to go and get the bottom outpost, right? When you get the top tier 2 tower, which is very unusual to be the first one to claim, it's not as natural of a transition as when you get the common bottom tier 2 tower, but it still gives you a lot of extra map control and information and gives you that passive benefit every minute, so would definitely think that would be a good choice.
And MSS has his mechanism. He's working on the Wraith Pact as well, but obviously well behind Eve,
Dire's bottom
who
tower
has the
is under attack.
advantage of being the position 1 farm. And going for Boots of Bearing as well, so what
Very
slows are there?
mid-game centric item build from Visage with Wraith Pact plus the Boots of Bearing. A lot of the time we see Visages get maybe that drum and then go for a bigger item like AC or Ags if it's that kind of game. But he will get the full Boots of Bearing as well for his team.
Under attack.
And I mean, their lineup looks really fearsome at this point in time. Like,
It
I think
does.
fighting into this is almost impossible. BKBs will make it possible, however. So again, just keep buying that time. They will have Monkey Kings now, I believe. Does he have
Yeah.
the recipe?
And
He
Leslau
does.
is about to get his with one more creep, it looks like.
How about Quinn? He's far away. He went Kai Assange first, so
Yeah.
plenty of ground to cover on the Lesh rack.
I mean, are you waiting for the third BKB?
I think you are if you get the luxury. If you have the option of doing it, why not, right? I don't think you have to force a fight. You probably, if you're Sonics, you might not feel that uncomfortable about the prospect of this game just dragging out a little bit. Because you probably feel like Visage and Viper will not do as much as they're doing right now in 5 to 10.
Alone has a haste rune again.
Oh,
Smoke
and he's
pops. He
gonna
sees.
find Quinn.
No, doesn't see Quinn.
He thought
Pops
Quinn
the
was
Requiem.
down.
Yeah, not going to connect.
Oh, this could turn ugly. These birds, they're going to find 2 heroes.
Leslau, he's got his BKB now, but will you use the first charge defensively? Looks
Yes,
like
he will.
yes.
But what about Quinn? No TP.
Yeah, he's just.
He
long as they
basically
get the
just
vision with these
sold the
birds.
Lash.
Yeah, so he's going to try to make this as long and painful as possible, but it's instant. He dies instantly.
That is a very big catch for them. I understand they didn't want to fight there. They don't have the information. Like, if Primal pops BKB and charges into them, there's just no saying what's going to happen. They might have both died, but yeah, Quinn there without a TP, stuck in the wrong spot at the wrong time. And they're going to lose their tier 2 in the outpost now as well. The outpost already claimed, as a matter of fact, by Sam.
I'm a little bit surprised that they're not putting the Philly Stone on Quinn until he gets the BKB.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
I feel like you don't really need your attack damage as much.
Yeah, that's fair.
Radiant's bottom
But
tower
we're going to see
think it's
high
a bit
ground
of a-
potential here from Wildcard. 6K lead. No Aegis, though. Roche will be able to see when he spawns in just a moment, if it's a quick one or not. Minute and a half, so very average.
Tower almost claimed. They will smoke. I think this was within Radiant Vision.
Dire's top tower is
Levi
under
is going
attack.
to TP top and show himself. Push out that wave. I think you're just playing for next Rosh if you're a wild card, right? You know it's up
Yep.
soon, so you're going to use the smoke to get information.
Dire's
Get some
top
good vision
tower
out.
is under attack.
You can see the shard
War.
online for Sammy Boy. Boundless Strike onto 2. Terrorize to follow with the trample as well. 2 kills from Sonics. Just like that.
It's only
Of course, it is
supports,
the 2
though.
supports.
They use MK's BKB reveal there. If they can get a tower or a Rosh off this feels a lot better for sure, but Glyph's still online. I don't even know if they're going to get a tier 1 out of this, to be honest. Like, the birds can delay it with the familiar drops and 2 heroes spawning soon. So this actually opens up Rosh for the Dire. Because when he spawns, the BKB on Monkey King will still be on cooldown. So if they have control of that area, they know there's no Monkey BKB, which is a really, really big deal for Sonics to be able to team fight. So if they get that scouting going, could be a big pick.
Yeah, if it's all about whether they're able to scout out Roche like instantly, because they'll have the
Yes.
30-second time between the BKB.
I mean, if he wants to, he can park a bird there. It's a little bit of a farming loss, but the value of finding the immediate Roche is very, very high in this game. Nice
Up in
D-work
1
here from
second.
Sam.
All right, so each second that passes now is 1 second extra for Yawar to get his BKBs back up.
Oh, he's in trouble.
He is. He's going to pounce. There's a tree
Birds
dance.
are fast.
They are.
I mean, he can keep jumping. He got far enough.
Yeah, he's good.
All right, that's pretty good news for Sonics, actually. This bought enough time that MKBKB is up for Roche. So there was an opportunity there for Wildcard if they scouted it instantly and made that call. And that would be very Wildcard of them to kill Roche
That
fast.
was really weird when you said MKBKB.
Oh, I see. Yeah, Monkey King's Black King bar.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, Roche is up, as we said. Has not been scouted yet from either team, though. And how close is Quinn to his BKB? He's still a full recipe away, so he's not going to have it for this fight. And which is why the Philly Stone would have been so good. I feel like.
I don't think he still would have had it, though. I mean, it's not going to give him 1 kick ult. They see Sam. He's going to ward. They have really good vision coverage here, Wildcard. They're going to start on the Roche. So Arcane Rune SF, starting to stack up those raises, already up to 4.
Yeah.
5.
Looks like Sonics want
6.
to contest. Quinn is here. Yawar has the vision, faking out his Wukong's command. Has the Midas to use, needs to use it immediately for full value.
This is such a safe way of Roshing, as long as he has mana on SF, right? Like,
Yeah, well, he is
they don't
running
even
out.
have a hero in the pit.
He is running out of mana, though.
Yeah. You
How
need to
many
give him
stacks is that on
something.
Roche? 13 Shadow Raise stacks right now. The globs come.
Oh, this would
Bota
be the
gets up the first
time.
round. BKB from alone. Now they're right-clicking it, and they will get it uncontested, essentially. Aegis down. Shard. I don't know who got that.
SF, he used it. Gets the Necromastery talent.
Okay.
So he gets that automatic guaranteed crit every 3 seconds if he wants to. He will deal a 0.5 second fear, and the crit is basically double damage.
That's
and you
new.
consume 1 soul.
The fear is kind of new, right? This wasn't here last
Yeah,
year.
it's pretty new in the grand scheme of things. Things from 730, the last patch of 731, maybe?
Mm-hmm.
Not sure.
All right, well, Sonics, a 9K deficit. His wild card just owning, really. I feel like it's mostly
Yeah.
them owning this game than it is Sonics not playing well. Been very impressed with Sammy Boy's Snapfire.
They've
Alone.
basically just shut down the map, right? Like this time around is the direct opposite of last game. It's Sonics that had a couple of deaths and fell behind, and Wildcard are just taking the towers and warding aggressively, and it's so hard for the Radiant lineup to really get something going. It's commendable how much Yawar has come back. He's closing in on a Scotty now, so you know he is getting what he can, but the fact of the matter is every minute the Wildcard Gaming lead just grows because they're playing more of the map. Like Sonics get to
BKB
pick
on
up the
Quinn.
scraps.
Yeah, so maybe they wait for the Scotty, although that's still 300 from the next point booster and then 1,200 for
Oh, it's going to use
The
the
rest of
illusions to
that.
take all the brambles.
Quinn. Gonna try to defend. Yeah, I don't think they're gonna get this Scotty in time. Drums are popped. Or boots of bearing.
Dire's
No.
top tower is
Okay, he's waiting for the Boots of Bearing for when he's out of charges of the drums to refresh. As ooh, the double split earth, pretty good. Cookie's there though. See if they try to. Will they give this racks up in the end? Are they just trying to delay for the Monkey King to be able to farm a little bit more? As the BKB is popped from Alone. Top lane is being pushed by Yawar. It's going to be fortified in the meantime.
They
Alone
glyphed after
using
the melee
Requiem.
Rex fell.
Yeah, the melee Rex falls.
Oh, that is a big blunder from Sonics, actually. They had that glyph the whole time. And just waited too long. I was going to say SF, amazing at taking Rex here. He has the Presence Aura talent. He gets Sidekick. And he has Brigand's Blade. So, really, really quick at taking down these buildings. But that glyph, a pretty big mistake. If they use it earlier, I think they might just defend that lane. But you can see Sonic's mindset is, we can't fight them. So, not even going to try to defend that with Monkey King. He went for the split push play together with Chen. And I think they got their own glyph and half a tower. But obviously not a good trade.
Well, I think they're going to start trying to fight here pretty soon. Although Aegis is still there for 2 minutes, obviously. But you're going to have the Scotty now. You have the Plate Mail on Leslau. You have BKB, obviously, on Quinn. And then Wraith Pact is being finished now by MSS. So.
Alone with a backstab. Haste Rune.
Oh, boy. Quinn, he's going to get saved temporarily thanks to the Hand of God. And Leslau comes in with the Onslaught as well. So dodging a bullet. And again, don't want to expend too much to try to take out Shadow Fiend because
Oh my god,
he doesn't have
this
this
damage
Aegis.
is insane. Oh,
Tier
these
2
towers,
melts.
man. Good god. Alright. Yeah, that was a nice cookie play from Sam. Almost got them that Lesh kill, but Quinn is just barely tanky enough with the Kayan Sanj plus the Chen heal. We'll keep him alive.
I don't think we've seen a Wukong's command the whole game. Am I wrong?
I think that is correct.
I mean, one benefit of it is you do get
Might
armor
see it
with
now.
Alone.
If Alone starts hitting this wave, it's gonna Requiem
The
Fata.
Requiem onto Fata. He's just dead right off the bat. The shard being used to get that guaranteed crit. Now Leslau onslaughting as a retreat measure. Quinn getting slowed in the meantime. Not sure if they have the catch though. Although the birds are here. There's the stun. He might have to pop his BKB.
It's all right for now.
Rebound. The crit. Nice boundless strike and the Wukong command being fake. Quinn not wanting to go in quite yet, although the buyback was expended here for Fata. And just each fight, Wildcard gaining a little bit of ground, inch by inch. 20 seconds on the Aegis, though. We'll see if Sonics is able to take advantage of the timing there. Because they certainly can kill him if they get the jump. 7 seconds now.
Alright, this tower's gone.
Yeah,
It's not gone.
it's alive.
It could have been gone.
100 HP. Alone, playing it safe now as the Aegis has expired.
This is probably going to be Sonic's best chance in the next few minutes, what is coming up right now. They need to fight before the next Roche. They know Aegis is expired. They have all their BKBs, including a 9-seconder, on Quinn. Conditions are not going to get better. You need to find some sort of a smoke play and get access to this high ground around your own ancient area so you can find an angle. But it is going to be quite challenging when you look at how offensive the warding from Wildcard is and how well pushed in the waves are. We've got a lot of
Is under attack.
cleanup duty to do. They are still just going to... They're going to smoke bottom instead, and this could pay off in a pretty big way if Wildcard go and farm these jungle camps alone.
Radiant's top barracks
Little
are
Silver Edge. Do they have
Now, will
protection? They do have
spot
Dust on
him?
Leslau.
Okay, but the BKB instantly activated from Alone, but the countermeasure from
trouble.
BKB on Leslau is up. The rebound's going to
Nice
save Alone, getting to the other side of the map. First Wukong's command of the game leads to the kill onto Visage, so good start to the fight for Quincy.
Oh, great
Ooh,
brambles!
double root comes out, but Sammy Boy able to get to the low ground thanks to the shard. Alone, he finds the crit onto the Chen, and now Leslau, he goes in a little too deep. He's just getting right-clicked into Oblivion. Getting feared as well. That shard really showing its work as Leslau eventually drops.
Radiant's top barracks are under attack.
Yeah, this is not something we have gotten to see all too often. We saw the shard on Shadow Fiend at TI, but that was the old version, which didn't have the fear.
This looked
Pretty good.
quite promising for Sonics, but I think really important there, the rebound onto SF. He was Scotty slowed by Monkey King and might have been able to just get trapped in the ring there, but Alex gets him out of there immediately. I think with the shard activation of the rebound as well. I think he just threw the SF out entirely instead of just giving move speed. So, yeah, they showing the potential of what can happen here, Sonics, but the disadvantage is still very severe.
Yeah.
And Wildcard stand their ground and fight back. They're 3 carries, these 3 ranged heroes with all of these stats. They're all 3 very tanky. It's proving troublesome for Leshrac to pierce through all of this, especially the layers of Visage. That was the one hero they did kill, but it's primarily just Monkey King getting rid of the Visage. It just takes a lot of time and resources, and afterwards, who are you on next as Lesh? You're not going to go on the Viper. That will be too difficult. The Shadow Fiend was already thrown out, and the supports are doing a really good job at, just playing outskirts. They're getting this value out of just throwing cookies and Mortimer Kisses, and Marcy's just repositioning heroes, popping BKB, and running out. So, yeah, we didn't really talk about how fun Alex is in this game on that Marcy. 10k net worth almost.
Oh, that's the
BKB
Philly
and
Stone
Shard.
as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
Classic.
Very
I'm
good.
trying to think of power spikes for Sonics, and I'm struggling. The Shivas, I guess, for Leslau is pretty good.
Quite a while ago.
Radiant's courier.
Yeah, it's going to help somewhat, but for me, the majority of Primal Beast as a hero has passed in this game. He has very limited utility. He gets this one charge in where he needs to find, I think, if possible, find a support with the
Oh my
Polarize or the
goodness.
Visage,
Roche
of
is up.
course.
Oh, the BKB from alone. What? Misclick on the Shadow Fiend. That is an 80-second period with no BKB. It was not spotted, though.
Sonics don't know, but if they find this fight regardless,
Yeah.
they're
Roche.
obviously not going to be playing with that in mind, so they might not go on an SF jump if possible. They're just they're really timid here. This is such a great map positioning from Wildcard. They have this high ground ward. They're all standing in formation with Sam in front. So if Sonics try to aggress, I think they're just going to get blown away from that high ground. They just can't do it.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, if they just had a ward there, obviously it would be pretty tough to have a ward there with the map control that Wildcard have. Yeah, Wildcard just gonna, I would assume, chill until the BKB's back up. Kinda, I mean, that's a pretty fast spawn. I was not paying attention. It seemed like it was instant, but it was probably just the usual where I wasn't paying attention.
I think it was pretty quick.
Yeah, okay.
Quinn with the shard on Lesh.
Yeah, that is going to make it pretty difficult to take Roche, although if they do it the same way last time, it's not going to matter, I suppose. Oh, but 17k lead for Wildcard. As it looks like we're about to have a fight, so they're going to go in with Shadow Fiend BKB still on cooldown for 10 seconds.
We'll be ready when it's time. They're hoping to find a pick down the lane here.
Dire's courier.
Sonics have good formation. Leslau ready to break smoke. He will break on Alex.
And Alex he
will
puts
ward.
down a ward. They see it. A lot of members of Wildcard. Quinn kind of in the front. But he's placing his split earths in this battlefield to come, which it will not now.
And Sonics will instantly go for a counter smoke, and they're going to try to wrap around the back.
Yeah, Broche scouted out now.
Oh, Yawar's on a ward!
Yep, he will get away, but gets a balance strike onto the Shadow Fiend. There's the Pulverize to follow. He's already half HP, and he is dead. Buys back into the game. He's going to have half the souls, though. Keep that in mind. Wukong's command being used to pretty good effect as Leslau BKB TPs. MSS looks like he's out as well. So everybody
Nice
from
hit and
Sonics, indeed. That's a pretty hefty amount of net worth that they just gained because of the Shadow Fiend buyback.
It's going to cost them Roche, though. They can't fight that anymore. They used BKB on Monkey King and his ults, so... SF will get an Aegis, but, it's step one. Because if they hadn't done this, I think the Roche just goes to Wildcard regardless. You kind of have to take a risk here and go for a play, and it did pay off. This opens an avenue for them to win the game if they can find a Shadow Fiend kill onto this Aegis twice, which is a tall order. Still very good for Wildcard overall, the game, but... Might have to be a little bit cautious not to overextend on this push. Monkey King ring ready in 25, so...
Yeah, Refresher Shard
Should be
on
ready.
the SF as well. So you're going to have double BKB, double Requiem, although...
Double Aegis.
if only.
Here
Not
comes
sure if
the
we'll see
left
double
side.
Requiem. Yeah, Split Earth. Well, actually, we'll connect. A nice onslaught comes in from Leslau.
The Rex is already gone. It's like
Indeed.
insane. SF's just three-shotting it.
You also have the help of Divine Llama with that shard on him, and Sammy Boy with his scatter or his little shredder.
Dire's
And yeah, that is going to be the first set of full racks. The melee is the one that got bottom,
Yep.
but essentially 2 lanes of racks for wildcard.
In the meantime, Yawar and MSS farming the bottom half, trying to get to this nullifier in time, but Yawar still needs another 600, 700 gold. Will not find that just yet.
See, this is a game. Again, I'm not saying this series is over by any means. Obviously not. But Nouns is watching this. And I think they're learning a lot with this game in particular. What's working against Sonics. But I'm sure they are as shocked as us that this potentially will go a game 3.
Yeah, after game
Mounting
1, you
some,
obviously have an expectation. But the thing is, this game 1 is also very misleading about the actual power difference between the teams, because that game was just strategically almost unsalvageable minute 10. That doesn't mean that the players are like miles ahead of the enemy team, right? It means that if the playing field is leveled, or if Wildcard are ahead like they were early in this game, they're easily capable of beating Sonics. It's not like a massive skill gap between the teams, so really all about nailing that strategy and getting the right lanes, it would seem, because both games, the offlane has really been the primary deciding factor. Game 1, Dalai Lama was a little kitten, and in this game he's a lion, and is making all the difference. It's really that offlane that has unlocked the game for them. Along with, of course, Alone doing a standout job on Shadow Fiend, I think, this game. Just a really strong individual performance.
Yeah.
But the strategy that allowed it to happen really came from that offlane adaptation that they made after game 1. So very good to see that Wildcard understand what went wrong and find the right solution.
All right, well, expect this push to come very shortly from Wildcard. 2.5 minutes on the Aegis. Full butterfly now for Alone. That's probably what they were waiting for.
God, he's gonna like 3-shot the range tracks. Just watch. If he has sidekick.
So you lose 1 Necromastery charge, right? When you pop the shard?
Yeah.
I see. Very interesting.
Ward from Fata instantly dewarded by Sam with
Yeah.
that gem. I wonder how many
More
gems he's
interesting going
wards
mid.
he's dewarded this game. I think he's dewarded, I don't know, 6, 7 wards maybe? Done a really good job.
Pretty value.
Big
Pays for
items for
itself.
Sonics. We have the Octarine on Lesh and the Shiva onto the Primal Beast. So more stuns from Lesh I think is going to be key here.
Yeah, boots of
Cover
bearing
the whole
pops.
ground.
And now the Barrack. Okay.
Great
Split's actually pretty good.
stun.
Shiva's into the initiation from Leslau. Quinn gets the BKB off, and now they're going to get a full pulverize onto Visage. So just like that, advantage for Sonics, but their BKBs have been expended. And Alone still, again, with that Aegis. Probably a hero they don't even want to try to contest at the moment.
They got
They're gonna
Fata.
find Fata in the end. As Quinn, they're going to waste the Mortimer's Kisses for the most part. But again, the building damage is being done by Alone. So that is the tower. He can focus on some more now as Lazo goes in with the onslaught. Finally pops the BKB with the trample. Pulverize onto the Shadow Fiend. This is just the Aegis, though. Divide Llama's who they're focusing on. That's a full nullifier. He's going to pop the cheese and stay alive. Nice rebound to keep him alive as well. Lazo will barely live through the right clicks of Alone, who kind of just wants to die now. He's going to get
Nice
Cookie to
save
safety.
from Alex. Saving
Sonics
the Aegis.
putting up a
on Alone.
fight. There's an Octarine on Quinn, which is really
he's gonna
showing
keep
here.
stunning.
Yeah, Alone focusing now onto the range racks. Sonics have to do something about this. Now there's a nullifier applied and another initiation from Lazao. That is the Aegis. BKB still up for the SF, and he could probably just get the racks, honestly, but fortification comes through. Quinn very low on mana now as Leslau trying to chase a little bit. Onslaught is coming. Gonna try to focus on the
Yawar!
2 Bramble targets. There's the Pulverize as well. Yawar is dead all by himself, though. The trample coming through, but Eve saving himself thanks to his shard as the Split Earths just never stop with this freaking Octarine core. Terrorize not really gonna connect on too many heroes. And Alex getting pursued, but he's going to get out of arm's reach and pops the BKB and the Unleash, and he might be able to bring down Leslau by himself. But Leslau getting healed thanks to Chen. Now Alex is the one in trouble, gets the rebound with that global freaking range and gets away just fine.
Wow.
So they
What a
technically
great fight.
defend.
Yeah,
But it
great
cost them.
fight there from both teams. I think that one of the biggest, the ultimate deciding factor to end that fight was Yawar and the Monkey King jumps in and tries to chase the enemy heroes, and he ends up getting full-on Requiem comboed by SF out of Silver Edge. So he gets a full burst of that plus triple raise. So essentially SF solos the Monkey King off-screen while the other the other fight is going on, and Leslau, I think, actually has made a really big difference, him getting the Shiva. It's done more than I thought it would, along with the Octarine on Quinn, so... The problem here now for Sonics is if they come knocking on the front door again, it's Megas. I don't think they can stop SF from doing it. He's just going to run in, get sidekick, pop BKB, and hit that Rex 4 times. So you actually have to force the fight outside of base if you want to avoid getting Mega'd now. But a pretty impressive hold nonetheless.
Radiant are scanning.
Alone still has a slot available, surprisingly.
Yep.
Was Scotty the play?
Scotty's definitely not bad. I mean, I wouldn't mind seeing a Daedalus. Like, he hits so stupidly hard right now that wouldn't be bad, I think.
What do you think of the nullifier, by the way, from Yawar? That's for the 4 staffs, I assume?
Yeah, predominantly to prevent people from getting out of his ring. I think that's been a big problem for him. Guess it also counteracts Boots of Bearing, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I don't know how that works, actually. Yeah, I would assume it works against Boots of Bearing. That'd be weird if it didn't.
All right, it's go time for
Wild
SF.
card. Yep. Might be the last stand for
ready.
Sonics in this game number 2. Oh, the Boundless Strike finds him, though. There's a big Terrorize as well. Shadow Fiend getting pulverized, and he's dead.
Disaster!
Does have buyback, though. It's been that long, actually, since he last used his original buyback. Eve going to BKB TP. Sammy Boy getting chased with the Nullifier. Devi not going to get hit by any stuns. This is very sloppy from Sonics, but looks like they will at least get a Snapfire. But they have to force these buybacks, but I don't know if they can because the creeps are pushing in their base.
If they get a lucky Roche respawn, this is a full-on potential comeback into the game. Because I think... I mean, Wildcard don't necessarily need this Aegis to push that high ground and get the Megas, but you see there, any misstep from SF, you gotta be quick on your fingers, because the burst damage is there from Sonics now.
38-second Roche, Cinder.
They will actually get it if they keep scouting it with Chen. They'll get the Roche.
Radiant's middle tower
That
is
would be
under
huge. That's going to
Scott.
be Ags and Refresher Shard.
is under attack.
Along with
Mind you, the
Aegis
win
and Cheese.
expectancy in this game was 97% for Dire until a moment ago.
Wow.
And now we're up to a measly 84.
I mean, that's,
Gaben
that's quite an
sees the way
improvement.
for Radiant. I
They
mean,
do.
they're definitely getting mid-tier 2 plus Roche if they scout it. That's the bare minimum reward
Well,
here.
will they kill this illusion before Roche spawns is the question.
They will.
Oh, but they don't scout it. It's up now. It's up now.
The
Oh,
Chen
range
creep will
creep
see it
going
now.
in. They see
Yeah,
it.
they see
30
now.
seconds with SF. Surely they go for this right now.
Okay. They actually only get Roche. They don't also get the mid-tier 2. So.
Aegis, Cheese, Refresher Shard, and Aghanim Scepter, Cinderin. Are we actually going to see a comeback?
Ags on Monkey or on Lesh?
That's a good question.
Or on Primal Beast?
No, not Primal Beast. Probably Quinn.
He's actually
picks
queuing it up. He
Ags.
wants to buy it.
Yeah,
Let's see
I
who they
saw
give the
that.
Ags to. Did they put it on Monkey King?
Yeah.
He has
well,
it in the backpack currently.
He has it in the backpack.
Yeah.
All right, so he takes
gonna
Ags.
get the soldiers.
Wow. Net worth wise, this is even. How? How?
Oh, the Roche does give like 8k gold, so
How?
that would do it.
I wouldn't say 8k gold. It's.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
He
Do
gives the Aegis.
Yeah.
Oh, well, sorry, not the Aegis. He gives the Axe, which is 6k. Then he gives the Shard, which is 1400.
Yeah, I forgot
Or
the
the
Ags
cheese.
is a 6K,
I mean, depending
not
on what
42.
price you assign to the cheese, right? Not the Shard. There was no Shard, right? But it's Aegis, cheese. Yeah, there was a Shard, right? Am I stupid?
Refresher Shard.
Yeah. I don't know how much value
That
you would
doesn't-
assign to that.
Yeah, but it doesn't. I'm just looking at the literal net worth discrepancy
Yeah.
right now.
Yeah, so the literal net worth Roche gives is the Aghanims, which is 6k, plus the gold bounty for killing him. So like
Which is
7.
very
right?
little. Yeah.
Yeah. So pretty close.
No, you're right. You're right. I forgot it was the full consumable
Dire's
Ags, not the
bottom tower is
4200.
under attack.
All right. Well, we got ourselves a game all of a sudden.
We do. Wildcard are trying to barrel down top lane, but they might, I mean, okay, they're gonna glyph bot and mid tower at the same time, so decent value here, stopping both pushes at once. The 2 waves are actually gonna get wiped out, and yeah, it's backing time for Sonics. They need to get back to base already. Quinn already setting up the perimeter here, starting the stuns in both
This is like
lanes,
tower
both
defense.
mid and bot. Yep, it really is. They're gonna kill the birds instantly with Leslau.
This is late game tower defense. Quinn with the shard on Split Earth with the Octarine Core upgrade. Looking very fancy indeed. Looked like Yawar is going for a Maelstrom, which surprises me, instead of a full MKB to counteract this butterfly. Is that just because he thought he was about to fight and he's going to change it up? Oh, we might have a fight anyway. Oh, Vata, he's going to... Oh my god, he gets 3-shot. And you can see Yawar gets off his ultimate successfully. Initiation from Leslau's not going to be there, though, as the Boundless Strike connects, but nobody's inside the Wukong's command, which means Sonics needs to get out. Leslau pops the cheese, but he's dead. Refresher? Yawar?
This is
Question
not...
mark?
He's spotted by a bird. This is
All
not
right,
happening.
he has to BKB, and he's going to have to back now.
Oh
Not
boy.
a good fight for
Man,
Sonics.
They are getting insane value out of the Marcy against Monkey King all game, and Alex just keeps delivering. You know, they find these, what they think is going to be a good Monkey King ult, and guess what? He just disposes out one guy, and he can throw out the other with rebound. Like, they just don't stay in the ring. Yawar can't hit
Oh, boy.
heroes in the fights. He's just getting,
Oh, boy.
they keep getting repositioned. Double damage SF. All right.
Yeah.
I think. Okay, I'm gonna say 4 attacks on the racks with Sidekick.
4?
Yeah, 4
Okay.
hits.
I mean, surely they're going to have to buy back unless they're comfortable going against Megas.
They have Glyph, and they do have Wukong.
This feels so bad to have to buy back with only 15 seconds remaining.
Those
Gonna
backdoor
get Yules,
protection.
so no more double damage. All right, they actually defend. Just a simple Yules.
Yeah, and a bit of, you know, the ground coming apart.
Yep, that's harsh terrain, I would call it. I'm
That
really
shard is
surprised
so infuriating to
they
push
went for
against,
Ags.
honestly.
I'm surprised they gave the Ags to UR, honestly. I think the Lesh Ags would have been better this game.
I kind of agree, especially considering how much the Monkey King's getting kited, right? Like, those soldiers
Yeah.
are not worth that much. I guess they help with the zone control because he keeps dropping, like, random soldiers around, but, like, I think Nihilism could have been really, really nice, for sure.
Scanning.
Oh,
Oh.
Sonic's gonna smoke now. Quinn was thinking about a Wind Waker, but looking for a Sheep now instead. Age is still up for a little less than a minute for Yawar. Oh, obviously want to get some value out of this. I mean, the biggest value is that they took it away from Wildcard,
Yeah.
but doesn't look like they'll get full use.
I think the key that Sonics need to identify in these fights is that if they kill Marcy, I think they just win. It's actually the hero that's solving everything Wildcard needs right now. So if they can somehow jump and kill Marcy, that would be amazing for them. And maybe that's the plan here with Quinn's Hex. Perhaps that's going to be the target. He'll go ahead and sell his plate mail. All right,
wow.
so didn't need that anymore. I mean, I guess he needed the item slot, but no armor now to speak of. Will take serious damage from SF.
And that's where Nihilism would be amazing, right? Because
Yeah,
then you don't take the
for
right
sure.
clicks.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
All right. I mean, who would you give the advantage to this game? I really don't know.
I mean, it should still be wildcard favored, right? They have 2.5 lanes of racks, and all they need is one good move that gives them Megas and another Roche. And it's not like a huge advantage, but I think it's definitely there. But yeah, the expectancy of the game has definitely changed a lot as well from our Lord and Savior Gaben. Now 69% for the Dire, 70.
Both.
Not that you can always count on those numbers, but they can be a little bit of an indication about the game state, especially considering, you know, we were down to 97, right? And now that it's 70, that speaks volumes about what happened. So
Yes.
you could agree or not that it's
Well,
a 2-to-1 favor
just
for Dire, but
Alone's
definitely
net
they
worth
lost the game.
alone.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a pun, but not intended. He was so far ahead of everybody this game. Now you have two heroes on Sonics ahead of him. And even looking at the Monkey King, still a lot of room to grow. Like the Basher he has now is going to be an Abyssal Blade, and obviously the Midas can turn into something else later. But
Wildcard look a little bit flustered in their movement. I mean, they have to be careful, right? There's so much on the line here. They are playing pretty tight-knit, as they should. And I think they just want to stall, honestly, until Roche, and hope to get that for themselves. They're going to find a
Yep.
haste top. Don't know if they want to make anything happen with this. They do not. They're going to grab it and run back. Seems like the call overall is just wait.
Alone's going to have
Literally
his
just
MKB
wait.
being delivered now as well. So he is going to be 6 slotted with potential for the power treads to be a blink later, I suppose, but we'll see.
Yep. Which blink should he buy though?
Oh my
Swift
God.
or Arcane?
I would think Swift.
Guess Swift, yeah. Yeah.
MSS, by the way, look at his farm. He is on his way to an assault, Duras. What the hell? On a jet?
Probably. Yeah.
That
They
is
should have one
insane.
in their team. Look what you're playing against.
Yeah, but you end up wasting the attack speed, it feels like, on the hero as the sheep.
They hex.
Yep, Leslie
Oh.
going to cancel his initiation, though, and now Sonics look to be kind of flustered a bit themselves. Balance Strike not really going to connect, so Sonics trying to back
Alex
away.
is in.
Alex pops the BKB. There's the dispose. This time it's on the MSS, who gets feared and brought down. Wukong's command doing little to nothing. But the buyback comes out, so they still want to fight. Leslie with a nice initiation. Pulverize onto the beautiful Shadow Fiend. He's going to get taken out, though. 100 seconds. Could buy back into the game if they still want to fight. Roche is going to be up only in 2 minutes and 20 seconds, so it's a really late one. This won't lead to a Roche either way as Quinn gets off his split earth, but he's just going to get bursted to the ground. 2 buybacks available for Sonics, which they will surely have to use.
Alex
MSS,
finds
did he
MSS.
not
That's a
just buy
dieback.
back in this game? Yeah, that is a dieback for your Chen. So it's going to be a 4v5 defense attempt from Quincy Crew.
I think they're trying to bait Lesh being dead here without buyback. But
Well, they're
it's
gonna
going
lose
to
racks
cost them
pretty quick.
megas if they don't execute this perfectly.
Yep, here comes the
There it goes.
onslaught, going for the Shadow Fiend. This will be a dieback for him if they're able to get him. He gets Cookie
Oh,
to
that's
the
a
other
good
side. He's got
pulverize!
a split earth, though. Again, Four Staff saving him for the time being, but Quinn is there. Requiem is not going to do anything. Shadow Fiend dead for 2 full minutes. Divine Llama gets caught by the split earth now, and he's going to get brought down. In addition, no buyback for him, and suddenly, Sonics are in the driver's seat. Holy Gabe and balls, what is this?
Roche is up in 1 minute and 15, and neither team obviously has any idea of this. So what do you do as Radiant? You don't know Viper doesn't have buyback. You know Shadow Fiend doesn't. So in your minds, this could be a 4v4 without your Chen, which is definitely very good and favorable for you. But
Yeah.
can you squeeze enough advantage out of this push and really make it happen? War looks to be thinking about going deep for this.
And their base is getting, their creeps are already in their base, so
Yeah.
this has to be quick, whatever they decide.
They're going to send Lesh bot first. Very low cooldown here on that teleport, only 20 seconds. With Octarine plus Boots of Travel too. That cooldown is nothing.
They're going to have 30 seconds of Shadow Fiend dead while Roche is up if they scout it as well.
Yep.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough push. They have Fort, and obviously this is going to be the first Tier 3 tower fallen, so they're going to have Fort again after it's taken out.
Now the Monkey Axe is pretty useful.
Yep, true. Wind Waker now online for Quinn. He is a beast right now. You see the Mortimer's Kisses to try to delay this from Sammy Boy.
They get the heck.
Or the
okay.
Axe from Leslie is activated. And Roche is about to spawn.
Quinn
and
is
it's gonna be
pushing
scouted.
alone. Everybody else left.
Roche
Did
is
he
up.
not get the memo? It's literally just solo pushing. All right.
Yeah, they would
The
never
rest of the
expect
team
that.
heading to Roche.
All right, and into the Roche they go. And this looks to be a freebie for them unless Wildcard can try to contest in the next few seconds. Doesn't look like that's to be. So another Ags, and surely this one goes to Quinn.
He needs
It
the
is
Aegis
scanned
too.
out.
He bought back on left. That
Yeah,
fight.
that's
They
true.
have to give him an Aegis.
He gets the Ags, he
Yeah.
gets the Aegis. He backpacks his Wind Waker because there's literally no item he can backpack that isn't amazing.
Kind of ironic that you backpack your most expensive item. Okay,
Oh.
he swapped out the BKB. I was gonna say, I mean, this
Probably the right choice.
you probably want that Wind Waker in there. All right, wild card. They're going for it. I was gonna say Hail Mary, but it's not really a Hail Mary, right? They're still in a good spot in the game, but they're gonna throw in.
He's gonna get
Oh, they
stunned off of that,
mistimed
but
it.
he gets the Wind Waker. There's no stun lock to follow, so the Ags being shown as you are. It's off his BKB, looking for the Abyssal play. They're gonna go for Alex. This is the big kill that you were talking about all game long. He's gonna get the rebound off though, but Sammy Boy won't be so lucky. Eventually will be killed. So now a 5v4 situation, not even taking into account the Aegis and the Cheese. Wildcard on the run. They have another fortify because of the refresh.
They have Gem on Leslau. He could find Alone here. He's going to see him. Oh, this is bad
on
news.
the way. Gonna get the trample off. Is there a save from Alex coming? The pulverize is there, and Shadow Fiend is dead. Sonics look like they are actually doing this, but again, they are going against not quite Mega Creeps, but their base is still getting ravaged. They have to keep somebody here all the time, and they need Boots of Travel on this Monkey King.
Radiant are scared.
Or
Quinn is
can
going
just
to
do it
port back
himself.
to mid. He's going to do the, I mean, just let the Lesh do the garbage cleanup. He has such a low cooldown on the teleport, so he's going to easily reconnect. Man, this is insane. It's been quite a while since I've seen a comeback from this kind of expectancy in a game. Like, they were completely screwed 15 minutes ago, and somehow Sonics, with their itemization and with their defense, have managed to make this competitive. There's the Hex.
Yeah, Quinn actually
get the
keeps
Marcy
on
stunned.
top of him. Marcy's the big kill. He's going to get Ghost Scepter thanks to the Aghanim Scepter from
Nihilism.
Quinn, and he is dead. I really couldn't think of that name. 3 dead for Wildcard in a 5v2 now. BKB onto Yawar. They instantly sheep the Vi Llama. I cannot believe this game is going to end in this fashion. Sonics are going to take this 2-0. Man, what a game number 2. Yawar pops his refresher shard, so has the BKB again. And now that Aghanim Scepter really going to work is Eve, the last remaining member. He's going to get trampled on. There's the Aghanim Scepter from Primal Beast, not doing a whole lot. But either way, the Ancient exposed and brought down. Sonics win the game. As expected, Cinder. And we got all 4 predictions correct somehow.
Oh my god. What an insane ending to that game. That was really, really entertaining. And I mean, I gotta say, above all else for Sonics, you know, this was a super difficult game. It exposed some weakness about the strategy that they ran here. I think Wildcard did an excellent job in the first half hour of the game, just building advantage, winning their lanes and going from there. But also for Sonics, what a morale boost heading into a grand finals very soon against Nouns, right? You came back from this game. I don't know if you're going to go and look at the replay and, you know, realize what you just did, but that was recovering that is pretty class. Like, that is not easy to do, solving this game. You're on a total back foot, 2.5 lanes of racks down. One of your supports is Chen on total defense, who doesn't necessarily offer the most in the way of, you know, defensive team fight. He's very good when you're ahead, but they still string it together with some good spell casting.
Do you think that they are... I know it's only 2 games, and the first game was a complete stomp. Are you a bit exhausted after a game like this? If you're
I think
Sonics?
they get to take a break. I believe there's... I don't know how long the break is before the grand finals, but I do think they at least... You know, they have the bare minimum at least of 15 minutes between series, so they get to take a breather. I don't know if it's an extended break before the grand finals. I think usually it is because the same team is playing back-to-back. So I do think they will have more than 15 minutes at their disposal, and I think they might want to take that break. But at the same time, also don't cool down too much, you know? You're probably super hyped. You're high on adrenaline from this game. You just want to carry it on, right? And just get to more games. So that was insane.
What a comeback. Yeah, Wildcard, I mean, you have to give them credit. Game 1 was not remotely close. That looked like a different tier of Dota. But game 2, we did expect them to put up a fight, obviously. Because they throughout all the last few seasons of DPC, Wildcard have improved. I think last season they took a little bit of a dip, but still there wasn't that enormous separation from these teams. In game 2 they showed it, but I thought this was going to game 3, 100%.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure basically everybody watching did. You look at the score line, you look at the Grax, you look at the win expectancy. You've seen a game like this countless times as a viewer or as experienced it as a player, and the Radiant just doesn't come back very often. But you know, when the stars align and you set up the perfect conditions for yourself, I think for me, man of the match, probably Leslau in this game, to be honest, for Quincy or for Sonics, excuse me.
Not at first. Not at first.
Sure. He had a very weak game because it was hard, I think. I don't think he was playing poorly on Primal Beast. There just wasn't very much to do. But in the clutches, he found, I think, 3 or 4 key pulverizes back-to-back with BKB. He got insane value out of the Shiva once he picked that up on defense as well. And just really, you know, he had to come up big. If he makes one key mistake on the hold, it's over. Like, the Primal Beast is the one initiation they have that needs to nail it, and he did it over and over again. So really impressed with Leslau in this game. back against the wall.
Yeah, so wild card, they still go to the last chance qualifier. They get third in this qualifier. Sonics are going to be playing against Nouns in the finals, best of 5, which was expected, but not in this way. This is the weirdest road to this point. I would not have expected this by any means, but it is going to be hype because at first I thought Sonics would have the advantage, but Nouns crushed them yesterday. We'll see if Sonics perhaps learned a few things from the crushing. But yeah, that'll be cast by Cap and SVG. It's going to be mega hype. We'll have to take a quick break, and then eventually we'll come back with the best of 5 grand finals.
Esports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
Welcome, everyone, to the grand finals of the NA qualifiers for the International. We have two teams left. On one side, we've got Sonics, the claimed favorites of North America, the team that was supposed to be in the grand finals first, the team who had the history beating Nouns over and over again, but they lost the upper bracket finals 2-0 against Nouns. And now they have a chance at revenge in a best of 5. On the other side, you've got Nouns, who've been beaten by Sonics in the regular season time and time again, who lost the tiebreaker in that regular season against Sonics, even lost the ESL 1 Malaysia qualifiers to Sonics. But they've shown that they have grinded and gotten good enough, Avery, that they took down Sonics once. Let's see if they could do it a second time now.
It's always harder the second time around. I will say that. They have an uphill battle ahead of them. Hopefully they feel like that too. I think sometimes you get a little cocky when you win that upper bracket final and you're like, all right, we show these kids who we are. You take your foot off the gas a little bit and then they creep up, especially that previous series. Like you have to imagine that Nouns looking at Sonics winning that game too, especially. All right, they have some momentum because that was not a game they should have won. So
No.
Sonics is probably in a pretty elevated energy state right now, right? And that's pretty good for what you want going into the grand finals here. So do not underestimate them. Do not take any of your strategies or heroes for granted. Like Sonics had a lot of time to review those games from yesterday, and you know they did. So they're going to come in more prepared today, more ready for the Faceless Void, the Undying, some of these heroes that Nouns have been abusing to the maximum.
And I thought what was interesting out of the lower bracket final was that Sonics adopted both the Chen and the Undying for themselves, as an early pickup. And now we're going to see them go in. Their overall first pick is going to be this big team fighter in the Enigma, which many of the teams in NA have been favoring. And it does already give us a bit more late game aspect, something that we have talked extensively about, Avery, is the fact that this patch and North American meta in general, it tends to go late, and you want to be the one that has that better late game firepower, it seems.
100%. I think this is a good start to the series. It's also a hero Nouns have played a bit, and so you're kind of taking a little bit away from them, maybe using one of their heroes against them, asserting it right off the bat, game one. You'll deal with this. I think this is a hero you have to deal with. It's not a hero you can just ignore. So, and I think that's a good way to start a BO5. Like, it's pretty low. I mean, there's always risk to anything, but it's low risk and very high upside. And Nouns, well, we haven't seen this hero a lot. But if there's one player who is going to bring it back, it's probably Moo.
Yeah. It is not a pick that I was expecting at all. The Vengeful Spirit is also not a common pickup. Obviously, it's a good answer to the Enigma. So being able to have that kind of answer through BKB, even from your support position, I imagine feels pretty good. Though I wonder why the Vengeful Spirit and not the Warlock, who has the answer to Enigma for the entirety of the game, right? Through BKB and Lincoln's, whereas Venge could get blocked out by Lincoln's.
I mean, we've seen Nouns play with this hero a lot in this tournament. I think we've also seen Venge rising a little bit in some of the other regions. This hero is interesting. Seems stronger than I gave it credit for. I mean, I'm a longtime Venge hater, but even I'll admit it's looking reasonable right now. You know, it slowly got these shard and ag buffs over time. Has a more versatility. Unlike the Warlock, you can play it 4 or 5 here, which Nouns have also shown they're very happy to do. So unlike Warlock locking into one of your lanes, this hero sets you up a bit better. I don't think the synergy with Timbersaw is amazing. That's my downside here. Like I don't see these heroes doing anything for each other.
Yeah. Whereas Warlock would have been pretty nice, right? Timbersaw just kind of throws around damage, fatal bonds, a stun, slows.
Yeah.
Like those would benefit Timbersaw.
I think it's also maybe they want this Timber versus Enigma matchup. It's maybe they're just trying to pick it and force it. And in that situation, the Venge helps you set up for tri-lane potential.
Turn to ban.
That could be the one upside I see here over something like that Warlock or Treant or whatever. So it's something to think about because Nouns are second pick. So they're going to be able to see these lane setups and kind of choose what they want to do.
Team banned.
Especially with Bat just being thrown in here. It's almost surely for Quinn, especially with Enigma on the board. Like, you're probably not going to play Enigma bat lane. So you're kind of going to be able to see all the lanes here for Nouns and choose what you want to do.
Okay, so how do you plan against this as Sonics? Because I feel like you do have two options, though one of them you've kind of already shut down. You're saying you don't think this Enigma can be any other position, so it's likely going to be Batright or mid. So how else do you prevent the possibility of aggro tri-lane and them forcing a 1v1 Timbersaw versus Enigma, which I would imagine is pretty favorable to Timbersaw?
I mean, that's where if you keep your draft open enough into the last pick to see something, then you have the bat 1v1 threat. The problem is Enigma in the tri-lane becomes very weird, right? Like,
10 seconds.
you either have to play this Enigma core, which in theory Timber does okay in, or you have to play the Enigma support into the aggro, which it's like doable, but it's not ideal because you just end up splitting so much XP. I think Enigma's a hero that generally wants a dual or solo lane, even from support. So gets a little weird. It's just something Sonic should think about here because I think otherwise I don't see this Timber having an amazing game. Like, I don't think Timber is good versus Enigma or Bat for most of the game. Omni Knight definitely helps him here. But in general, the mid game doesn't look amazing for him. So if they don't get some like crazy lane abuse, I'm not too worried about this opener from Nouns compared to a lot of the other ones we've seen. And the other upside is Sonics took first pick to eliminate that response Faceless Void that they did to him twice. So now they get to ban the Faceless Void second phase, which probably feels very good if you're this Batright right now.
Right. I guess with the Faceless Void, I feel like the only other hero that has the other carry that has really shown quite a bit in this qualifier is, I feel like the Troll has been the other carry that has looked pretty good. But Nouns, they pick up the Omni Knight, another response to the Batrider. Now we've got a nice Dispel he can hand over to some allies. It does means we're kind of pushing this Vengeful Spirit more into a 4 position with Omni Knight occupying the 5 now.
Yep. Wouldn't be surprised to see Sonics just jam the carry here. Some Yawar hero, Monkey, Luna, probably come to mind. Bloodseeker did get banned. But I could see Luna being pretty interesting here. Gives them this magic physical hybrid that can be nice versus Omni Knight, pretty good versus Timber. If you end up in that lane, dissuades the tri-lane potential. That's still on the board. I think that hero is still a bit underrated in the meta too. Like, I feel like this Aura Global is pretty strong if you abuse it correctly.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of curious about the hero. We just haven't seen it much. This strikes me as a game that could come out here. I know Yawar likes to play it. This Sonics team historically has played it a lot. Some of that was me, but it sticks with the players.
Are you afraid of getting TB'd in response?
10 seconds remaining.
Maybe a little bit. I mean, that's the downside of Luna on this on this first pick second phase. But at the same time, you can always save the carry counter pick. So I don't know. You have the heroes to deal with Terrorblade, at least a little bit. It is a concern. Just think about it. All right, they're just going to commit the 2 cores, so locking them in.
All right. Saving that carry for not overall last pick. Nouns will still have a response to it. And I assume that means we're going to be rocking our mid here for Nouns, and they're going to save to make sure they have the carry-to-carry matchup.
Yeah, for sure. Probably a Spirit Hero or Initiator here. Did we see... I feel like we saw Gunner pick into this mid-bat at some point this tournament. Maybe not. Maybe it was Queen of Pain. But either way, I think like Storm, Ember both look solid here. Storm is pretty interesting. We haven't seen Gunner played a lot, though. The Queen of Pain is out as well. Pango's out. I feel like I feel the Pango was the melee hero we've seen Gunner play went into these weird matchups that he like gets out of it with.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe he has a backup there. Not sure. I mean, we've seen Shadow Fiend a lot. I don't know how this Bat SF matchup goes now. Kind of turn rate versus turn rate, I guess. But you have Omni Knight and Venge. Seems pretty nice with this SF type hero.
Yeah, that is actually a good point. You usually want some like really strong supporting heroes for an SF to work. You've got the swap save, you've got some Omni Knight heals and dispels that would feel pretty good. And I must say, despite the fact that they lost that game, Wildcard stand-in alone, he made a very good argument for SF being a strong hero in the meta right now. And I feel like we've seen a number of players make that same argument.
Cruz, turn to
Yeah, I mean
bat.
China like first faces that hero, so I'm not gonna see it here though. I was thinking Tusk. This is like that other Pango route of some random melee hero you can throw in weird matchups and he like gets out of it just because he has high
Yeah.
base damage stats and used water runes. We saw someone else play this too, right?
10 seconds remaining.
Somebody else took this Tusk versus Bat, and we were kind of doubting it, but they ended up
5
doing super
seconds
well
remaining.
lane wise. They got fast blink, but then it kind of petered out. I always have my doubts about this hero transitioning. That's my issue. I don't doubt the lane. I doubt the 10 to 20 minute period. Like, are you rushing blink? Are you building something else, trying to like just BKB, trying to get into the Deso Ags type route?
Quincy
Like, what does
Cruz,
this
turn to
transition look
bat.
like for what I'm assuming could be core Tusk? At the same time, I have seen some mid Omni Knight popping up in these pubs.
Oh.
And that sounds like a Gunner classic right there. You never know. Like, it's honestly not the worst. Like,
10
you just
seconds
get this
remaining.
Echo Saber blink type thing going. You just run around and smack
5
people.
seconds remaining.
You
Yeah.
do a lot of
Team
damage.
ban.
It could be interesting versus Bat too. So
So,
I wouldn't rule
we-
that out.
We obviously saw Gunner play this yesterday against KBU, but the other player who also played Tusk versus the matchup was Fixers from Eternity.
Yeah, that's
He
right.
also played it against I Annihilate's mid
10
Bat Rider.
seconds
So
remaining.
And he had a great game. It fell off, but
5 seconds
the lane and
remaining.
everything was very good for him. I mean, I'm assuming it's going to be mid Tusk here, and I think this Omni
Quincy
Knight is like the
Cruz,
Husky
turn to pick.
Undying DP Chen replacement, right? Fitting the mold. So basically pushes up into the two carry picks here. They do ban the Terrorblade PL.
yeah, aren't
So
those
that-
Luna's counters?
Yeah, it opens up something like this Luna, maybe a Medusa.
10 seconds remaining.
That's what I would be thinking. I think the Morph ban was pretty good here too. That's a
5
Yawar
seconds
favorite.
remaining.
I'm just surprised they banned the Ursa because I thought, that propped up in my head against Timbersaw, but I feel like your supports are pretty good answers to that hero, Venge and Omni Knight.
Yeah, it's just like what's stopping the
Radiant
Ursa
will
Roche
take
train. Maybe they don't have the best contest. And yeah, I feel like that was the obvious one coming here.
Yeah.
Seems
and
pretty good with their lineup. Good
If it's
sidekick
obvious
hero.
to us, it's got to be obvious to Nouns, right? So we're going to see they must have a plan in mind of how to be able to counter the Luna that is not TB or Phantom
10
Lancer.
seconds remaining.
Yeah, I'm trying to think what's left in the pool, but nothing obvious comes to mind. I would want to say like Spectre or something, but the Enigma might dissuade it a little.
Oh,
boy.
Gyrocopter's back again. Gyrocopter versus the Enigma. We saw this matchup yesterday for KBU versus Wildcard, and the Gyrocopter did farm Eidolons very well, but ultimately proved not to be a strong enough carry, it felt like. I don't know if you placed that burden on the Gyrocopter or if it was just how the game was going, but I did not feel the strength of the Gyrocopter personally.
I think we didn't get to see him hit his stride. Like, I think that game got a little away from them too fast. I think the lane could have also gone slightly better. And I think that was a game where Gyro was on an island. This game, he has pretty good supporting cast to help him. Like, again, this is one of the best carries to utilize buffs in the game. Because he has the AoE split shot. He's a ranged hero. And he can accelerate really fast off the flax, off stacks into some like crazy item timing. So when he has the Venge to buff his damage buff, super nice for an AoE ranged hero. And he has Omni Knight in the hard save to bail him out. So he has pretty good supports here, unlike that other game where he pretty much had nothing. So I like that aspect of it. Like, that's doing a lot better for them. Scale-wise, we're going to have to see. I think this is also a better game for him to scale into because outside of like Black Hole all-inning him, if he gets to that Ag Satanic Daedalus, he seems pretty strong here. Again, just because he has double save behind him, you can't just aggressively lasso and burst him, right? So he should be able to stand his ground and fight pretty well. I think if there is a game for Gyro to excel, it's probably this one. So we're gonna see a true strength test of this hero.
And this is a carry matchup that I wasn't I wasn't expecting to see matched up in this meta, but this 5-6 patches ago that this was all the rage. It was Gyrocopter versus Luna
Yep,
all
yep.
the time. What is that matchup kind of like? What is the difference between their strengths and timings?
I mean, Jarl wants to get that Ags Crystallis going so he can farm into BKB, into the either Daedalus with Aegis or that Satanic route ending, and just be like 4 or 5k ahead of the enemy hero. That's his ideal. A little hard to get that far ahead of Luna if she's having a good game. Luna just wants to get to, I mean, pretty much Scotty, right? Like, if you get the Scotty, you get second Roche with Shard. I think then she just becomes a monster in this game with the Shard beams and outranging this kind of like low range Nouns lineup. If you look at it, it's very, very close fight heavy. Like, they want to get in and they want to stick on you and take the brawl. Very easy for them to get outranged and poked in this game. They're not strong enough to commit. So they want to have like a pretty good acceleration for this hero. Get him well ahead in net worth so that when he commits, he can actually take the fight and not just get all in some bad trade.
All right, the 5-man smoke up from Nouns. Get themselves onto the dire side of the high ground and just kind of see if they can find an early pickoff, an early first blood. If not, this position should secure 2 bounty runes for them, no problem. And Sonics, well, they've got an Enigma. They've got, I don't know, like Rubik. You know, these, I feel like these are not heroes that are going to contest first blood or try and go aggressive for bounty runes. So I'm expecting a 2-2 split here unless Nouns wants to make a move aggressively.
No, probably not.
No
I mean, the other
way.
only big question was like if they were going to try and do some lane shenanigans, but it doesn't look like they are. So I guess this Timber pick was just pretty much comfort. Like, I'm just going to take my Timber. It is Moo, one of the best Timbers in the world. Just jam it there. Maybe you like the match for the mid game. I mean, I still don't think Timber is very good versus Enigma in the mid game. So I'm not sure why exactly they wanted it here, but you know, it's Moo Timber. I won't bet against it. He definitely has a good shot to just go ham.
Yeah.
And they got... No, they didn't. They only got rune split, but alright. So even runes, no clear advantage. Going to come down to the execution.
As Timbersaw did receive what I think most people have considered a nerf. There is a slight argument for Timbersaw, like when he's maxed out reactive charges, he does get more armor than he used to, but I think everything else, particularly his laning, people will usually agree that this has been a nerf to the hero. So it'll be interesting to see how Moo fares in this lane, particularly against a hero that has traditionally been a pretty decent lane answer, Luna. I mean, you were highlighting it during the draft and how this hero is a mixed damage carry. The early magic damage it does is pretty helpful against Timbersaw.
Yeah, I was always very confident doing... At worst, even with Luna versus Timber, and at best, you can really hammer him down with a good support. It is Marcy for Fada, which I don't think you have the greatest like all-in threat, and you can't ship him early. So honestly, I think Moo's gonna have a pretty fine time up here. He is not getting much regen burn. Traditionally, if you win this lane, it's through the early levels, abusing Beam and Aura, especially the level 2 timing. But they're getting shoved in, and level 2 went to Nouns first.
Yeah,
Not a lot of pressure going to go their way.
Getting disposed straight back into double whirling death. I can see how this Marcy isn't going to function too well. He does have level 2 and has the rebound now, but nowhere to jump to. But Moo wasn't able to get close enough. They're able to chase him away for this entry and keep him from being able to block that. So the hard camp is open. Just one more advantage that this off lane of Nouns will have. Our mid matchup, we've seen this matchup a couple times. We're talking about it. Batrider versus Tusk. Despite it being Batrider versus a melee hero, Tusk actually does surprisingly well. He's able to just kind of ice shard shove in the wave. He can hold snowball and use it when the stacks get a little bit too high and just rest inside the snowball, and the stacks will usually fall away by the time he comes back out. So it seems to be a better answer than we initially expected.
Yeah, I think this lane just goes fine for him.
Yeah.
The big question with this mid Tusk is just, what do you buy and what do you do with it? Like, what is your role in the game? That is the big question for me. Because, sure, you can do final lane, but Bat Rider always has a pretty clear path to impact. Like, he can solo kill heroes with just scaling builds through Witchblade. He can be your initiator with bots playing BKB. He's always annoying in the late game because he has displacement. Tusk can do some of those things, but it's harder for him to get to those items because he doesn't control the map as well. So I really want to see Gunnar like transition this properly. Maybe try and contest runes if he can do it.
Nice toss back, Z-Freak. A
Control
lot of
silence,
stick
yeah.
charges, but he will be the first blood that's picked up for Yawar. Yawar does get pretty low, but he's still able to play the lane. Moo is also decently low.
Who got the first blood there? Yawar got it. So Sonic's very happy with that one. A lot of extra net worth going his way. He wasn't doing amazing, so that'll help out a lot. Unfortunately, you know, it's on this Venge and not the Timber, which means Timber does get a lot of solo XP, gets to level 3, has maxed axe, raindrop up now. He's pretty invincible. Once again, he's going to free farm this lane. And first pick Timber with free farm is pretty nice.
What about our bottom lane here? Sonics is off lane. They've got the Enigma for Leslau, who's just pulling back the lane. Costabile, he's 26-5, so it does look like he has maybe farmed a few Eidolons. And we talked about this matchup, how it just gets better and better for Gyrocopter as he gets higher levels and more shots from the flat cannon. So it seems like level 5 is really where you're just like pummeling the Eidolons every single time they get resummoned. So expect Costabile to be... if not top of the network charts most of the time for this laning phase, damn near close to it.
He's having a great start. Like, he is destroying this lane. The CS is one thing, but he's up almost 1,000 in net worth, which is very significant for the first 5 minutes for Enigma. Leslau, he's like not even really laning. He's just getting some jungle trolls worth pretty much nothing compared to the lane CS. This Gyro gets stacks on top of the start. This is exactly what you want to have happen here. Like, he's going to be a massive problem in the mid game.
So it sounds like to me everything's kind of going very well for Nouns. I mean, they're happy with the top lane despite the first blood, whatever. Moo's getting what he wants out of the lane, especially as you said, first pick Timbersaw. Gunner's doing perfectly fine in mid lane. He's 200 net worth behind a Bat Rider, who cares? And Gyrocopter's free farming plus, not just getting all the creeps, but getting some Eidolons too. So this is something that Sonics have to recover from. Gunner snowballs, as you can see, comes back out. Sticky napalm stacks fade away, and Quinn not able to do anything there. They did at least, it forced out a TP from Husky, which he did cancel.
I mean, that was lasso use, so very nice to get that on cooldown for a 6-minute rune fight. Now they're going to contest it. And it spawns. He gets it haste.
Gets it just in time. Good timing there on the snowball. Fauna's going to be able to jump away, so that haste rune won't be put to immediate use, or maybe it will. They're actually going to turn back around with Yandi Knight here, see if they can blow up Quinn. Fauna tosses him just a small distance up to the high ground, and it seems like that's enough. A 3-on-3 Nouns will disengage, opting not to keep that going. And we actually had this same kind of setup with so many similar heroes. Nouns, they can rotate heavily into mid lane because they're very happy with the side lane 1v1s, right?
I mean, how they're going for sure. Like, Timber, hero that wants a ton of solo XP. Same with Gyro. This Gyro's already level 6 versus an Enigma. He is super happy with how this lane went. And these Sonic cores, they're also happy with the solo XP, but they're also heroes that I feel would ideally want to be pressuring in the dual lane setup, right? Like, they don't kind of want to just be farming in a one-on-one versus Gyro Timber. So definitely favors Nouns for the time being, and Z-Freak already stacking up that triangle. So again, game plan for Gyro fully on board. He's going to have a tremendous game here. There's no like big Bat Rider turnaround kill or something in the near future. Quinn's doing his best to pressure the map, forcing 2 heroes out of mid. Pretty nice.
And he actually gets a really nice ward down. Hopefully, for his sake anyway, that wasn't spotted by Nouns. Meanwhile, Yawar was just pulling back the waves, but Timbersaw really is asserting control over this lane. It usually happens when you get level 6, you're usually able to kick the enemy carry out of lane thanks to Chakram, and Moo's just about to hit that point.
Yep, this is the big Timber timing. See who Nouns chooses to play with the next minutes here. Looks like they're smoking bottom. Potentially fighting around Gyro.
Bana is going to get rolled on by Gunnar, but is able to get the jump away. The magic missile follows him, but Gunnar has already used the snowball to close the distance, and ice shards could block them up nicely. It's both. He's going to finish up Fana with the walrus punch, and now they're going to chase after Mojo as this Rubik, surrounded by 3 heroes, going to chase down all the way underneath the tier 2. Double kill for Gunnar.
Very nice. And they still have this pressure bottom with Gyro. 4-on-1 now.
Yeah, look at him. He's immediately going to route the Enigma, kill off the Eidolons, and Quinn, he's going to have to come in here to try and help out, but there's going to be too much damage. The Enigma's already dead, and the Batrider left alone in this situation. He needs some more backup. Mojo's going to TP in, see if he can grab Costabile and allow them to be able to run down at least this carry. It would be a big pickup, and they barely get it. The last shot from the double damage Batrider gets it just before he's able to slip away. Z-Freak is also going to be collected here. Tried to go for an Ancient Deny, but Quinn with the double damage just does too much, it seems.
A very nice rune, and that's the turnaround they want. Like, this bat killing the Gyro is super important to slow him down, because he was getting a lot out of that. A lot of XP for this Batrider as well, and now straight into this triangle cleanup. Maybe Luna wanted it, but Luna is not going to get it.
No. Not when it's been spotted by a gyrocopter lineup. You can't afford to. I mean, if things went really poorly in that whole situation, if like Nouns really cleaned up that team fight, maybe they take the stack away from Quincy Crew. They can't afford to risk that.
Definitely not. And this is going to be a huge injection for this Batrider. Pushes him to the bots, level 9.5 off this. Ooh, he is very far ahead in the experience. And that's nice for this hero. The more levels he gets early, the more his damage comes online. He abuses it faster, turns into more kills, even more experience. Snowball effect. So Quinn has a decent window to really take this game over. And he kind of has to, I think, because Luna's just going to be farming for a long time, and this Enigma had a rough start. He's not going to be the big playmaker.
Look at this. This is a super interesting play by Quinn. He solo smoked, TP'd to top, ran through the creeps, because he had this ward on the gyrocopter. So he really wants to get the solo kill on Costabile. And he just might be able to do it if he chases up into this high ground and catches this gyro while he's mid-farming Ancients. It's going to be a close call, though. The sports are nearby. He's going to be able to grab him, pull it back in, see if he can get him up on the high ground. Doesn't quite get him up there. And now Costabile is going to be able to live, and it's going to be the Batrider in trouble. Chased by the snowball. Not going to be able to connect in time, so Quinn, well, Firefly's down. Gunnar might be able to block him in with the ice shards. Not quite good enough for a full block.
Yeah,
another snowball coming up. Moo's going ham in the bottom lane, it looks like. He's already picked up 2 kills. Quinn still being chased down by Gunnar. Firefly still not up. This Arcane Rune is doing work for Gunnar right now. When it comes to chasing the Batrider, it still has not been enough, though. He chased him all the way back to the tier 2, but maybe in part because of the levels or just the straight-up movement speed, the Batrider survives.
During that whole period, though, Moose basically solo kills Enigma and Rubik in a 1-on-3.
Jeez.
Absolute demolishing this bottom lane for Sonics. Takes the tower on top of it. Whew, he absolutely destroyed them. Probably didn't see all of it on camera, but he got so much gold out of that sequence. I mean, look at his network now.
Yeah, he's crazy big.
Crap.
And you know what? Like some of that just comes down to simple decision making, right? The Batrider is the answer to the Timber Saw. Quinn tried to make this super aggressive play to solo kill the gyrocopter, but if he had just come bottom and tried to shut down the Timber Saw, maybe that would have been the better idea.
I mean, that gyro kill is the biggest to get. You can't blame him for that play, but even if he just makes that with +1, it's secured for sure. Instead, it backfires. Very good few minutes for now. They will get the Timber cleanup. Again, Quinn is the big linchpin here for this Sonics lineup for a long time. He is the high threat, the only playmaker. He has to make everything happen. So like you said, if he chooses wrong once, it punishes them super hard. Now they have a pretty good start.
Yeah, and they're forcing reactions. They hit mid-tower, force the Batrider to show up there. Okay, split. Get out of there. Yeah, I assume, you know, like as a group, they could probably fight the Batrider, but I assume most of the time they just kind of want to dodge this guy. If you're saying, like, he's such a big threat, better to just force him around the map without engaging, right?
Or bring the numbers. Like, you don't want to engage him unless you're the one killing him. You just don't want it the other way around, then it's hard to kill him. They have some defensive tools in Swap and Heavenly Grace, but they don't have the best ways to lock this bat down and actually destroy him, right? That's the downside of this lineup. The stuns are pretty limited. It's only this magic missile.
No, Moo. He made such a big play, but if he gets caught again, it's close. The lasso gets there in time.
Trying to save him.
A beautiful flame break, bump back. The TPs are going to come in, but they're too late. Husky, he's now going to die as the +1 to that gank. Very unfortunate for Nouns. They are going to be able to take mid tower for this, maybe, or maybe not. Look at these massive rotations coming in. All the TPs. Fada doesn't have a rebound to play off of, though, so they won't be able to catch Nouns, but that is a big stumble in momentum for them.
I mean, this is what I was saying, that this Timber can have a great start, and he did. Like, Moo played this early game fantastic. But what is this Timber doing in the mid game? These matchups are rough. The Enigma with Midnight Pulse Malefice, this Bat Rider just destroys you until you have a Lotus. Not the easiest game for Moo to play. He is rushing Lotus Orb, but he's very far away.
Yeah, and I
he
feel
has to
like
be careful.
I don't think he can really play with his team too much, because who plays solo on their lineup? Like, who pushes out the hard lanes to push in, you know? I feel
That's
like
the difficulty.
Tusk has to run around with Venge. Omni Knight naturally wants to go with, you know, Gyrocopter or go the aggressive move with the Tusk, so...
That is going to be the big question. I mean, they're going to get all the tier 1s down. They have a lot of room to play with. Can they use it? I mean, you just have to play with the right saves behind the right people to allow it. And Gyro kind of wants to do this triangle farm pattern. He can kill top and do triangle. Like you said, who's pushing bottom, who's pushing mid, and soaking this up without being threatened. I don't think Moo feels confident to do it anymore. Gotta make sure you have the supports in the right place, for sure.
It does feel like Gunner is struggled to be able to connect with these rotations. They haven't been able to get a really big pick-off in a while, as Sonic's Leslau backs away just at the right time, right when the smoke gank was coming his way.
I mean, he did opt for this more farm scale Tusk build, Falcon Blade into BKB, probably a Blink Ags or something after that. You could also go the Deso route. Downside is their playmaking drops off a cliff. Like, they have no way to start any type of skirmish engagement, even pick off, outside of run up and swap a dude, which is, you know, good luck.
You know, or snowball in, which that sounds pretty dangerous too.
Yeah, so even though they had this very good start, their lineup can't really capitalize it, and that means Sonics gets to farm their way back in this game, and they have very good heroes to do it. Bat's cleaning up. He's like far out lanes and waves. Yalwar gets to do all of the jungle. He's almost ahead of Gyro at this point. I mean, even Mojo's got some decent farm. Almost has Blink.
They're in a nice position. They've smoked up behind Moo, so if they can get to him in time, can they bail him out? The swap back and bails him out. They're going to be able to turn. They kill Fada. I felt like that was a great position for Nouns. Thought they would be able to get more out of it, but it turns out just the fine position. Still, though, a very important save on Moo. Close call there.
Yep, they'll bait out the Eclipse, get the Bat to TP. I mean, honestly, that's where Sonics need to be careful in this game. I think you'd rather play the map than just play into this 5-man. Like, the Nouns lineup can only do one thing right now, and it's 5-man team fight you. Off the back of the Lotus Timber, which he now has, and this Gyrocopter AoE. Outside of that, they cannot play the side lanes. The second they split up, the Bat's going to find somebody.
Yeah.
I feel like that's what Sonic should be playing towards here. They also went this early Blink on Rubik, so his pickoff is a lot better. He can abuse the stolen spells, which he has very good spells to steal this game. Like, if Rubik combines with Bat Rider, the threat is guaranteed on the map. Gunner bottom.
Pull back Gunner into the Ray-packed black hole of the Enigma. Now there is going to be some small saves from Husky. Is it going to be enough? He gets the heal, he gets the snowball over the creep wave. Now Moo pouncing on top of Leslau. Should be a quick kill there. Can they get more? Quinn out of Firefly, so a good shards or a snowball might be able to ensure that kill. Another swap back from Z-Freak. And a run in from Fada trying to give the movement speed. They do have some damage coming out though. Mojo was able to finish off one. All of Nouns are a little bit low, but they don't have a core that's matched up against them, so they're just going to try and run down all these supports. Fada struggling to get away, but he does have another rebound, hops into the trees, while the Rubik seems to have slipped away. Thanks to that Blink Dagger, Fada does get caught in the trees, and so they do pick up 3 ultimately for Nouns. And, I mean, you said it, their team fight is very dangerous. Quincy Crew, Sonics, they really got to be careful picking and choosing the battles they want to engage into.
Man, that's just like the tankiest target to go on right into a tier 2. You know the teleports are going to come out. I mean, they were close to bursting him, but at the same time, Quinn is so close to BKB. You almost just want to let him farm it. Like, are you in such a rush for this kill? You don't have any support with you either. You just need the little extra damage and that play goes better. Can't help but think it was a small misstep and they're going to get punished for it. Big flax coming down.
Yeah, this is where it gets dangerous now. And if they're
Fada.
allowed to get the right kind of fights, they're going to snowball this very quickly. Another missed timber chain from Moo. Maybe a little bit rusty on the timber saw, but still able to get the bigger, more important kill in the Enigma. They're around the Roshan pit too. They've got a great lineup to take it. Sonics,
Yeah, why not?
I don't think they can contest this at all.
No lasso, no black hole. Yeah, there's no way you're contesting this, and this is the strength. I mean, we've seen it from Nouns the whole tournament, right? Just ball up, force the objectives. Sure, you get some net worth in the early game, but it pays back later. Game plan's going pretty well for him. On their way to the plus BKB. Gyro already has his, opted for the stronger fighting build over the stronger farming build. We'll go for the Ags next, though. Yeah, honk honk coming through.
Yeah, now it's feeling very good. The game was kind of stalling out for them 5 minutes ago, but the last 5 been very good for them. They've gotten a number of important kills. Now they're translating that into some objectives. They've got Roshan. The Roshan with the Aegis should allow them to take some tier 2s. Then tier 2 gets some outposts. It's like a huge amount of map control they're going to be able to get in just 1 or 2 big plays.
And the biggest component of that is Aegis lets Gyro more aggressively shove these waves. I mean, you can't do it too aggressively because there's still the threat of you getting lasso dragged into a bad fight. But it allows them to split the map a little more and try and be able to lead.
He is super alone, and
Yeah, he
Sonics
really is.
had a ward on the other side of the map that saw almost everybody from Nouns. So Sonics is like, well, he may have Aegis, but he's got no backup. Fortunately, Costa was able to farm his way backwards through the jungle quick enough that he doesn't get caught by this smoke move from Sonic, so it ends up just being a wasted resource. Now back to playing mid.
Yeah, I mean, Nouns is clumping very hard in this game. They're not giving an opening. It's only Gyro, and again, the Aegis lets him do this now. You're just going to have to take the fight at some point. Do you have BKB on Batrider? You have BKB on Luna.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Don't have BKB on Leslau, though. Not that I think it would be a huge difference, just because there is still the swap problem, but...
At least he's got Philosopher's Stone, you know?
Yeah,
When in
true.
doubt, GPM it out.
Yeah, that's a good motto.
You can have that one. I won't even copyright it for
You
you.
will copyright. Yeah, it's not strong enough for you. They looks like Sonics are going to be doing well enough in the split pushing that they'll be able to trade out some tier 2s here. Looks like bottom's low enough that they might be able to commit that.
Fada will hit it with some sidekick here. I mean, decent trade for him. Like, enemy has Aegis, they're clumping, you're just getting more off the map. I mean, this is Sonic's building a net worth lead when the enemy, in theory, has advantage. So they should be very happy with this. Just a matter of getting to the next set of damage items for post-Aegis teamfight, which is going to be Witch Blade for Quinn. Still very strong, and of course, this Luna getting up there in the levels. Matching Gyro, actually outpacing him here. Level 16. He hits hard. This level 2 Eclipse with max beam. Extra beam cooldown from the talent. A lot of spell damage coming out.
And if they get if that second Roshan is going to be so key, right? Because if you about that time you're going to have Scotty on Luna, and if you get the shard for the Luna, then you're going to feel real good about your team fight contribution, especially against an opposing ranged hero.
Oh, for sure. I mean, that is like the Luna timing. The Scotty with the free shard. That's the dream for him.
So now it's really got to be careful. They've got a nice advantage right now. They need to continue to lock that down, build up a bigger net worth lead by taking some of these objectives and maybe taking a good fight. And hopefully that will secure them second Roshan, because there is the big, scary turnaround looming in the future with this Luna growing bigger and bigger.
I mean, they're just having issues playing the map. It's just not the strength of their heroes. The Bat's giving them the run around. The Luna's pushing waves super fast, hard to catch. They have no real catch anyway because Gunnar went for this BKB, not Blink. Like, they can't build any net worth lead right now, and it's showing. I mean, they're down gold. All they can really do is clump and force the objectives. It's just so slow. Like, we see Costabile just forcing his tower, but it's not the best objective taker, and Quinn's even cutting mid-wave.
Yeah,
And this feels really bad.
If you could just cut mid-wave right in front of the tower like that, right in front of a tier 1 mid, that says
Gunner's
something
fed
about
up with this.
the catch problems here. And I do kind of wonder, you know, if itemization could have fixed this, whether it was the Blink Dagger on Gunner sooner or maybe a Yule Scepter instead of a Lotus Orb on Moo. I don't know what the right decision is, but it does feel like they need just one item to catch a little bit better.
Even if they have that, I'm just thinking, like, how does the damage line up? At this point, it's just awkward, like, because your supports just aren't offering much in terms of catch and kill threat. They're mainly sustained ball supports with saves, so it comes down to the cores. They finally catch something. A wild mojo.
Pretty decent kill. Is that enough for them to be able to run down and take this mid tower?
Structures are fortified.
Kill was actually worth a lot, huh? Oh, he had a streak.
Dire's middle tower
Oh yeah,
It's like
killing
550 for the gyro. Not bad.
All right, mid tower. All the Sonics are here, posing a sort of defense, but it's only a pose. They don't actually engage.
Why are they all here? I guess they want to fight.
They're trying to
Wanna
smoke.
fight, though?
I mean, now it's ready to turn. They want this fight. They want this engagement. Mojo's going to TP onto the outpost. They see this coming. He's going to blink backwards. Oh, this is a scary engagement, but they do have the high ground vision. Jump in. A nice hit.
Good snowball.
Two-man stun, but at the same time, the Bat Rider gets low. He gets off the BKB. A black hole. A three-man black hole. A swap goes out, but Leslau still kept it going. And they're going to be able to run down all of now. And Sonics, you had the question of whether or not this was the wisest engagement for them. They could have just kept splitting the map, kept playing for that net worth, play for the second Roshan, but they chose to take the more aggressive route. And boy, did it pay off.
I mean, when you land a black hole like that,
Yeah.
take any fight for sure. I thought that fight was not going to go that well, but the way they push them out of that, they get the high ground ward, they push them into this like ramp cliff area. The positioning gets very awkward for now. It's very fast here, as we're going to see. Gunnar tries to just initiate and force the fight, but the turnaround is just awkward. The gyro gets stunned. He commits in with the flak, but only gets like 2 off, and then just a beautiful black hole. No swap with the range to counteract it. That just seals their fate, man.
Man, that Aether Lens was such a great choice for Leslau. As you said, kind of put him out of range with the Venge on the other side of the black hole and the Aether Lens that increased cast range. Just made too big of a divide for Z-Freak to answer that big team fight spell quickly.
I think we also really felt the lack of damage from this Nouns lineup. Like, outside of Gunnar pushing and poking one guy, they don't have the big gyro damage yet. Like, he's only level 15. He gets the 40 damage at level 20, and he really needs the next item plus some more levels here. Not to mention, again, 0 Vengeance Aura points for Z-Freak.
Yeah, he's doing it again. Last time we theorized that it was because of the Terror Blade, and he didn't want to give up that aura to the enemy, but nobody's copying him this time.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Why would he do that?
I mean, I think the value point is always solid. It's not necessarily better than the extra damage, but
Radiant's bottom tower is under
still, like, I mean, I'm sure he'll pick it up next year. He does have Vlads, so that plus the Vlads is going to eventually lead to some nice damage increase for this gyro, who's going to need it in this game.
Yeah. That's funny. The Z-Freak even has the Eye of Vizier, so he is really trying to get as much cast range for his Nether Swap. Level having a level 2 would be a big saving grace.
Oh
as
yeah, it's
well.
huge. This is another Sonic's 5-man smoke. They want to fight. No more Aegis. No black hole either, though, for 20. They do have Scotty on Luna, so this is Yawar's like the strongest timing in a long time. It's very
Dire's
powerful.
courier has been killed.
Costa's just hitting mid. This is very bold.
Well, I guess he knows Sonics is outside of their base. They're trying to force us to walk into them in the high ground. Are they going to oblige? It looks like they're going to walk up there. Costa leading the way. Gunner spotting the Enigma. They really want this kill. It's so important. The telekinesis helps, but Leslau's still going to be caught. He's killed. They're going to go on the gyrocopter in the back lines, though. He gets off the BKB. He can start turning around with Leslau coming out with a buyback. He's going to be able to... No, they couldn't pull him in. A beautiful swap from Z-Freak. That was a dead gyrocopter otherwise. Costa...
He's out.
Oh, he's out. He gets away. Mojo pursuing still with the Timber Chain stolen. He can keep up with Moo, but can they actually kill him?
Moo keeping up with him a little bit.
Yeah, bounce back Lotusaur, but with the Luna finally here, the Scotty will start going to work, and Timber's size quickly eviscerated.
Yeah, that's a very good retreat from Nouns there. They get the Enigma buyback. Super huge. It's going to kill his item progression in this game. And Sonic's praying for the Roche. Not going to get it.
They want that Roshan so badly because, as you said, it was a good retreat from Nouns. They got a buyback out of Leslau and didn't lose their gyrocopter for it. Like, that is fantastic. But if Sonics were to get the Roshan in exchange, then I would feel like that would be kind of even, or maybe even to the favor of Sonics. They do see it spawn now, so they did keep an eye on the pit. They realized it's a late Roshan spawn. It's got to be coming soon. So it does look like they're going to be able to get this prize.
Yep, trade Enigma's net worth for your other cores here. This is the big Shard Roche, so Luna Power Spike completely online here. Scotty, Shard, Aegis, almost level 20. Definitely worth the Enigma buyback. Now it's time to put it to use.
They go for the initiation on a Quinn. Gunner leading the charge there. Nice little magic missile. They're going to finish up Fauna. There goes him. Leslau still sitting on the side. He's got the black hole ready to go. So Nouns really have to be careful with their spacing. Despite the pickoff, they have to beware. There could be that turnaround coming around. And that's why they don't get too overly aggressive. They don't group up too much. They don't just mindlessly chase after Sonics despite the nice opening they had there. Playing it safe. Playing it careful.
No lasso, no eclipse also helps persuade him of that. I don't think you want to fight without these big ults. You need all of them to be able to punch through the tankiness here. Sure, this Nouns lineup isn't killing you super fast outside the single target burst from Tusk. At the same time, it's a lot of EHP to punch through. You have all these Omni Knight shields and heals. He has Aether Lens as well. There's potential snowball save. Timber went for this Eternal Shroud Lotus build. It's just pure tankiness from him. If you don't land big ults when the BKBs are down, your damage gets limited to an extent as well. Choose your fights carefully.
About the power spike of the Luna with the Shard and everything. It's huge. Costa does hit his own power spike here. He's now got the Satanic. So now we do have the potential for the sustain through the black hole or through a lasso. We'll see if that actually fully comes to fruition. It does require him hitting Satanic and probably BKB before getting caught by those disables.
Yeah, he really wants the level 20 here and one more item. Then he's going to be super strong. Gem on Quinn running in. Too late though. Nobody home.
Yeah, not able to catch anybody. Sonics continuing to use their nice split push. We had Quinn pushing out the bottom lane earlier, so there's some heavy pressure coming in. That tier 3 is going to take a lot of damage.
I mean, you can force the high ground here with Sidekick Luna. You have to think about the swap threat, but if the swap threat's used aggressively, then you're freeing up the Enigma team fight. Could be a route they take. Still, they're just happy to force them all back.
Yeah, it's dangerous going high ground against Avenge, right?
Yeah, it really is. And there's also just not a need. Like, I think they're very comfortable right now. At least just controlling the map, getting some more power runes. They have the gem dewarding everything. I don't know if you want to get too comfortable, though. Like, if you don't take some racks or get a very confident position out of this Aegis, you are letting Gyro get to that late game territory. You're letting Tusk start to power up. Gunner's quietly been farming, and he did get that blink. He got an enchanted quiver for his punch, and he almost has Deso. Like, this Tuskar hero in the late game is an absolute beast. Especially depending on third Roche.
Oh, you mean for like the Aghanim Scepter, the free Ags?
Because the Ag's Tusk in this game is super good. Like, we're talking about the Nouns lineup having issues catching people, stunning them, forcing the fight. Well, he blinks in, kicks someone into this lineup. I mean, that's like amazing for you, right? This Sonics lineup does not want to have one of their cores just broken into the middle of this ball. So,
well, imagine a Bat Rider trying to get a lasso on somebody, grab somebody, but then gets kicked into the enemy team. You know,
that's true.
And
That's true.
that's the trump card right there.
You just drag them with you, I guess.
Yeah, yeah. Who's pulling who? Quinn on the hunt here. Keeping these creep waves constantly. They're always being cut. He's always keeping mid from going in too deep. He's always keeping pressure on the bottom lane. Does make things very awkward for Nouns.
Went Hurricane Pike. Pretty interesting here.
Yeah, with the Witchblade, part of his right-click build.
Maybe just trying to deal with the shards. Like extra
They're
mobility.
charging in. They've got 40 seconds left on this Aegis. UR wants to put it to use. But is that extra life worth the geographical disadvantage that they're putting themselves in? I mean, just stumbling up into a potential high ground fight.
No, there's no way.
Yawar was, thinking he was really trying to force some sort of initiation.
20
seconds left. He's gonna go for it now, but Nouns, they can bide their time a little bit and maybe
Quinn
catch
on the
him
back.
as the Aegis expires.
Looking
He's
for
gonna be
Venge.
able to grab the back line, tries to go for Z-Freak and the Omni Knight as quick as possible. Now Yawar gets in there. He's got 7 seconds left on this
BKB
Aegis.
zone.
Ooh, they need to be able to either pull him out or get him in. One or the other.
2 seconds.
Here comes the stun. The Aegis is gonna expire. He pops the BKB. The regen doesn't actually go through, but they are able to get back to the safety of their high ground through and through. A win, I would say, overall for Nouns, playing that fight correctly, though it could have been much worse for Sonics.
I mean, no big ults out of the Eclipse used. That could have been really bad, though. I mean, Quinn had the right idea. If you find the Venge and take him out, you free up the Enigma fight. The problem is this is double save lineup, so Husky just holds his Heavenly Grace until the last minute needed, stalls that out, saves Venge, and then suddenly Sonics don't want to commit to this anymore. It's an interesting problem here, right? Like, you can't lasso the Venge, you can't lasso the Omni Knight, you can't free up the fight for your Enigma, and your War is just not strong enough to punch through the front line on his own. Not sure how they solve it right now. It's very awkward.
You know what one potential solve is? An Aghanim Scepter.
That's true.
If those supports
Lasso
are going to
both.
be hanging out together, that is hugely risky. I mean, the chance of you being able to grab both of them is, I would say, pretty low, but you never know. He's going to jump forward again, but met by Walrus Punch, hit by the magic missile. No BKB going out. He drops the gem, drops to the deck, and the Sonics on full retreat now, but Gunner chasing after him. Moo is too, but they have to be careful. They just can't blindly rush. Even when they have an advantage, they can't blindly rush in because of the threat of the black hole.
I mean, they don't even have to, I feel. Like, they are just out farming Sonics here, and I feel like they're outscaling them. Like, they have the saves for the black hole late game. Gyro's getting into crazy strong territory. You have the Vengeance Aura levels now. You have the Wraith Pack coming out. You just got a gem off that as well. Like, you are getting the net worth here. This Tusk in the late game is gonna be a problem with the kick. I can't help but feel like the clock is ticking for Sonics here. You're gonna need some black holes. You're gonna need big ones, and you're gonna need them soon.
At the same time, how does Nouns break that high ground, And if we're talking a late game, we start going super late game, then the Enigma starts getting, he's getting BKB. Looks like he wants to go back for an Octane. Really surprised that the Lincolns isn't an option here for Leslau.
It's definitely worth considering. Maybe it's just too much net worth. I don't know how Fada ended up here.
He was pushing bottom lane, and then, things happen. What can you do?
I guess they got a tier 3. That's
Yeah, they
something.
did.
I mean,
And he's a very low level,
Yeah,
compared to everybody else. So he will be back up by the time that Nouns gets to its base.
all this time though, that bat death means Gyro got his level 20 talent. He has full Scotty. He has Titan Sliver on top of it. 3,500 HP now, with the damage to back it up. He might not die in the hole anymore, right? If he gets BKB off, if he gets Omni Knight ulted and Grace, I'm not sure this Black Hole actually kills him, even with full Eclipse and Luna hitting him. It's gonna be close.
Are scared.
Yeah.
You do have this nullifier on your war, so you're eliminating some of the save potential, which is maybe gonna allow you to all in for sure. But it's still gonna be tough. This is where this hero becomes obnoxious. He's up
Got
pretty
the
far.
ward on the high ground. They're underneath this vision. Sonics, they got to realize this and either take the ward or get out quick. Oh, grabbing the gyrocopter, pulling him back. Whoa!
Is he
Costa,
living? No.
he gets 100 to 0, definitely underestimating what Sonics could do there, and now it's just cleanup time. I mean, that was a disaster. None of his supports were close.
Yeah, I mean, no swap, no grace. Otherwise, that fight goes terribly for Sonics. Taking advantage of the high ground ward. I think Quinn saw him there, and he's like, is this guy actually alone? And just takes the gamble. I mean, there's a world where nouns are smoked there, right? And Costa's like basically saying, do you believe I'm actually alone? Well, Quinn did it, and he took it. And
Called his
that's
bluff.
Roshan.
Under attack.
Like, that's the worst time to die. And just a bad way to do it, man.
And we were really setting up, you know, like if Nouns get this third Roshan, will the Sonics have the answers? But now I feel like an answer to the swap has just been gifted to Sonics in the fact that they're going to be able to get a refresher shard.
Yeah, double black hole, double lasso. I wonder who's taking this one. It's
Oh,
like
that's
Quinn will gobble it.
interesting.
Oh, they're giving it to Leslau.
Okay, yeah, that for me makes more sense. I mean, the swap's going to go down, and it's not like you're probably going to be in a perfectly fine position when you get swapped as the Enigma. You just refresh and do it up again.
I agree. Double hole's very strong here. As long as he doesn't get initiated on, that's the big concern though. If he gets initiated on, he is just dead. Like, even if he gets black hole off, there's so much physical coming out from this Tusk jump, from the flax that are going to come through.
And Nouns know this. They spotted the Enigma for a second. They tried to make the fast smoke move, but Leslau did not stick around for long. He values his own life too much.
Quinn.
Bat Rider, Quinn, looking again.
Doesn't think he's alone.
immediately- Yeah, he doesn't bounce this time. He's like, there's no way this guy's going to make that mistake twice. Does get nullified. You are really trying to force the issue. Again, off of the Aegis. Wants Nouns to engage onto him, which would set up Leslau for pretty easy black holes.
Yeah, he's trying to bait the supports to show.
Yeah.
It's pretty much everything for Sonics here. If they see Tusk, if Tusk jumps somebody that's not Enigma, they're probably pretty happy with this. And if they see the supports, Quinn will pounce. Again, just poking, maneuvering for position here. Sonic's still with the advantage with this Aegis Cheese Refresher. But you are closing into this Tuskar Ags, and I still think this Tuskar Ags is just like game breaking. It makes the fight so simple. You just blink kick someone to your ball. It's not really counterplay. Casual boxing mid.
I mean, he's got a haste rune. I understand his aggression there. That's an interesting steal. He actually got
Well,
Walrus
Yaller's on the
punch.
high ground.
He is. Punch goes out at the same time as Hurricane Pike. Gets the stun on the move. Fada not going to be caught by that shards. Otherwise, probably would have been dead meat there.
Yaller wants to fight.
Yeah, Sonics are going to keep this going. They see an opening here. They're going to go see if they can force a reaction. There it is. The swap goes out from Z-Freak. An opportunity now, especially with a stolen swap from MSS, to keep going. They're going to kill the Venge once and twice.
Decent window here.
Time to really force things. Time to attack that high ground.
Yeah, you also have stolen swap, stolen punch on Mojo, who has Ags.
Yeah.
This is pretty deadly here. Yeah, I can see an aggressive swap on a core if they give it to him. You can insta-punch him, insta-lift him out of it as well. He's just going to get chain stunned into a black hole. Nouns really need to be careful with this push. Double damage in the river, but they don't know.
Middle tower has fallen.
High ground siege with sidekick.
Under attack.
Just, if you let the tower fall, then you get the glaive bounce as well. They will use glyph.
Yeah, I always kind of feel like when it comes to defending against Luna pushing high ground, it's either you defend on your tier 3, you don't defend at all. Once those glaives start bouncing, it's way too dangerous. They gave the bottle over to Yawar and did find the double damage, so they have a pretty huge advantage for the next 2 minutes. Something that Nouns may or may not know, but I don't know if they're really itching for a fight anyway, with the Aegis still up They're moving
Sonics
through the
is-
Radiant jungle, trying to find some farm, but Sonics is looking. Sonics is hunting Quinn. See if he can catch up to anybody. Lotus Orb on Z-Freak, trying to protect this support.
You can wait for it to
War's
wear
gonna
out.
be able to slow him down a little bit more. They've got the pullback of the telekinesis with Walrus Punch. He does get the swap off, saving his own life, but now there
Solo
goes the
hole?
black hole onto the gyrocopter. They need Z-Freak to die. They need him to get the swap now. He gets off now.
Got
Close to dealing with
Satanic.
the Satanic, but the
Round
second
two.
round of the black hole, and it's even bigger than the first. That is gonna be 3 cores inside. Killed, as now Z-Freak is gonna lose his ghost as well. A buyback immediately out from Gunner, but no, nobody else has a buyback. Nobody else can join in this defense, and Sonics might just be able to cruise straight through these tier 4s with the remnants of the double damage. Nouns,
Lord,
they don't have a
going throne.
response.
He has the glaives. That double damage did insane work in that fight. Now you just let Luna do the work. No buybacks here. 140 for this gyro one. Just doesn't have it.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Like,
Handles.
you are-
That
It's a
refresher
sl-
shard. I mean, that's
Yep.
just game.
Just game, just hit the throne. They've got the Venge coming back up, but the swaps won't save it. Look at Quinn dropping his items even on him. That is a game 1 victory for Sonics and a huge boost of confidence for them after they got 2-0'd by Nouns in the upper bracket final. Winning the first game in this best of 5 has got to be a huge momentum swing in the mental game between these two teams.
I mean, you also have to feel like that Enigma first pick, yeah, it gets shut down on lane. The gyrocopter's annoying, but even from the lowest core net worth position, he won them this game, right? Like, they're not winning this game without the huge black holes, won by the dire outpost that won them that fight, and these double bottom with the refresher shard pushing their scale into the late game. I feel like that hero immediately goes up in priority here because the big late game team fight scalers are what's winning these games between these two teams. That is one of them. The other one is Faceless Void, who didn't get picked in that first phase but got banned. Maybe Undying's in there as well, but yeah, you have like, it feels like these teams like to pick soft Enigma counters, but no real hard ones, and he gets away with murder here, quite literally. Nice endgame execution by Sonics. They abused Roshan to the maximum. Still, I think that coast of death on that ward by Dire Outpost, man.
Oh man, that was such
just
a killer.
That was the game. Like, that is
You have
Roshan
the
spawning.
vision. How
Yeah.
does he get caught so far forward, so far away from his team? How does Sonics like just make that gut call of
I
just
don't
jumping on him too? I mean,
That was just the biggest misstep of the game. There's no way around it, and that cost them big because that was Roshan that propelled them into this double black hole territory.
yeah.
If you imagine Gyro like ever gets Aegis in these late game scenarios, it's such a different fight, right?
Yeah.
But Roshan, man, it's just too good. Y'all are with a perfect game, 5-0. Sonic's
All
looking
right, well,
better than the first time.
That is just game 1 in a full out best of 5. And also that was Sonics. I believe they had they wanted to have first pick. Correct? Like they won the coin toss and stuff. So now
Yes.
we could be seeing that go the other way, in which case Nouns, who did do very well in the upper bracket finals, abusing that first pick, that second pick going into the second phase of bans. They were picking the Faceless Void. We'll see whether or not they're able to get a draft that gives them that big team fight. It's going to be, I think, an interesting slog in the draft, and we'll see that draft as we've got a break coming up.
This is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
In the best of 5 North American qualifier for TI, we have a 1-game lead for Sonics, but these best of 5 series, I'm sure, Avery, I don't need to tell you, but they can be a long haul. But winning that first game in the series, especially coming in from the lower bracket, that's got to mean a lot, right?
Oh, for sure. I mean, that's what I was saying. They had momentum off that game 2 in the lower bracket finals win. Now they come in here, they get a victory off a game that maybe shouldn't have been as easy for them to get that late game victory, but they get it off of like seizing the opportunity and making the most of those plays, which is not easy. They took advantage of some
5
missteps.
seconds
Costa
remaining.
being too far away from the saves happens for a split second. Boom, you're in. Good itemization from Quinn as well. Like that Hurricane Pike paid off, right? It helps him displace the hero faster. So all these small things help you take advantage of a mistake. Mistakes happen all the time. Pushes Sonics to a 1-0 lead, and yeah, now they have even more momentum. And we're going to see that Enigma banned out here already. No surprise.
And Sonics also got first pick again, which I think is pretty interesting. So let's see, do they go the Faceless Void? Do they go that big team fighter? That's been the other one that we've talked about between him and the Enigma. It's like these first phase, late game, big team fight heroes that just create a big threat in the draft. And they don't. They go the Bat Rider. I don't know how you would feel about Faceless Void versus Visage Earthshaker.
It's okay, not amazing. I don't think it's that good with Marcy either. Like, I don't think you want to go Marcy into Void. It's not a huge amount of synergy. If you have like the Undying opener, I think looked pretty good, or some Spellcaster, sure. But this opener, I think, is a bit higher synergistic, and I think it's more in Sonic's route. Like, I don't even know if Sonic's like this Void, right? I feel like they don't want to play it this early, and they rather just have it banned out, which they immediately ban it. So I think in these circumstances, they're very happy because that was the biggest threat to them last time. I think the two biggest were Undying and this Void. And this is another game where both are banned and they just get some like pretty nice bat opener trade. I don't know. Feels like similar to last game. Pretty comfortable for Sonics probably, as long as they get some team fight later.
But it is an opportunity for Nouns to be able to put another threat on the board, because while we are emphasizing the Faceless Void, and in part because it was what was a big proponent for Nouns' victory in the first phase, especially in the draft, but they also did the Visage Earthshaker in that game too. And it did do very well. So if Nouns can make it be like, okay, it's not the Faceless Void, it's actually the Visage that you got to worry about, or maybe this combination of Visage Earthshaker, then that'll put them, back in the driver's seat when it comes to the draft. It puts Sonics maybe a little bit more on the defensive, but they got to be able to win with it first, and we'll see what they choose to follow up this combination with.
I mean, I think this opener is a lot more in line with what has worked for them than that last one. That's why I thought the Timber was weird, because I know it's Moo Timber. Maybe it was like, yo, I'm going to just destroy him with this watch. And he kind of went ham a little bit, but it doesn't really fit what they were doing, especially with his hero, which is he's been playing these Wraith Pact heroes or like the Radiance Dawnbreaker. We saw that one game. He's bringing the ball together, right? He's being the formidable force in the front line, tanky, aura buyer, just bringing the scale up through these late game auras. If they don't have that, it pushes it more to Z-Freak to do with Avenge or something, and I feel like that's just been underwhelming in a lot of the games. So I think this opener is a lot more in line with what they want to have happening for their overall draft, which I think is good. The flip side is you're giving this first pick counter pick again, and again, I think Bat's looking pretty juicy here. Like, I think you do need to address him. I don't think Visage is very happy playing in the BKB Bat Rider timing, and I don't think Shaker does much to stop it. So you need like some BKB peers or some save. They could go the Omni Knight again. Omni Knight Shaker sounds a little clunky, but it's doable. You could play the 5 Venge. I think something like Bane is also reasonable, though
10 seconds remaining.
not super enticing here either. I think
Dorkle
Husky's
off
heroes.
5 seconds
Uh,
remaining.
I don't know. Oracle sounds rough. I don't see Husky playing it.
Yeah.
Quincy
I mean, it's
Cruz,
pickable
turn
for
to
sure.
pick.
All right, they can Shadow Demon.
There's another save, a bit easier spells to cast than Oracle, I think, and tend to be higher impact if you get the farm. It's also very annoying in the late game. It's like an anti-carry support, so it makes this next phase harder for
10
Sonics.
seconds
You
remaining.
get the save for the lasso a little bit. You also get the BKB Pierce, which is always nicer with
5
Bat.
seconds
Like, just
remaining.
being able to stop him going bots BKB, running into your Visage and destroying him here is pretty nice. The Purge helps. The Cleanse helps as well if he ever gets the Shard. So definitely some nice interaction versus the Bat while still maintaining the scale you're trying to impose on Sonics here. I like the pick. Pretty interesting. I like it more than Venge, for example. I think it's going to do more for them from this 5.
Sure. Well, it does take away certain picks. Like, I'm not sure if they're going to feel nearly as good as like the Luna pickup as last time. Mars is going to be the choice for Leslau, and we'll see what his support is from Mojo. Or I mean, I guess it could be Mojo Marcy. Marcy as
No, this
as a
is
dual lane.
this is probably Dark Willow coming out 90%. I think this hero has been one of the low-key most successful heroes for Sonics this qualifier. Oh, they do not go for it. Instead, going for more of like a Shaker Visage answer, I would say, and just the massive AoE team fight with the burn and, I mean, no egg hitter. Pretty nice.
10 seconds.
I mean, I was going to start praising how good the Dark Willow's been for them, and I think that hero's really strong.
5 seconds.
But
remaining.
opting to go more experimental, and I mean, I like it. It looks pretty good here. It's a great hero with Mars, obviously, but it's also very good with Bat. Being able to run in, drag a hero into the egg without any egg hitter, causing some problems here for Nouns. So now I think they need to address the team fight here, help it a little bit.
Yeah, that's the thing for me is that Dark Willow is like good team fight. Don't get me wrong, but I feel like Phoenix is the bigger team fight, especially coupled with the Mars. And it feels like to me it's a replacement to the Enigma from last game. Like, once again, they have the big. Doesn't matter what your numbers are. We've got the bigger threat of the 5-man team fight. That you're going to have to worry about. Whereas Dark Willow would have, given some of that, but definitely a lot more like pick-off power and such. And early Phantom Lancer, last time it was banned away in the last phase, now seizing the opportunity to get this PL before that final ban.
We'll give counter carry pick here, but it's honestly not that easy to pick carry into this lineup, so I can get behind it. I mean, PL will carry this game based on what we see so far. He gets to those later items, especially with like Mage Slayer potential or whatever. He also has the bailout from the Shadow Demon save for a spear, which is pretty much the only threat to him. It's a decent pressure pick. It's gonna put the late game pressure drill on Sonics here. I don't think it addresses the egg directly, but egg is not the end of the world. Like, you can kite an egg, you can kind of deal with it. The downside is they don't have a lot of natural BKB buyers, so this arena egg is actually still doing a lot right now.
Yeah,
like
it is.
Moo did buy BKB on Visage that other game, but I don't think you want to have to. This might be a game for it, though. Just looking at this, like, you get trapped in this arena, you're just going to melt.
Yeah, especially with all the instances of damage that are going to be happening between the two Firebirds of Batrider and Phoenix. You get pinned. There's instances of damage of from the wall and such. So yeah, it does feel like this Visage, which I normally view as like a really strong hero in the meta right now. I do kind of view it as it being answered pretty well.
Yeah, his game looks rough for sure.
Turn to ban.
Pudge ban, very smart. I think we saw that PL Pudge matchup be pretty bad for PL. I think Ame played this Pudge, just destroyed people with this matchup. So I like that ban.
10 seconds remaining.
There's not a lot of direct carry answers to PL in the meta, I feel. It mostly comes from like your 2 and 3. And like I said, this isn't even that easy of a lineup to pick the carry into. I mean, there's things like Alchemist or like Juggernaut that can, give you some. Monkey
What
would have been
about
the other one.
Gyrocopter?
Monkey's out. I think we're done with Gyro. I'm gonna be honest. I think Gyro had his chance.
Come on, third time's the charm, Avery.
He had his chance to prove his worth, and he absolutely destroyed that chance, in my opinion. So I have no more faith in that hero.
All right.
He just doesn't. I don't know. He doesn't do enough damage, man. It's just like it's all this spread damage. Like you don't care about spread damage from your carry in the meta. You care about BKB and killing people.
10 seconds.
And it just
remaining.
takes him too long. So also like tri-core BKB is just so good versus Gyro. He's half his spells are magic damage. They just sit there and you wish you had more physical. So I don't know. That hero's not doing it for me. Well, man, Sven out. A reasonable ban.
Yeah, I mean it's probably the best carry against Phantom Lancer, but there really aren't like too many answers. Can they Animage against Shadow Demon?
Dire team pick.
Phantom
I feel like it's gonna
Phantom
be
Assassin.
Oh, yeah, that'll. It's pretty solid here. I mean, outside of late game Shadow Demon getting breaks and stuff, then it becomes kind of annoying. But it's an interesting pick. It's pretty nice with their heroes because they just want some guy who can jump after the bat or Mars start the fight and follow up with a huge physical burst. It also kills heroes that are trying to man up first the egg. Pretty decent sidekick hero. The lane's pretty strong.
Is the lane strong enough though? Because we saw the last time Sonics played up against the Visage Earthshaker, they got destroyed in lane. So that was like a really big factor
That's
for
true.
me. Is like, is it going to be good enough? Because they cannot afford a repeat of that game 2 in the upper bracket final.
He could definitely get nuked down. Like it's a real possibility here. Shaker Visage is pretty strong versus PA in the early levels. You're gonna get stick charges from the dagger, which is always nice. It's just gonna come down to like who bursts who. I think it's probably gonna be a pretty heavy brawl lane. And Storm last pick. So this is the hero I kept mentioning versus Bat that I kind of wanted to see. I think it's like the best answer if you don't get like Quap or maybe Puck for some people.
Mhm.
We haven't seen Gunnar play this hero in a long time though, I feel. So Nouns are going back to some old school here. Used to play it a lot back in the day, kind of shied away from it. I'd rather see this type of hero than like the Tuskar, for example, I think. Gives them more solid initiation and like a better rune user.
10 seconds remaining.
Very close draft. I'm actually not sure who's. I don't think the draft is super favorable to either team. I maybe favor Sonics a little bit here just because I think the arena egg just seems easier to execute. There isn't like some huge follow up behind the storm pull, but I do like Shaker Visage going into the mid game if they get to their items. I think that is like the fissure seems pretty good here.
Yeah, it's always nice when you were talking about like if Mars catches somebody or a Bat Rider, like naturally PA wants to be able to jump in on top of that hero that's getting stunned or disabled, and that does leave Earthshaker for some big opportunities. Even just the fissure with the shard, some big opportunities there. I was looking it up. Gunnar, the last time that they were playing Storm Spirit was 4 months ago. They had a run of 4 games of Storm Spirit in a row. And their last game was a loss against Dogchamp. And then before that, it was a solid 10 months before they were regularly running Storm Spirit. So you're totally on the mark. This is not a hero that he's been playing a whole lot lately for the team.
Yeah, it's just there's not a lot you like playing into this Bat Rider mid that at least puts some pressure on him. And I think it's awkward for Gunnar's hero pool. So if they lose this game, maybe that goes to like, okay, this Bat Rider's a problem, right? Or like, you want to take first pick because this will be the second time this Quinn Bat on that response is maybe causing them some draft issues, just being annoying.
Yeah. And simultaneously, if Nouns can get the win here and even up the score in this best of 5, it means that they'll be able to put on the board that the Visage Earthshaker is something that Sonics need to do a better job addressing, as they will have lost to it twice. But we'll see whether or not, especially the laning phase, really want to keep a close eye on that matchup, because it is kind of similar. I've noticed the Sonics attempt and an answer to that lane. Last time they went the Alchemist, right, with Shadow Demon, so heavy physical damage to try and kill the Visage early on. This time they go PA. So similar story. We'll see if it's a similar outcome as last time.
Well, very true. Definitely looking for a different outcome here.
Yeah. Their
Do
aggressive
not want to
position
go down 2-0.
is spotted by a high ground ward placed by Nouns. So Nouns,
Maybe they can make
think
something
that-
happen with Fissure here.
yeah, it could be a really interesting Fissure block opportunity. Not on Fada though. He's going to be able to get the D ward, but they are going to get caught. Sandwiched in from the other side, the Fissure's going to be laying out. Mojo, who's already leveled the Fire Spirits, has no escape. So they lose their ward, but they do get the first blood.
Definitely worth. It's a huge first blood here. Like,
And who got it? Moo
Visage.
did. Oh yeah, that is a big
Yep.
big bounty.
Yeah, it means he gets to buy a lot of extra regen. I mean, we see triple mango on Courier. That's huge, right? It's just so many extra soul assumptions for free. He went this Blade of Attack build again, so he still has the stats and the right click, and now he has the regen on top of it. A very scary lane now for Sonics here. You're gonna
Now,
have to play
Sonics
the
did
early
get
way as
3
well.
bounty runes, so they did get not just the ward, but the bounty runes as well. So that does make things a little bit more even, maybe.
Yeah, it definitely helps, especially this off lane. Like I can see this Mars Phoenix doing pretty well up here. This is not a strong lane by any means. Phantom Lancer, Shadow Demon. This is a you just want to get whatever you can out of this lane, like get as many pulls off. I mean, it's a headdress on Husky. Just try and keep the Lancer in the lane, give him as much CS as possible. But lane advantage is definitely a Sonics on this side. This is a lane that they want to explode.
There is a difference between Alk and PA. PA, I feel like, is a little bit squishier, a little bit more susceptible to that big soul assumption damage. We saw the very first nuke came out. It looked pretty threatening. So UR is going to need some plenty of tangos from Fada, I feel like, and they've already got some extra regen walking in on the Courier.
Yeah, I mean, he goes this Wraith Band Rush. I still feel like Stick is pretty valuable in this lane. Like just getting up the charges early. Every soul assumption a little worse. Every fissure a little worse. I'm surprised he doesn't go for it, but some misspells.
Yeah, he so Moo accidentally soul assumptioned the range creep. So not only did he not get the damage onto UR, but it also got denied as a result. So that's why we had that little tip and the honk that went down, clowning on each other, clowning on themselves.
Is there a better description of North American Dota at this point?
Yeah, we're all clowns here, you know?
Yeah, but somebody's gonna be the best. And the best clown goes to Singapore, so yeah, joke's on somebody.
Yeah. How's this top lane going? We've been watching it. Feel like level 3, right? Level 3, where you've got the level 2 fire spirits, and Mars has the level 2 of the spear. That's when you could really start putting the pressure on whether it's just getting a kill on Husky as he keeps on stepping forward, or trying to kill Costa Bile.
I mean, if they get the PL kill, they're gonna be super happy because he's trying to get the Ring of Health. He's 200 off it. If he gets to that,
yeah.
he's gonna be pretty Gucci on the lane. So this next few minutes pretty crucial to try and hit that window or deny him. They're getting close to being able to deny him here because of how much this lane is shoving.
Yeah, if it bounces back before he gets the Ring of Health, then just his position in the lane becomes really awkward. He'd love to be able to get it right now while he's so close to the secret shop.
Yes, he really wants to finish up this wave. He'll probably get it here. I don't think they're going to be able to force him off this completely. Mojo went to stop the pull, so he had to use spirits. So Costa should be looking good here. That said, the real lane again is this mid. Quinn just destroying the CS board. It's like 400 ahead, 500 ahead in 3 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, we were watching this matchup. We watched this matchup a few times, just this patch, Bat Rider versus Storm Spirits. Seen it a few times last patch as well. There is ways for the Storm Spirit to win this purely off of just CS, right?
Yeah, you just spam the remnants, get the stick charges, keep spamming. I think Storm should be doing better than this. But it is Quinn. He's a monster laner. And I think he's very confident versus Gunner too. Like, I think if we look back over the years in this matchup in particular, I feel like Quinn wins the lane 90% of the time, you know?
Yeah.
And
yeah.
that's whatever. Like Gunnar, it's not his strength. He plays to his other strengths. It's totally fine. But it is gonna normally be a
Bottom
small
lane,
advantage.
close call. You are the range drop. It allows him to live a little bit longer, but he can't get the kill first. Sure, they trade out kills, but Moo being able to get the experience for the kill is got to be a huge win.
Yeah, it doesn't feel great for Yawar. He's gonna buy extra range drop. He's gonna buy range drop for this lane just to try and survive the burst. That'll push Moo up to the full Falcon Blade wand. Now, it's pretty strong 0-1-2 build as well. He is very tanky for early on. Fairy Fire on top of it all. It's gonna be hard to trade versus him here, and I don't know if Fada wanted to leap in here, but he is leapt in.
Yeah, it's a little awkward. He can still go for the dispose and pull the Earthshaker out of position here. They're gonna go for this kill. Moo's gonna get a lot of soul assumption damage in the meantime. Nice body blocking, trying to give the opening for Z-Freak. They actually missed the rebound in. Z-Freak dodged downwards, and Fada has to complete the kill by himself, but he's gonna get hit by another round of spells, and he can't finish him off. Z-Freak survives.
Z-Freak, God, just the body blocks to save him from Moo, then the extra stick charges getting the bait on Fada. Big kills for Shaker. Pushes him up the levels especially. I mean, it's going to cost him net worth in the regen, but he's very happy for this lane to be a brawl and for him to getting all the XP. 003. Not a bad start.
And in general, Moo just not to be touched at all is probably a great thing. There is still the other lanes to be worrying about, though. Quinn getting farther and farther ahead, and that net worth has actually sent the Storm Spirits back thanks to the rotation of the supports. And they can do that because Mars has been pretty happy with his lane as well. He's actually keeping pace with Moo when it comes to the off-lane domination.
Yeah, this mid lane is just not going to be a rune contest. Gunnar does not have his ult. Quinn's going to get it for free, regen. Use it to farm up. He is having absolutely free game here on this Bat Rider. And that is not great news for Nouns. Very good news for Sonics. He's going to try and solo kill the Storm. Gets the bounce.
A little bit of pullback, but the lasso's still going to be there. The TPs are not going to be in time, I don't think. Husky's going to try, but the damage is too much. And Quinn even tipping Husky as the Storm Spirit goes down, saying, sorry, son, you're here too late. I've already got the kill. And now oh my God, what is happening? Ooh. The cores just tune up. All of a sudden, Sonics are like, okay, it's time to go. They take the lead off of Quinn, and to a man, each one of them get a core versus core kill.
And now Mojo killing Z-Freak 1v2. I mean, they have just got massively outplayed in the last minute and a half here. All three lanes absolutely collapsing for Nouns. This wasn't even the arena. Yeah, it's just out of control. It's literally already out of control. I don't know if these cores can even enter the lanes. Like, Moo cannot enter bottom anymore. Huge wave pushing into him, too. Bringing both supports. This is a great collapse for Sonics.
Now, there is going to be the Fire Spirits on top of all of that damage. So, the Fissure, a 3-man Fissure is good, but it's not going to stop Moo from dying.
So much XP is missing.
Yeah, they really wanted to get to that level 6, too. It's such a key level for both their mid and bottom lane. The fact that they died before they can achieve that point. Oof.
We're talking about Sonics having momentum, man. They are really putting the pressure on now. Like, all three lanes dominating for them. Full rune control. Extra tower pressure. This Visage has no way to get to level 6 right now. Coast is on a Phantom Lancer, which... I mean, this is not a carry. He can come and help his team crawl back in this game. He just has to farm for a long time.
And I would make that same argument for the supports of Nouns, too. Like, once they lose these lanes, I don't feel like their supports are the best at being able to rotate and relieve some of that pressure that's happening.
Well, definitely not. They're pretty reliant on the cores to do the damage, primarily Storm and Visage. Their spells offer nice utility and stun, but not a huge amount of just, like, core killing. Man, Gunnar just getting bullied in this lane. Again, the rune control. DD sitting there for Quinn. The threat's just so high. They're going to try and, I don't know, maybe make some play bottom with both cores here. No, Gunnar just jungling.
Armin away, trying to complete his treads. Not much is happening in the lane, so Mojo making it a bit of an excursion into the jungle, seeing what's up with Costa, disrupting his farm.
They need level 6 on this Visage.
Yeah, geez. I was like, oh, he's got to be having it now. He's still half a level away. It's pretty crazy how far behind he is.
Yeah, this Falcon Blade Rush did not pay off in terms of the early skirmishing. Try and make it go on Fada, but he's a Marcy. Good luck.
Yeah. Trying to lock down that hero. That's a pain.
They're gonna have to
Same
look
time-
for turnaround kills. That's like it.
Yeah. If the game does kind of calm down and slow down, that's not the worst thing for Nouns, right? I mean, it does seem to be kind of happening that way. Costa Bela is just farming through jungle right now. Gunner's doing something similar. He's in a position where he can pounce on bottom lane, but he's still farming neutrals the entire time.
I mean, I agree. I mean, based on how it was going, yeah, if it slows down, it's very good for them. But they have to maintain the core farm. And the problem is you're giving up some objectives. Like, you're giving up full runes to the bat. This is his 3rd rune in a row. Maybe Illusion isn't the most punishing here, but one of them will be a haste. You're giving up some towers. Lazlao's just taking top solo. And it means Sonics can defend bottom. Like, they have so many levels and capability to do so. They 100% should in this game. And here it comes. Quinn smoked bottom. Like, you're not going to get this tower.
Close to Phoenix having level 6 too. If one creep dies, he's got Supernova. And now, like at that point in time, your tower defense becomes so much stronger. Fada oversteps himself, and they're immediately going to pounce on this moment of weakness. They're going to get the kill. They do get the lasso out, and Leslow's going to join them here. The spear goes out. It only hits the Visage. The Stormseer was able to jump away. A TP out from Z-Freak is well played, so they limit their losses pretty nicely. You know, 1-for-1 trade-off, sure, it's support for a core, but it could have been a lot worse.
No, I mean, that's like a almost best case scenario based on what's gonna happen at that tower every time in the arena egg. You get the Mars TP, you get both ults used. Frees up some space on the map, and a map that's already hard for you to play. Unfortunately, you are into this early bots, so he just bots his top and kicks your PL out anyway.
Maybe they can punish him, though. He does have the illusion rune. He's going to have to
This
put
is
it
a
to good
long
use
jump.
because Gunner is going to make a jump over and start slowing him down. Pulls him back in. Costa here. Echo Slam. They throw everything they have. A great punish for Nouns.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, if you let back kick your PL out of here after the team fight bottom where they use lasso in arena, that just feels insanely bad. So this is a mandatory move, and they'll at least get the punish off. Free up space for Costa, move back towards mid where Husky's been sitting here for a while. You're talking about the levels on the Noun supports. I mean, they have them. Level 7 Shaker, level 7 Shadow Demon after this wave. The damage is coming out now. So you have the spells to play with and try and get back in this
Live
game.
on bottom.
Hey.
The pin does land with the Supernova out. That was a long-range spear, but it did land. Supernova's going to explode and get both of these kills for Sonics.
Beautiful move. A very aggressive egg from Mojo pays off. And that's on the double kill and the tier 1. Now they're looking towards mid.
Ooh, they maybe not the best to dive a stunning hero underneath his tower, so they're going to let Z-Freak go for now.
This map is heating up literally and figuratively for Sonics.
Yeah, it's true. A lot of fire being thrown around by Sonics, and it's getting a lot of kills. Nouns finding that their map is shrinking quite a bit with the 2 side lane towers dead already by 13 minutes.
Another smoke by Sonics. They do not want to let up here. Trying to push the net worth advantage. It's very significant 5k. Tumbler toy for Lazloud to try and get this arena.
They can get the initiation pretty easily. They're going to get the spear off of that. Nice Visage Bird stuns, but it won't save Moo from the incoming death. Fisher goes out, but obviously nobody from Nouns feels good about jumping into that big ball.
He only had Blink Echo Slam there.
Yeah.
He needs another 2,000 gold, but the dream, one day the dream might become real.
When you're behind like this, do you think it is better to go for like the bigger playmaking potential of a Blink Dagger, or do you think that the earlier purchase of a shard that has like a faster impact is better?
I mean, it's a gut read, but it also depends what you think is going to help your PL, because PL is the real engine in the comeback here. Like, you want to get to the defusal, maybe plus whatever he turns his ring into, and try and get a comeback fight going. Nice pick off on Fada. We've seen that one before. But if the shard helps your PL engage and get those kills, then I'd say it's worth it.
Yeah.
Well, there's the haste.
Tumbler toy on tumbler toy action there, but I'm sure Quinn's gonna be a little bit sad that he all that rune control. He got so many power runes, but never got the haste rune that the Bat Rider truly wants. And when it finally does spawn, Leslau is there to take it.
Still, I don't think he's too sad in this game. Strongest hero on the map by far. Gets his bottle refilled here on his way to BKB. More lines drawn from Leslau. Again, another early smoke. Very heavy investment here from Sonics to try and break this mid tower. Will it be Mua again?
Yeah, it could be. I feel like that is sort of like the beginning of the end for Nouns, right? Bleeding out these side lane towers, but they can still come back from that. But I feel like if they lose their mid tower, it's going to be a bit too much. And Sonics, with these kind of moves, they're going for 2 kills at once. Going for Moo at the same time, getting the arena onto Husky. And it looks like they should be able to collect both heads here. And maybe even Z-Freak, if he's not careful, wanders into territory of Sonics. Fortunately, was able to get away off of the Fissure. Let's see if Sonics, if they can take the mid tower off of those kills. If so, Nouns, they're going to find there's just no room to work with soon.
This game is spiraling very fast. There's just no answer to the 4-man team fight here. While UR hasn't even had to join anything. Just farming Ancients with Battle Fury. A lot of problems for Nouns to solve in the next few minutes here. They do defend mid again. And they do find another support pick off.
Yeah.
So they're getting some small victories, but it's not changing the trajectory of the game. I feel like only Z-Freak is making some item progress here.
Well, they do have Kaya that's going to be coming in for Gunner. So there's a decent upgrade. Maybe it turns into enough damage that he can start thinking about getting some core kills instead of just these supports.
Yeah, they have the Diffu for Phantom Lancer as well. So this is like your small item upgrade timing. I don't think you can do much with it. Probably just have to keep farming. Again, the best fights you're going to get are the reactive ones. The problem is the BKB is just going to be so fast here for this Bat Rider. It's just going to turn him into a god. Like, you're just going to run in and break your entire formation. The Mars BKB is also closing in. I mean, you only have one purge here.
Husky is going to have to play very well to deal with these 2 BKBs. He's going to need a disruption to bail out whoever gets pinned by the spear. And he's also going to need to be able to hit that purge on the Bat Rider nice and early before he gets too much of a drag on somebody. Moo dropping the Visage Familiars. Really great response to that bit of aggression from Leslau. He's not able to get off a spear. They do back out. Stun almost landing onto the Phantom Lancer, which could have led into the Supernova stun, but he was able to get the Doppelganger out in time. So Supernova on cooldown. Same goes with Arena. An opportunity presents itself for Nouns for them to be the aggressors.
Look for the Storm jump. They just want to see anything and they'll jump it. BKB flying out for Quinn though.
God, if they could jump Quinn, it would be so big. They're about to grab him. The BKB goes off first before he can get the grab, but the purge is going to go down. He's going to TP away. They don't have an answer to that, sadly. No. Oh, an opportunity that just slips through their fingers. I mean, not for lack of trying. They really did put into it, but Quinn very smartly played defensively enough and collected his BKB before the moment of danger.
I guess they still get it on cooldown here, and still no Arena egg. So tower push on the menu. Nouns really want the team fight here. Sonics will give it to them. But they're really happy to just collect the tower as well. Get some gold going their way. Quinn, this is an aggressive rune take.
He doesn't have his BKB. This is kind of crazy. How badly do you want those power runes, Quinn?
Whew. Okay, that was a little greedy, my friend.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I think we've seen Quinn get baited on these runes before. I don't know, maybe that's worth maybe Arcane Rune for 30 seconds dead is worth, but not when you're in a controlling position. Now you just give even more time for them to farm up the map, more gold for PL. That was a bad death to give up.
No, certainly. And Nouns, I mean, great job. You were kind of describing, I think it's hard to see what the right thing is to do when you're, playing with Fog of War and such, and you're not able to have this bird's eye view that we do. But they did make the same kind of read you were saying. It's like their opportunities are going to present themselves on the reactions to Sonic's play, and they got a beautiful reaction in the mid lane. Big resources were used, and they immediately went and got on the aggressive, got some big objectives out of it, forced some more mistakes. Sonics, though, they have the opportunity to strike back now with the BKB backup for Quinn and the Arcane Rune. They needed to be able to respect that. Moo, he'll be the victim of that one. He's picked off. Everybody else did get away, though.
Sacrificial lamb. I mean, that's the type of fight you cannot take here, the aggressive objective push. You do have the BKBs up for Sonics now. Your War is closing in on his. Quietly still very far ahead on this Phantom Assassin. She can get shut down in the fight with Purge and getting mana burned in this type of gunk, but it's still going to be a very strong triple BKB timing for Sonics. They ideally want to get a big fight with the Egg Arena into the Roshan. That's the dream. Nouns need to respect that and try and counterplay it. Once again, something like you were talking about around mid, if you get the counterplay, you extend the fight, get a good purge, maybe you can win that engagement and even out some of this net worth. Because here it comes, man. They're not giving you a lot of time here. Sonic's just looking for the fight. Invis rune on Quinn as well. Everything up and ready.
They're going for the long wraparound here, so they're not just going straight up into that high ground, which Nouns was very well positioned for. They're going to wrap around, get onto the high ground on the side here first. That puts them on even territory, or maybe even an advantage over Nouns, who are now on the low ground as they go for a smoke themselves.
Oh, Z-Freak gets caught first. It's like GG in the fight.
Oh, there it is.
Husky as well.
He spotted first. They
got the purge off
for that support, but the jump in for the Storm Spirit. They have the Supernova going on now. They need to be able to disengage off of that. The arena's got them all caught. They're inside of the Supernova. The explosion goes down with the two supports now dead. Gunner, Costabile, and Moo are going to have to fight it out without them. They're trying to go on to Quinn. Costabile's doing a good amount of damage with that diffusal blade. He should be able to clean up the Bat Rider, but is he going to die in this position? He is in so deep, surrounded by too many heroes, trying to get the second kill on Nefada, but he does die before he can accomplish that. His other two cores do get away, but a rousing success for Sonics.
And now salvage that initiation. That was insanely bad for them. They just run into both supports, but somehow Husky gets purge on the bat and disrupts himself, buys some time. The fissure plus the shard aftershock was pretty nice. The echo doesn't land through the BKB. Maybe that fight changes if it does, but it's too hard for Z-Freak to get. And after that, those BKB and egg go off. I mean, that's a one fight for Sonics. They do get the turnaround kill on this bat, which, I mean, it counts for a little bit. Like, you're not happy about your PL going down, but it means that Sonics weren't able to commit for this Roshan or any other big objective. So at least you're cutting the bleeding a little bit here.
Yeah.
Better than nothing. Because I think Costa's kind of committed here no matter what. Tries to bait the illusion. That was pretty nice, but he's just not strong enough yet to fight the whole squad.
Yeah, maybe next fight. He will have Manta for that next fight if it happens in just a minute or two. Blink Dagger for Leslau. He did have the Aghanim Scepter also queued up. I feel like so many people have taken inspiration from Amar, but nobody's really committed to that build like Amar has, you know?
He's going to be happy to scale in this game. Like, he'll do a lot of work in the late game just being super annoying. There's not a lot of just big chunk damage to bring him down through that bulwark. And here's the Roshan.
It's a pretty good way to deal with Phantomizer, too, as Amar's.
Yeah, some extra damage, for sure.
Because normally you have a problem with PL who burns out your mana with your illusions, and Mars of old, without mana, he's not much of a hero. But if you have the Aghanim Scepter, you are able to be a lot more of a consistent threat in fights, not just to the PL, but to everyone else as well.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, these fights just come down to how much the Sonics get during the BKBs, which is where arena locking people down is super huge. Because Nouns have no BKBs, so if you land these spells, it's just game over. The flip side, Nouns really want to get the initiation on a core, chain him up with the fissure, turn it into a numbers fight. They do have Witchblade on Storm now, so there is some significant single target burst. This is the one way they can win a fight right now. They find the bat, they find the Mars. Just take him down super fast, smoking up, trying to do it, but Z-Freak got that.
Didn't expect that. A PA that jumps onto the creep wave, immediately breaking his smoke and gets him caught in a bad position. Jump in the back line. Leslau misses that one. Arena now down.
Well, it's not the worst series of events. But it's another smoke down, and you're losing more time. Double damage spawns in the river. Yawar's gonna bottle that one up.
See if he gets Gunner. He got the Blink Spear. Nobody is close enough to follow that one, though. It will at least force a panic reaction out of Gunner, who has to TP back to the base. Costa is going for the early shard pickup, which I think is interesting. A lot more poke power to try and like burn people out with the spear.
Yeah, he does not want to commit into this big AoE magic damage this early in the game. I can understand why. That said, he did get Nether Shawl, which is one of the highest value items on this hero, and especially this game. Well, you got that going for him. Pushed top by Sonic. Pretty bold here.
You can see that Witchblade really going to work. His jump onto Mars, a lot more damage than you would normally expect being done there. But it is helped out by the fact that sidekick Gon's Rebuke is a good way to bump up your HP a good amount.
Yawar's hunting. Double damage at the ready. He is going to shred people if allowed, including this tier 2, which should give him outpost control. No trade on the map this time. Just way too scary to push these objectives versus the Batrider Mars jump.
Yeah.
No. Very firmly controlled game from Sonics. It's just going to be a question of if they can close it out without getting caught in some weird base fight or big Echo Slam, where Phantom Lancer gets to poke him through the BKB duration.
Look at
Who
Fana,
shows mid?
ever fearless, always willing to just run into the front line to get whatever information he can, and he got a lot. He gets Husky and Moo killed by just kind of charging in, giving Leslau the opportunity to initiate. They'll kill the familiars as well, so that's an extra 200 gold.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Easy cleanup there. Just abusing Aegis to the maximum. DD rune popped, but happy to clean it up for some nice little Deso charges. Right on the board. This game's going to come down to like one fight. It's just going to be this maybe base defense fight wherever Costa decides to join. I feel like if he dies once on this PL, that window closes, and this is a good kill.
Very, very good kill. It really limits how Nouns is able to push out the side lanes. Storm Spirit dead for 40 seconds. You're going to see a large part of the map go dark now for Nouns.
Yeah, they really need to get this Shaker Blink somehow. It's one of the big turnaround mechanisms for this game. Still not going to be easy. That is one route. And you are hunting. This is good. Still has Aegis for a minute.
Yeah, he
Break
just
him.
keeps it going. Breaks the Visage. Still has 4 charges of Gravekeeper's Cloak, but there are too many heroes surrounding him, I do believe.
Nice. Walking it off.
Yeah, but
No, you can't walk off that.
yeah. Finally cut through those charges of the cloak, and then a big crit.
Dire's
And
middle
make
tower
short work of him.
1500. Do you think they should make the crit number larger? Is the crit's larger?
the bigger it is, yeah. So when
Yeah,
you get
it's
like a 3K crit, it just fills up the whole screen.
Yeah, exactly. It's like BM. You know, it fills the guy's screen with giant "You are dead." I think that would
Well,
sell. You
you're
can make
dead.
a pack.
Fisher opening.
10 seconds
12
for Aegis.
seconds. Oh, they can't burn this Aegis yet. Oh no. He actually bounces back. Doesn't actually get bursted. His Aegis is going to expire now, and he will get the regen. So back up to full health for him. Nouns, they're really trying to grab him and keep him in that area around that tier 2.
I mean, I could see this being a game where you go the shard for Marcy to pull people out of that single target jump. Fada is going BKB, but I feel like it's a one route to victory is like this storm jump into the Fizzer chain stun with the aftershock chain stun. You're getting hit by PL illusions, and then take a fight based on that. So I do think Sonics have to be careful about just like showing heroes deep in a lane. But obviously the 5v5, they're very happy to take. Shiva's on Mojo.
Yeah,
Scouts
Mojo
them all.
just dives right in, and it sets up a beautiful arena for Leslau or Supernova just outside of that arena. They're burning through
Costa's
3
gone,
different
man.
heroes at once. This VA is just doing far too much damage. They cannot contend with that kind of initiation. And Sonics continue, just close the door on this game 2. Nouns not being given any openings to be able to get back into it.
This team is getting very close to just being completely out of reach. Not already.
Dire's middle tower has
I mean,
fallen.
Shiva's on this. Phoenix makes him almost invincible here. PL just cannot get to the point where he can engage in the fight. These other two cores are too weak, and all these Sonics cores are just way too strong.
Go back into the game where Gunner's just kind of messing with them, trying to slow down this push, and it will keep Sonics from being able to take the tier 3 tower, but it's not like Sonics really need that. They don't need to speed this up. They can wait for the second Roshan. They've got an Aghanim Scepter to be completed for Yawar, which is pretty interesting, so now he's going to have that constant Dispel.
He's going to be happy to pretty much jump anything. Paladin's sort of on top of it. He starts getting kills, the fight's just going to immediately end. And there's no real counterplay to his BKB duration. I mean, you can purge him, but he still just blinks around. This Shadow Demon is nowhere close to an Ags for break. The one play is maybe this Earthshaker Blink. But again, the Earthshaker Blink is just so hard because Mars and Phoenix have just been going in. Mojo and Lawless, they don't have to care about anything. You just jump whoever, set up the big AoE. How do you commit into that if you're announced? It's impossible. So Sonics understand this lineup, and they're playing the Phoenix to perfection here. Really abusing the AoE control. They're just going to jam their own smoke down mid. Invis for Gunner, pretty nice. Scout out something.
Yeah, can break some of these smokes. Maybe give them the right information to dodge the initiation from Sonics. Give their own opening. They try. Force out the BKB from Quinn. Quinn just jumps forward. Immediately gets the lasso onto the Shadow Demon. A big kill. Instantly eliminated. No buyback there. Yawar looking for his next target. Waiting out the stone form of the Visage, who will quickly die.
And these Shiva dives are just crazy value this game.
Yeah, they are.
It just forces everybody to disengage. Like the Shaker has to blink out instead of being able to blink in. It's making these jumps really hard.
The fact that the Shadow Demon got caught there first, that was the worst outcome.
Yes.
I'm not sure how that happened, especially with Gunner getting the information. I'm surprised he didn't get the Purge first onto the Bat Rider, slow him down enough, but...
They're looking for Fada?
Yeah. Now, Quinn is in the area, not with the lasso, but Gunner also doesn't have any mana. He's got one short little zip left in him.
He's got no life.
It's not going to be enough to get away. Yawar pounces on that. Beyond godlike for him. 21,000 net worth lead for Sonics and a Roshan in just a minute's time. Oh,
You are? Wants to go in?
accidental. Yeah. I guess what, he thought he was going to get fissured by the Earthshaker? Thought he was going to be in trouble there?
No, that's a message, BKB. Send the message. I don't even need it this game. You're done for.
Just throw it on the ground.
He's having a good series both games. It's been set up well for him, but he's cleaned it up. 5-0 and 11-1 here. Some nice stats for the board from Mr. Yawar.
Dire's
Looking to
middle
increase
tower
it.
is under attack.
Oh, Leslau actually hasn't died yet. That was the Mars, who now with the Aghanim Scepter, feels like his death is never coming. I don't know if he's going to be seeing Hades anytime soon. I think they're just going to be able to close out this next Roshan. He goes into any fight, pops the Bulwark. They don't have the damage to deal with him.
No, there's no way. I mean, there's just no damage on this downside anymore. Fighting is absolutely suicidal. They need... I don't know what they need. And if I don't know, I don't think they know, so... good luck. They're looking though.
For a miracle here. A pick
Quinn
off
on the cliff.
Yeah, that's going to be awkward. The smoke's going to break. Quinn, he's going to see his opportunity to be able to grab one of these team fighters. It's the Earthshaker. Now they've got the arena. Immediate follow-up from Leslau every single time. There's 3 heroes. They drop the Echo Slam before he dies, but look at him just marching forward. Fada may end up being the only victim here, but everybody else is going to be able to just keep trucking, chase down the Phantom Lancer. Actually, Quinn getting burnt out here with the BKB on cooldown, and Yawar is having a hard time dealing with these Phantom Lancer illusions. Well, I say that, and all of a sudden they're all gone. Jumps over, finishes off Moose. So a 2-for-3 exchange, honestly better than I would have expected for Nouns.
Yeah, how did they just walk out of that? They don't have any BKBs or anything. They even got gem out of that. So, honestly, that's a win. I mean, considering the position of this game, they got extra gold out of it. They got extra XP. What a weird fight. I mean, of course, you're not going to get roached, but I don't think you were ever getting it anyway.
No, yeah, not when you're 20k down like this. You've been losing fight after fight. Even a fight that doesn't go in your favor but is close is probably a win.
Yeah, I mean, if you do end in a scenario where Sonic's BKBs are down, like, the PL and Storm will do some decent follow-up damage. It's just, there's so much net worth on this Sonic side. Aegis for Phantom Assassin now. Shard goes to the Mars, so he is just insanely farmed. And see you later, Z-Freak.
And Costa maybe joining him here if they find him. He slips through the trees. Phonic going the wrong direction.
Oh, they're gonna chase.
Might be out or might be not. Arena catches him. Nice,
nice spear.
dodge. Does not get hit by the spear. Gives him a chance, but there's too many heroes. He'd have to do some extreme illusion baiting here.
Nothing.
They're not going to fall for it. They kill everything far too quickly. Costa dies. Uar tips him, and Sonics can now start going for the throat.
Oh, this is a game-ending Aegis. And time to make it happen. 2-0 here means you're very confident in closing out this series.
Quinn, hey, keep on chasing. He's going to push out the top lane. You can see Uar is cutting through the jungle. I mean, I guess they really don't have the heroes to hit buildings very well. So maybe it's better just to keep hunting where you can.
Well, you have Bulwark.
That's true.
You just sit there. And there's no displacement this game. Like, there's no, you know, swaps or anything like last time. So I think Yawar can just hit this with Aegis. Get healed up. He's pretty fine here. Not a lot of poke damage either. It's just storm jumps. He'll zip through. But they found Shadow Demon.
Actually getting Uar decently low. If they could have traded the Shadow Demon for taking away the Aegis on Uar, maybe that would have been okay. But he got out just 300 HP.
All right. What is the glimmer of hope? I'll give you the glimmer of hope.
Okay,
and
what
is the very darkness at the bottom of this pit right now?
Okay.
The faintest glimmer of hope is Ags on Gunner. And he pulls everybody into an echo.
Yeah, well, he's gonna need it right now. He doesn't get the big grab. Costa's on the run. Pops a Manta. Another doppelganger in 3 seconds time, but the pin, it's there before he can jump out and away. You are gonna keep it going now with that Aghanim Scepter. Kills the Wraith Pack, sticks on to Moo or the building. One or the other here.
All right, my glimmer of hope. They are not playing for it. Fighting outside the base is just a no-go here.
Yeah, especially with Gunners. Just 200 gold. He just needs 200 for the Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah. I mean, it's honestly
courier.
big.
Get it!
Oh, he got Satanic. That's
All
a lot
right.
of network.
And that'll complete it.
The glimmer grows.
Becomes a little sparkle.
I mean, if he does pull everybody into the chain stun, he will team wipe them.
Yeah, yeah. And they haven't lost barracks yet.
He has the gold, almost level 20. Level 20 is big for the extra hold duration, too. Like, you make it a 3-second AoE stun.
Oh, yeah.
That's the glimmer. That's the glimmer here. It's a faint glimmer.
It's the firefly in the middle of the night.
Yeah, it's about to be. I think the firefly is about to be crushed by the shields
About
of
to pull out
Mars.
the bug spray. About to pull out the the zapper.
The zapper, the military grade industrial tank. The glimmer is about to be dispensed with, but it's still there for now. It's still shining somewhere in the darkness.
Faint and soft beacon of hope. They've got 50 seconds left on the Aegis. Is Sonic's gonna rush this? Trying to go for the high ground now. They smoke up now. It looks like they may be going for it. Again, I don't think there's necessarily a huge rush in
they're just
going
so
high
strong.
ground, but if they find the opening here like they do, they go for Moo. He gets off the
Found the
stone form
shaker.
first, but they found the shaker. He does have a buyback though. The Purge is
For
going to
the
be able
storm
to keep
jump.
Yawar somewhat in front. And here comes
There
the
it is.
Storm Zip. He grabs 2, but the Supernova immediately going off. The Fisher is going to be able to combo off of that, but he cannot go in against this Supernova. Fortunately, Costa Bile was able to jump away before the Supernova stun hit. So he got
Have another
pulled in
storm
by
jump.
Fada.
This is base defense Storm. Gotta be careful.
And they still have the Echo Slam. They still have the big tool to combo off of that pull.
Sonics will respect it here. I mean, it's pretty straightforward, right? Like, you got the Shaker by, all you have to do is kill him again, and that combo gets removed.
Yeah.
You can even just wait for next Roshan here. You are in absolutely no rush. All 3 of your cores are scaling.
Well, Mars
wait
is
for
still
egg.
missing that Satanic, too, so...
Yeah, a lot of net worth to come in.
Ooh, Gunner's got to be careful, though. I see a Scythe of Ice being queued up for Mojo, so those zips, and he may get punished if he's not careful.
Yeah, Mojo's had a very easy game here. Just free eggs the whole day.
Dire's bottom tower is
Sunny
under
side up. Almost level 20.
Basher next for Fada. Got a refresher now for Quinn, so when he goes in and grabs one of these backline heroes, he can recommit and go for the other one too. You gotta find a
smoking
way to
it
stop
out.
this Bat Rider.
This is such a hard smoke, man. Man, they don't want to give up this next Roche, which means you have to fight for some map control. You just don't see anything here.
Yeah, and then there's also this ward in the high ground they have to contend with. The smoke is
Fada's
breaking. The
just
BKB
in.
immediately goes in. The support's just running in, getting the information, pulling back any heroes that they can, and that is going to be Moo. Once again, stone form. He just waited out. Arena is ready to go if necessary. Storm Spirit
Caught
does
the
manage to
Phoenix.
grab 2. They manage to grab the Phoenix too. They have the combo off of it, but the Earthshaker gets
Didn't see
blown up
it.
by Yawar. Yawar gets the back line. He takes away all the follow-up. The Supernova is allowed to go off, and Costa Bile, he's going to fight it out, but so much AoE damage. There's fire on the ground. There's dead soldiers everywhere. Buybacks galore for Nouns, but that glimmer of hope, it's
been
pretty much
extinguished.
gone. It has been extinguished. There is no way to hold this without their Earthshaker and without their Phantom Lancer.
Just impossible to get in there with the Shaker. Yawar is just on the backline non-stop, doesn't care about anything else. Shaker out of the fight equals a 1 fight. PL does nothing at this point. I mean, 46k gold lead. If it's not easy with that, it doesn't get much easier. Another pretty well executed game from Sonics here. Pretty dominant from the get-go. The laning stage explosion into the 4 or 5k net worth lead just propelled them to this point.
And a rather
Now it's just
apt
cleanup.
voice line coming out from Quinn. I'm sapping your will to live.
He
I
really
can
is.
imagine this is a very demoralizing loss for Nouns, as they were the ones who won the upper bracket final 2-0. But now Sonics, they've won 4 games in a row just today. They finished this one off, and they will be just 1 game away from being at the international guaranteed, rather than just going to Singapore for the last chance qualifier.
Oh, they are very comfortable right now. Very comfortable.
Scythe can be completed now for MSS. So systematic from Sonics.
The last
Take
smoke.
the buildings, they back out, they wait for the next move from Nouns. They are going to jump forward, trying to get an arcane rune, which they do get, but the jump is already there from Leslie, and he pings too. A disruption goes out, but the Earthshaker's already dead, and Costa is low enough that he has to just keep running, try and get back, but no, Quinn's not going to let them get away. He's got the lasso onto Gunner. Gunner does zip away, but he burns out from the flame break, while Costa gets chunted down by Yawar. Moo, once again, the stone form, but for what? Comes back, surrounded by hero after hero, time again. And that is
Destruction,
going to
man.
be game 2, a 2-0 for Sonics now.
Absolute destruction in that game. I mean, they're just padding the Phantom Assassin stats by the end there, like 23
Yeah.
kills for Yawar. The world was his oyster that game. They had no chance of even touching him. The other fights were not going their way. Those lanes were a disaster. This is really back to the drawing board here, because I think this bat's just causing him problems. Like Gunner's hero pool is not equipped to deal with this if he doesn't get co-op, and he's never going to get co-op versus bat on the response. So either take that first pick away, which I think is a very decent choice, or limit this Bat Rider because it's causing you too many issues in the draft. It messes with Moo's hero pool, messes with your supports here because you're playing a lot of these backline supports who just get jumped, they're gone. You're not getting the Faceless Void to deal with him. Maybe if you do that trade, it makes sense, but otherwise, you're going to have to make some draft adjustments here for game 3, and you're going to have to reverse sweep it. Very tall order for Nouns. Sonic's looking very confident, very comfortable. 4 wins in a row today. All the momentum in the world. Some perfect games for their players, and a lot of them. Can't ask for much more if you're Jack Chen sitting there eating it up.
Yep. Nouns, meanwhile, as you said, they are in quite the hole, and they're going to have to build up their mental strength to come back against not only just a 0-2, but against Sonics, a team that they have struggled against in the regular season anyway. And, well, we're going to see if they can do that, if they can get the reverse sweep. It all starts with this next Game 3 right after the break.
what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
Sorry about that. That was totally on me. As we go into game 3 of the International North American Qualifier, I want to take a step back and take just a brief look at history and remind everyone what happened in the third season of the DPC. Nouns, who had been slowly climbing their way through the year and getting better and better, had kind of a breakout performance in that third season and ended up beating TSM and EG, ultimately losing to Quincy Crew and securing a score of 6-1. They had a chance of being able to go to their very first LAN event, their very first major together, if Quincy Crew managed to beat EG. It wasn't the case. They ended up in a 3-way tiebreaker, and in that 3-way tiebreaker, the very last match was them against Sonics, which they ended up losing that one game. As a result, they missed out on that LAN event. And now they're in a situation where, once again, they have to be able to beat Sonics now not one time, but 3 times in a row in order to secure their spot at the International. It seems like a very, very steep hill to climb, Avery.
Well, every time they've been this close, it's not worked out for them. So the odds are definitely against them. That said, maybe having missed it a couple other times, it's like, well, we've been here before and we messed it up. This time will be different. I don't know. Sometimes you can embolden yourself through missteps. Plus, they know they can beat this team. They know that.
They've already, in a way, at least before the start of this series, they did get the monkey off their back by being able to 2-0 Sonics in the upper bracket final. I'm sure much of that result is kind of gone away over these last 2 games, but it does seem that they're sticking with their guns. They are still not opting for first pick. They're going to stick with Dire side. They're going to have second pick here, which means they won't get what was, their choice of last time, which was being able to grab Faceless Void in the first phase and go into that second banning phase and protect that pick. They're not going to opt for what, from our position, was the strategy win for them in the upper bracket finals. They go back for the Timbersaw as well.
I don't know if I'm a huge fan of that. I feel like if you don't play Faceless Void once in this series, and you look back on it, you're going to kick yourself, Maybe the time to do it was game 1 if you're going to do it from second pick. It is pretty bold. I'm just still not sold on this Timber versus Enigma interaction. I wasn't convinced from a game 1. Moo did have a great game. He did better than I expected. So they had that going for him. And he's not versus Bat Rider this time. I think Lena is way less of a threat to this hero than Bat Rider in terms of killing you on the map early and shutting you down. Even in the team fights, you don't care as much until way later. So this is a much better setup than game 1 for this Timbersaw to go to town. The Lich is also interesting. Lich is interesting with this hero in terms of Frost arming him, making him super tanky. He goes in with it. And this hero's a little underrated. His shard's very solid. The Chain Frost is very good. You can get, if you ever get the Aetherland shard, you're an absolute beast with the long duration pull. So I like this opener more than game 1. I think they're in a better spot. They definitely got the better trade. And I like that they banned this Bat Rider if they're on second pick. Because I think this opener is way less threatening.
When it comes to the story of this series and this matchup, the Bat Rider was definitely the developing problem in this grand final series. And they just banded it away. And we'll see whether or not Quinn is able to have the same kind of impact on that, Lena. I mean, you say as you said, it's a very different hero, right? It does not give you the same kind of momentum that a Bat Rider does.
The one thing it does give you is what is Gunnar going to play into it. Again, that was one of the problems that the Bat Rider was proposing here. They ended up going all the way to last pick for a Storm that it's not really what they want Gunnar to be playing. And again, Sonics ban out the Pango, they ban out the Tuskar, the mids that can kind of get out of these matchups and still do something. And then, of course, the Faceless Void ban. I don't think we're ever going to see it past the first phase. I'm
10
worried
seconds
for what
remaining.
Gunner's going to play versus Lina mid, because it's not an easy hero to lane. It's a very punishing
5
hero when you give
seconds
her a free
remaining.
lane. And with this Timber opener, you still want a mid that can be a playmaker, start the fights, be an initiator. Those heroes tend to kind of get owned by Lina. So puts them in kind of a similar tricky position. Maybe just go with the Ember, suck it up. At least you have good synergy with Lich. You have some more wave clear, you can catch up easier. That would be my bet here. We'll see what they choose to do, though. And you kind of still want some black hole answers if you can get them. Other benefit of that Pango ban is you're taking another Enigma answer out of the pool.
Yeah, that is true. That's true. You know, it does. It makes me think of back when. Remember when Lich was an answer to Enigma because you had a midi stun on that Chain Frost. Not anymore.
Yes, many years ago.
Yeah. And you've said well, I think your biggest complaint about these Enigma and Faceless Void picks in this tournament had been the fact that you feel like people have not been hard countering it. You've said they've been kind of soft countering it. They haven't like all in on it. And that does seem to continue. Now they're going to grab the Rubik,
10
probably
seconds
one of the better answers. But I'm still just not convinced that
5
the Rubik
seconds
is the
remaining.
be-all, end-all of Enigma counters.
It's not. It's super dependent on how the fight's developing, too. Like, a lot of times you steal this hole, and it's not even that straightforward to use. Maybe you use it, but you get canceled. Maybe you just get killed trying to use it. Like, the Lina's... This matchup goes both ways, but at some point he outranges you with high physical. It can make it hard for Rubik to run in and use these spells. I also have bad history with Rubik Lich. But
Yeah.
that's just me personally. This support duo can work, but you need the cores to go in and set up for them, right?
10 seconds
Like, you
remaining.
really need them here. Timber is okay at it.
5
But they
seconds
really
remaining.
need like a big gunner hero here to set up the fights, because these supports do not want to go in first. And, more Monkey King for Sonics here. So maybe threatening the Monkey King flex, like with the Enigma lane, while keeping the carry option open, I think is the game plan.
Okay.
But
Yeah.
of course they have the Monkey Timber matchup. So
Right. So you're saying
Pretty
they could
open.
do like they could do a last pick Luna and do Marcy Luna as a lane and Monkey as the 4 with the Enigma 3.
yes, if there's really some reason to flip it up, but I don't think they will. I think this is just their Timber carry. And yeah, Ember, I think that was the go-to here. I would have banned Ember over Tusk. I don't think Tusk
10 seconds
matters
remaining.
here, but I think Ember super enables their two supports, gives them the
5 seconds
initiator,
remaining.
gives them the gunner hero that he's very comfortable with. Okay, you lose the lane a little versus Lina, but who
Dire
cares? Your
team
mid game can make
back.
up for it. And it's another hero to go in with the Frost Armor, cause a lot of chaos, be obnoxious. I think this was by far their best pick in this phase they can get. Makes their last pick a lot easier here. Can kind of be whatever Costa wants that he is confident scaling with.
10 seconds remaining.
Spectre on the menu. Maybe
5
some
seconds
Luna
remaining.
Medusa of their own. I don't want to see Gyro again.
Yeah, me and you both. Me and you both. I don't think I want to see that here. I want to see like a big game-winning hard carry. I want to see some. I don't know what the right answer is, but I want to see some like TB type hero.
Yeah, TB could be okay. There's also the Dawnbreaker that he played a lot that is good versus Enigma and is like pretty nasty with Lich. That combo in the lane and in the game is pretty strong.
Yeah.
10 seconds
I wouldn't be
remaining.
surprised to see Noun's last pick that here.
Dire team ban.
They will ban the Terrorblade. Because you don't have the Eidolon clear right now. That is annoying. This lane is like an annoying lane for Lich if he doesn't have the carry who can do it.
You can see Nouns are aware of the
10 seconds
flexibility of this
remaining.
Monkey King pick. They're banning away hard carries right now. They start with the
5
Morph
seconds
lane.
remaining.
Say if they continue that, if they're worried about like a Luna or something. Another hero that deals with Timbersaw.
I could see Sonics go Nyx here. The only downside is the Rubik matchup, but I think it actually is really annoying on the map, and they kind of want a hero that's like catches and sets up for these cores to follow up with the LSA or Monkey Stun. You just run in the fight, you Carapace here, you're going to catch so much. You get the melee hero with Enigma. It's a weird hero, but I could see something like this for Sonics being good. Outside of the Rubik Stealing Impale, pretty happy in this game.
Yeah. The Ursa is the other hard carry band. So let's see. What's left?
10 seconds remaining.
Not a lot. I think it's between like Dawn, Luna,
5 seconds remaining.
Spectre here for nouns, and I still think Sonics are debating the carry or the 4. But I think they're probably pretty happy with carry Monkey in this scenario with Lena to back it up and Black Hole. So maybe just Mojo's hero. Even a Fada hero. We could see Dark Willow come out.
Well, they've got plenty of time to think about it. Full minute to decide if they do indeed want to just keep this Monkey King as the carry and what a better 4 position is. I feel like I have seen some really strong Nyx performances from some of the other regions.
It's looked better. I mean, the other route is Purge is pretty strong here, like Shadow Demon Ench. I mean, Ench is banned, I guess. So Shadow Demon looks interesting as well, but it might just be too greedy. But the Purge is pretty good going into like this Lich Ember combo because you just remove both and you super debilitate the spellcast in the fight.
Crystal Maiden.
All right, that was not a hero I expected.
Hmm.
And we did see Fada play it once, and he did not seem too happy with it.
Yeah.
It is good in the early game for like the Timber lane. Let's say you end up with the Monkey Maiden lane versus Timber. Super strong early on, right? You can punish very aggressive. And the Mana Aura here is pretty nice for all their heroes. The Frostbite also very good. I wouldn't be surprised if he maxes this game if you ever landed on Timber or Ember before BKBs or Dispels. It is a hero that can set up for the follow-up damage. So I can see the argument.
Yeah, this pick was definitely one that puzzled us when they were grabbing it in the opener of the upper bracket final. They did, was it Crystal Maiden Mars was their opener? It was very odd. Not what we were expecting. Spectre, so they do go for the big hard carry.
Yeah, I think it was Spectre or Dawn. Those are the only two that look good here. Dawn is maybe more robust on the lane, but Spectre is definitely proposing like this big team fight that jumps the Lena, jumps the Crystal Maiden, dodges the Monkey ult, dodges the Black Hole. Very strong. The Lich Spectre lane it's not that weak either. Like you'll get through the lane pretty happily, even without massive Eidolon clear. A very strong pick. It's gonna definitely abuse the weak backline from Sonics here. They don't have that good of a natural frontliner, right? Like who is soaking up this Timber Ember running at you? It's Monkey. It's just Monkey King. That's it. So Spectre just jumps behind the Monkey. Ember, Timber run at you. Very, very straightforward team fight from Nouns here if they get to that point. But the first 2 games, Sonics had very strong laning phase. So that's kind of the name of the game here. I think if Nouns can shore up their laning phase this game and get to that mid game, this is a draft that I think they have the best chance to take this game of all 3.
Okay, this is their best one out of 3 games that we played because I know I set it up with the story of this series being Nouns in probably their darkest position. I'm going to give one more little tidbit. I don't know what it is about these TI qualifiers, but spoilers, every other finals has gone 3-0. But that is the beauty and sometimes the curse of the international is the fact that, you can come close, but no cigar in all these other tournaments. But if you make it here, if you make it in this qualifiers, if you have the strong performance at TI, none of the other close but not quite there, none of those matter, right? So now's the opportunity for Nouns to turn this all around for the only moment that really matters for them, for the international. And it all starts with being able to win this game 3 with a draft that you say is the best one that they've had yet. And it all, well, we'll see whether or not they can get the best laning phase they've had yet, because that has been, as you said, the biggest thorn in their side, particularly the mid matchup, which Gunnar is on one of his most comfort of comfort heroes, his Ember Spirit. He's a Grandmaster tier Ember. It was one of the first heroes that everybody knew when he came on the scene. Don't let him pick Ember Spirit, but it is in a tough matchup against Lena. Like, what would you give that matchup percentage-wise?
It's got to be pretty Lena dominant. Depends, like, if you get some slight dodges going, how many runes you get if you get runes denied, but it's got to be, I don't know, 60-40 Lena favored or something. And
Yeah.
that differential can explode if Lena plays like the first 3 levels really well. So I feel like Quinn dominated in most of these games, to be honest. So I don't expect it to be any different. I think this will be mid lane advantage for Sonics. Does that matter for the Nouns game plan, though? Not too much. Gunner just needs levels.
Oh, the smoke that runs into each other. What a hit from Yawar. A triple stun, which may have just saved Quinn's life because any disable from the Noun supports there probably would have killed Quinn. And that would have been a great start.
They skilled lift on Rubik, man.
Oh, no.
That feels real bad. Like, if you get the first blood, okay, I can justify it because you have a Timber lane partner, but in theory, you also really want this Fade Bolt to just secure range creep and give him the XP. So this is very sad for Z-Freak here.
Yeah,
Rough
I
start.
think it's been pretty well. This has been the mantra of like, if you skill telekinesis level 1, you are griefing your laning phase. So
Yeah,
you
it's
really
rough.
have to strongly consider when you do see these opportunities for first bloods and stuff, whether or not it's worth it. And you are, well, he just made it 100% not worth for poor old Z-Freak, who leveled it but didn't get a chance to catch the Lina in the action. They will just get a split of bounty runes. No big deal here. Something curious going on here. Yuar was kind of hanging around mid.
They're trying to get the lane matchups because Nouns place these 2 Deeps observers. They're trying to get the Timber versus Enigma this time, which is what I thought they were going to do game 1, right? If you remember,
seriously.
that's what I thought the whole Timber opener point was versus Enigma. They didn't do it at all then, so now they're doing it. I guess they figured out their own game plan because they don't have Idol on clear with others, and they will get the lane match, which will force these Sonics cores to run across the entire map. Sucks
Now,
for them.
fortunately, Monkey King is actually one of the better heroes for these kind of shenanigans because he brought the courier out into the
smart.
lanes and turned into a courier, so he's way faster than any hero should be. 380 movement speed. We'll get to the matchup now, and let's see what Moo's response is going to be. It seems like they're accepting of this.
Yeah, in some of these circumstances, you can just be happy with the level advantage you got and just play the lane accordingly, but I think they really would have liked the matchup. That said, this tri-lane is, like, it's pretty good for Nouns. It's a very strong tri-lane once they hit level 2. I can see this Crystal Maiden feeding very easily on this lane. And you should get full pull control. They did not deward this big camp yet. Z-Freak should do it now.
Yeah, I mean, they
Leslie
really need
was
that
gonna have a
open,
rough
right?
time.
Because otherwise, you're doing a tri-lane into an Enigma who's going to constantly pull the lane back.
Yeah, Z-Freak needs to go deward this.
Well,
There's
they
the-
do get the
looking for the
telekinesis,
maiden.
pull out of position. Fada is going to be super slowed down for a Crystal Maiden, who's already the slowest hero in the game.
They are not dewarding big.
Ooh, that feels a little questionable to me.
I mean, maybe he thought he body blocked or something, but he's body blocking it.
He's body blocking it.
Why?
I don't know. Apparently, they have a different idea on what to do with this lane than
There
we do.
is no reason to block this camp. The full. I mean, okay, he's TPing top, but even still, like the Enigma Maiden can't use this camp really. I really think he would have wanted to deward it. He saves his sentry for top, so that's why he didn't want to use it bottom. Wants to get pulls off up here. An interesting choice. We'll see if it pays off in the long term, but I think you could have played this tri-lane and gotten kills down here, got the big pull, then go top, because Moo's doing fine. I mean, he's level 3. Like, Marcy Monkey's not going to kill him at this point.
Yeah.
In fact, Z-Freak might just die on this lane, which would be terrible because he TP'd up here.
He's got to be careful. Mid lane matchup, we've been saying this is a Lina favored matchup, and it is turning out that way. Quinn is winning out in CS, has 5 denies and 2 CS over Gunner. And a giant wave, actually, so he's even farther ahead.
Yeah, he's cruising. That should be expected. Gunner's still doing fine for himself, though, and again, he just wants as much
Costa, now it's
XP.
tri-lane for Sonics as they move Mojo
nice
down to
TP.
this bottom lane. And if they can get the kill on this Spectre, which it looks like they should, first blood for MSS, so he'll be able to get the boots. In fact, maybe they can get Husky as well. Yeah, they've got him. They've got another round of rebound and dispose if needed. Husky will fall as well.
Easy for Marcy right there. Low CE spells, gets multiple off. TP off a lane where he wasn't having impact. will allow Nouns to switch up these core matchups with the TP. But of course, Sonics can TP their own cores.
Yeah, they're
And
gonna
that's
do
exactly
just
what
that.
yeah. So
Does mean the
Sonics
supports
making
are
good
in the
move.
wrong spot, maybe?
Yes, and it will mean that Costa gets like this full double wave coming in that he's very happy about, as well as a bunch of solo XP because he was falling behind on levels pretty heavy bottom. So this move makes sense for now. It's very good for them. Their cores are pretty happy right now. Supports, I don't think they feel amazing. I think Z-Freak's game is pretty rough. But at the same time, Leslau probably suffered the most out of all this because he had to walk all the way bottom, then he got trialing. Sure, you get some kills. Now he kind of has nowhere to go. He's looking at a big camp. Z-Freak's going to contest him.
They're gonna
Meanwhile,
be
Mojo
sure.
mid, though.
Yeah, even goes
Body
for the
blocks.
jump. Nice body blocks and final hits underneath the tower. Quinn secures that win. Well, the mid lane now fully secured. Also gets the mental damage of the tip there.
I mean, he's level 6 to Gunner's 4. So really abusing this matchup. Marcy Rome, one of the better heroes at abusing that mid advantage if you can build it. So fitting the game plan here, and they're going to look for the return kill again. Gunner has to be careful here.
Yeah, the Laguna Blade's out now. He immediately burns that one to get through the flame guard. Dispose back. Gunner
dead
needs
again.
help, but he just cannot survive. The supports will come in too late. A secondary tip as Gunner is, I mean, you said it's not his strength, the lanes. He's much more of a sacrificial mid. He plays really strong, really active early to mid games, but you can't be falling this far behind.
It's rough for sure. I mean, this is another insanely fast start for Quinn. I still think this is a much better position for Nouns than the other games, because this has kind of been the story of mid, but they're winning the side lanes this time around. So they'll at least have some play action that this Ember can follow into. They also stacked a crap ton of this jungle, which he's the only real jungle clearer. Like, I don't think Timber's going to go up here, so he at least has some catch-up mechanic. He needs the levels to do it, though. I mean, he's level 4 still.
Well, I suppose ice has got to be interesting.
All right, he'll get level 3 shield. Time to stop fighting Quinn and fight an easier target.
Yeah, some PvE time.
Mojo's invis here, though. You gotta
Yeah,
leash it.
Does Quinn
Or
come
scouting.
over? Oh yeah, Quinn's already cutting over.
Yeah, he's running.
Now they
Oh, they
will
had
see
Sentry.
him coming. They have the sentry, but they don't have the time. With Alina coming in soon, takes away the bounty
Steal
rune.
this.
Could steal some CS. He's certainly not going to get a kill, I don't think. So,
He stole all the big creeps.
but maybe they can fight him. Oh, MSS jumps onto Gunner here. Husky gets a nuke, but they can't just keep Quinn in range. 4 heroes, but
damage.
not enough.
Oh, that's great move from Sonics, abusing that invis rune, contesting the return potential for this Ember in the game. It's gonna shut Gunner down even more here.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's having a rough one. They're still messing with him.
They really are. They're just not giving him any free way back into this game. It's an interesting brawl happening in bottom lane too. Moo has actually gotten so many reactive armor stacks that he no longer cares about Jingo Mastery. They do get the kill onto Z-Freak in that jungle, just not letting this not letting this dire jungle give Gunner an opportunity to get 6. He is still a ways away from it.
They have shut him down very hard. Still, side lanes, some decent playability for now. They're going to bring both supports bottom, trying to abuse this chakram. Basically kills anybody if you get the land. But, man. Gunner is getting eviscerated.
Oh no. Are these TI qualifier finals just cursed to be 3-0s?
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I still don't think this game is as bad as the others, but it's getting there, man. I mean, this lead that Quinn has opened up he's doubling Gunner up at 8 minutes. Absolutely insane. He's got haste rune to boot. His lean is going to be
Radiant's
vicious.
bottom tower is under attack.
Moo, maybe the only hope here in this
Nice
laning phase
interrupt.
for them, but now he's being 3 heroes on top of him, but the Frost Armor does so much.
He's
The Bounty
tanky.
Strike did nothing to him, so he just turns around, quickly kills MSS.
It's that Frost Armor on Timber doing work.
You are. I mean, you may just have to give up on defending this tower, my friend. It is dangerous to be sticking around against this Timbersaw Chakram.
You have to keep in mind, most Quincy lineup, at a certain point, it becomes like, does the Monkey Lina physical kill you? Outside of the Enigma spells and some Laguna Blade. I mean, Laguna Blade, like, who cares at a certain point? This Frost Shield can help their core stay in the fights, even out the net worth disadvantage. They have Haunt online.
Do, but nobody to go on because they're all just playing around this Timbersaw right now. Probably their strongest hero. Makes sense. But
Just Haunt.
Sonics have completely given up on this. Did he just pop the Haunt to just get out on the map somewhere?
I think they thought Monkey was in the tree's bottom and he wanted to give the vision.
Oh.
But it turns out Yawar is top and he's stealing their stack. So
Oh no.
double loss for them. More economic damage. Laszlo trading the tier 1s
Oh
and
no, Costa.
Costa.
Ooh.
Tower is under
He's a tanky boy. He's a tanky boy.
He is, especially with the Frost Shield added on top. Quinn, though, does get the regen rune away from Gunner, and MSS stuns him straight up into the LSA. He didn't have the slight to be able to dodge that, but he does have the remnant, so it's not like he's going to die or anything, but he will have to blow through a TP here. Fada, slowed down by the Chakram. Turns around, does what he can, but he's definitely been caught and killed. A second kill for Nouns. And maybe not the biggest swing of momentum or anything, but I'm sure it's a nice little mental note. Getting any kills at this point.
Gunner is still getting hunted. This is the real mental pressure, man. They need to get this Ember back in the game. Which likely means killing this Lina somehow. Yawar is even lurking in the trees.
Found the strike into LSA, but the rest of Nouns are here. So they don't follow through. Yawar, he's been spending a lot of time being very active, whether it was trying to defend that bottom tower or his move of just like scouting constantly.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
And he's an
attack.
active carry player.
Dire structures
And the payoff will be in, you know, his other two, like Enigma catching up and Lina getting farther ahead. But yeah. Oh, Black Hole.
Yeah,
See
good
you
kill.
later.
Costa will die. All those supports showing up in the mid lane to help Gunner just means that this Spectre is left alone on an island.
This is a very slow start for this Nouns lineup. Like, the Ember Timber just aren't strong enough to combine and get the skirmish going for their supports. And again, that's the downside of this Lich Rubik support duo. If you're not fighting, they're not too happy on the map. Like, they don't really shove waves super well early. Rubik can do it at a certain point, but ideally you want to get your ults on these heroes, and the way you get to your ults are by getting some kills.
Oh, getting this kill on Quinn would be so big.
You got broke,
Oh
though.
no. The smoke broke. Husky just... He was so close. If he could have just, you know, been able to walk in, they get like Sinister Gaze into Moo, hitting a Chakram. That would have
Yeah,
been a
it's a
big
huge
kill
kill.
because it maybe gets the supports their level 6s, which
Yes.
is a serious problem when you're saying, you know, these are supports that want to be running around getting kills. Well, right now, they may not even have the firepower to get those kills.
And it's also a product of Ember being shut down. Like, Ember is their initiating playmaker. Imagine if the script were reversed and Ember was in Lina's position. You'd be seeing a much different scenario on the map right now. So it speaks to how much Quinn dominated this mid matchup, along with the Marcy rotations from MSS. Set them up very nicely here. They did get a double damage on Ember. That's very powerful this early in the game. Just nowhere to go and use it, though.
Yeah, I was trying to catch Yawar right here. And this is what you're seeing here is why we put so much emphasis on the laning phase, because, I mean, you and I have been in NA long enough. Lanes just mean so much for these teams. And you could see the fallout of what happens in a really bad laning phase for certain heroes. The team on the losing side of things is left kind of impotent. They aren't able to make moves, or they're not able to really have a say in the game, and so much of the meta for this 10 to 15 minute window just kind of passively goes the other way.
It is definitely a very lane oriented region. That said, I think some of it is also the weakness of NA teams. Like, they're not very good at some of these comeback moves or reorganizing the map to get to their timings. So when they lose lanes, it's even more punishing. I think it's something the region's going to have to get better at. But here's that double damage smoke. This is the big comeback move for Gunnar.
We're gonna try. Oh no, MSS. A jump away. They don't have searing chains to actually stop these heroes.
Yeah. It's just not high level enough.
Yikes.
Well, we'll buy some farm. I mean, Spectre is farming. Like, Costa's had a decent game. Pretty much neck and neck with the monkey.
Tower is under attack.
Yeah,
They
the
get a
biggest
good Haunt
difference.
fight. They'll be pretty happy still. Sonic's in control. They have the support levels.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yep, Husky. Will not be caught by MSS. It was a close call. Gotta watch out for that long range rebound. They'll get the D ward off this high ground. They actually find the ward on the side, so good call there. Biggest difference in network just being the difference between the mids. What's even scarier about that is the fact that I feel like in this situation, especially with how you are likes playing such an active carry, Quinn is probably going to be more of the carry in this game, right? He's going to be the big damage dealer. You're going to go a right-click build on Lina.
Yeah, he's gearing up for it. Bots into BKB. He will be a powerhouse, and he is a problem for their lineup. Like, the Spectre pick is designed to be able to jump on him and deal with it, but if he's this far ahead in net worth, I mean, he just BKB and kills you back or runs away, and so what?
Yeah, or what happens if he gets like a full-out Silver Edge and just breaks you? Mid lane Gunner is able to get away ever so barely. As that last shot from the Lina almost gave me a heart attack there. But Gunner lives, and will be able to get back to base and then jump to his Remnant again. Leslau has his Wraith back complete, so there's a big team fight item there for Sonics.
I mean,
I'll certainly slow down the efficacy of this Timber Saw, who
move.
does have a Kaya and is chasing pretty deep past this tier 1 tower.
they really want the fight before Lina has BKB. Still no 1 point in chains now. They're gonna lift them. They have Haunt. Freezing
they
Field
had the
stolen.
Freezing Field that does a lot of damage, but the LSA does stop it. Now Mojo jumps in with a rebound. They do have the Boundless Strength that follows it up. Quinn is still so slow. The Black Hole looks to be able to slow down
interrupted.
these heroes. Quinn being chased after. Gunner wants this kill, and he can taste it.
Got
The
him.
Slight is going to be able to get him in the end. Back over to Leslau. Costa runs him down, gets that kill as well. Yawar still strong. He's got the Jingu. He's got the stacks going up. Moo's going to be able to cut through him, though. And Gunner, he's got another round. A Slight chains, keeps his distance. They're going to poke at him with all their spells and try and burst him down,
Nice
not
kiting.
letting him get any lifesteal whatsoever. Nouns playing that team fight excellently, and maybe even getting a full team wipe here as far as the last member alive. Moo hits the Chakram, the Timber Chain into the tier 3. He wants it so badly that he's willing to risk it, and he does manage to get a triple kill for Moo. A big win, a huge turnaround for Nouns. This game was spiraling out of control. That was a 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 net worth lead at one point in time for Sonics. Now back to a dead even game.
It's the strength of their lineup. This mid-game skirmish is absolutely insane from them with the Haunt to come through. And, I mean, beautiful timing there to get this Lina. She had BKB basically flying out, but flying out's not the same as on you, and that's a way different fight if she has that item. Like, completely different. She just BKB and turns. Instead, they get an amazing team fight out of it. Moo played that fight to perfection. Moo Timbersaw, he's having a decent game this time around, and he's got the supports to back him up here.
Yeah, this time he's been careful that he has been picked off like he did so many times in that game. Mass Boots of Travels, maybe I spoke too soon. Wraith Pact is here. Mojo goes for Sea Freak as well, so not only are they going to kill the Timber Saw, maybe more,
Chain
but the
Frost.
Chain Frost bounces around and demolishes the back line. Those poor supports. So many Eidolons in the territory, but it just stuck onto the Crystal Maiden and the Marcy.
Oh. I guess if you need some good RNG, that was it. I mean,
Yeah.
can't ask for much more after that one. That was insane RNG on the bounces. I don't think I would have ever gotten that in my life. You give me 1,000 tries. I'll
Yeah,
take 'em.
well, you're cursed. Husky,
that's true.
not so much.
Well, I mean, that's a mental swing. You know, at least you got some good luck going your way. We did curse Moo there a little bit, but he was playing with fire, man. He's up so far on this mid lane when they don't see anybody. You know Sonics are just waiting there with all their heroes. It will buy time for Haunt to come up now, and they can get another good fight off this Haunt. Black Hole still down for 50. Double damage on Quinn. How to think about this Lina. If you take him out of the fight, it's huge, but you have limited chain stun capability. It's like a lift into the Lich Gaze.
Yeah, that, especially given the short range of both of those abilities, that seems like an impossibility to me.
Well,
It almost feels like their best play is going to be trying to bait him into using BKB and retreating. Marcy, they do get Yawar setting up an ultimate if they can kill him and get out. Oh no, we got bashed and into the frostbite. What did he get? Oh, we got Malefist instantly by the Enigma Husky. He'll be run down as well. Moo. See if he can get the right Timber Chain on out of here. That double damage is going to do some serious work. Oh no, he can't. He just can't get out. Sonics holding their high ground and get a really good fight for it.
Didn't even pop Haunt during all of that. I mean, Gunnar just messed that up. He could have remnanted in and out in the same maneuver and finished off that Marcy. Instead, he just remnanted in and then, okay, we stun you in the Wukong. Like, I think that was a great start to the fight for Nouns. They just messed up the execution and the double damage Lina. Very easy to punish them on the backside. Cleans up the Rubik, or forces him out of the engagement. Cleans up Husky here from full, just chasing him down. You just can't turn into this if you're Moo. Way too much physical burst coming out in the early game. A rough engagement. It'll lead to Roshan here off the back end. Again, double damage helping accelerate that. Aegis for Quinn. Pushing him towards that. Looks like Shadow Blade into Silver Edge. Gonna get extra break for the Spectre.
Yeah, again, that's what I was wondering. Like, if the Lina is ahead of the Spectre, what happens if the Spectre goes Haunt, tries to jump the Lina, and he just, okay, I'm gonna break you and now right-click you to death.
And he shall get broken, and he shall get slain. Stolen Laguna.
He does have Manta, at least.
Some extra burst coming out.
The Invis Rune is going to expire. At an awkward point, maybe, as they take the Stolen Laguna plate and blow up the Crystal Maiden, but Gunnar needs to jump out to his remedy. He does so successfully. MSS left behind as Alina is just going to run out of here.
That's how the Nouns want these team fights to go. Like, you find some weak heroes, you get the lift, you get a gaze, the Haunt comes through, displaces the Enigma, displaces the Monkey. You have the single target burst from Ember and Timber. Very straightforward. Now back to farming. This is the type of flow they want for this game. It's been a very quiet game for Lelslao, I feel. He's kind of just been farming. He got his Wraith Pack, got his Aether Lens. He needs BKB to enter the fight. And even then, it's not easy. Like, the Spectre pick makes your team fight annoying. You just get random blink cancels later on. You get slowed down by some dagger or something. Like, there's a Rubik who can always steal your spell. You throw it out nonchalantly. Yet to see this big black hole impact. It's kind of just been the Quinn show.
Gonna go for the defense here. They do have Yawar in the trees, so they are kind of baiting to see if they can get a good Wukong's command. Maybe into a black hole from Lelslao.
And Quinn's setting up. Or not. Yeah, chill.
Kind of low on mana. It's a bit awkward.
It really is. I think that's why they're dissuaded from fighting here. The lines have been drawn by the Captain Fada. Farm the other lanes, my children. Lelslao says, I will.
Yep. The disciples will spread themselves around the world, collecting all the money, all the farm. Bring
Not the
back
rune,
the
though.
coffers of Sonics.
Arcane for Ember.
Ooh, that is a nice one.
Very powerful rune. And, like, he's caught up in this game. He's level 14, almost 15. Again, Gunnar's good at drawing back from these positions. Sure, he's still down in net worth, but his hero's very powerful in terms of how much it sets up for the team. You don't have BKB on this Enigma. He's very susceptible as well as the supports, but you do have the one on Monkey King and Lina now. Yawar wants to make the most of it.
Leading out, trying to go for the Timbersaw first, and they actually do have him so much damage.
He evaporated.
And with Quinn, with a Shadow Blade forward, he gets the +1, catching the Rubik on the way out.
Dire's
Sheesh,
middle
man.
tower
This
is under
Timber is
attack.
just not tanky.
Yeah, he really hasn't progressed in items since getting caught in the middle of building that Sanj earlier when he ran down mid. And 7 minutes later, not much
Caught
has
the
changed.
Ember.
Well, the Malefice, is that going to be enough chain stun? He gets off a Remnant, gets over to the side, and with the chains on UR, won't be able to pursue.
I'm surprised he didn't black hole him there, to be honest. Like, the Rubik's
yeah.
dead.
Dire's
Might have just
top
lasted
tower
long
is
enough.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
We'll get the
attack.
tier 2 top, which means outpost control, more vision control.
And there's the completed Silver Edge too, which is to deal with the Spectre. Speaking of that Spectre, Costa has just been quietly farming away, steady and surely, and he's almost got a Scotty. The second ultimate orb coming in. After you get that, not long after, you're gonna be able to get the point booster. And that Scotty is pretty impactful for the Spectre. The Haunt becomes a lot bigger, much bigger factor, right?
Yes, you can haunt on the Lina and actually stick to him a little better. Slow down the Enigma potentially. These supports will melt. This is a very big item time for him. And again, Spectre is still very farmed in this game. Like, sure, you have a net worth lead for Sonics, but this team fight can go very bad for you very fast. They have to keep executing. They've been doing it pretty well. Double damage on Quinn. Has the full Silver Edge. They want to strike while the iron's hot. Not finding the opening.
Yeah, they spread out. And as you say, not really seeing an opportunity because Nouns are sitting together, holding high ground together. And that they're going to have to do that a lot whenever there's Shadow Blade Lina who's this far ahead, right? It's just, if you ever go
Yes.
out by yourself, if Lina's not showing somewhere on the map, she could be right on top of you.
The downside is he's going to outfarm you. And Quinn has opened up a significant net worth gap in this game.
Radiant's middle
He
tower
is
under
cruising
attack.
through the map. I mean, the biggest spell right now is probably
Dire's
Frost
bottom
Shield.
tower is under attack.
This has to be on point from Husky. It has to bail out the Timber or the Ember when Sonics jumps you. And I think Sonics have to think about it as well. Like, if Quinn can find the back line, he takes the Lich out, if he takes the Rubik out, he's done a great job doing it so far, and takes the Courier out.
Going for Costa. He's got a Manta to work with. Can he dodge some of these spells? So much of his health is gone before he even gets the opportunity to pop that Manta. Z-Freak really could do very little to stop those slew of spells coming in. He does actually get a nice steal there with a Primal Spring, so he will not die.
Very nice.
Yeah, good play by him. Still, though, loss of their carry as they were closing in on that all-important Scotty. It's got to sting a bit for Nouns.
I mean, beautiful setup from Yawar. Catches him on the edge of that Boundless Strike, buys enough time for Lina to come in, break the Spectre, he just melts. That was also him trying to buy Scotty off his Courier, which got sniped. And then he lost the gold on the death, so it's going to delay that timing even further here.
Yeah.
This game is slipping away. Heading towards a 3-0. Sure they can
Z-Freak,
feel
who
it.
Tower is under
did not
attack.
get caught, means he does have the gold for his next item, which is the Blink Dagger. So he's got Blink Dagger, Aether Lens. If there's any time for some big plays from your 4 position, some game-changing moves, it's got to be now in this best-of-5 grand finals when you're down 0-2 against a favored team like Sonics.
Dire's bottom
Do or
tower
die.
is under
Season's on the line to some degree. I agree.
Oh
he
yeah,
has
because
all
that
the
last
tools.
that last chance qualifier is not going to be a walk in the park.
You know, that thing is stacked.
Dire
Yeah.
are
Do not want to go that route.
Dire's
Costa will
bottom
buy a
tower is
Scotty
under
here.
attack.
I mean, maybe Lelis just doesn't even black hole. Like, the fight's been going pretty well for them. You just hold it. Don't even give the Rubik the turnaround potential here. You have BKBs on so many heroes right now. You even have one on Fada. 4 BKBs for Sonics here. Another double damage spawn. My lord, the Rune RNG has been generous today.
They smoke up off of this DD pickup, go straight into the bottle of Quinn. They're going to feel confident about damn near any team fight they can force here. Let's see how badly they want it, though, because Nouns playing around a high ground, sticking together. He's going to break. His smoke is going to break. And if he's not careful, he may jump onto the wrong tree. They also have Z-Freak sitting on the side here. Telekinesis immediately onto MSS, but they just go all in on Moo. Once again, this Timbersaw dies too quickly. Z-Freak does get off his own Wukong's command, which completely lags out the game as the two of them. But sadly for him, I think he's already dead. The shots are coming in from the Lina. It's way too much.
It'll unlag real quick here, I believe. And yeah, I mean, that's been a classic Rubik bug for a while now. Can't do anything about it.
Yeah, well, they do have, I guess, potential for buybacks, but they haven't even used all their big spells. They're still a black hole. Edmund says go.
I mean, they don't need to use it. Quinn's
We're
just going to
going.
pop it up. Barely.
Yuar going in deeper. They had a chain frost between the two of Yuar and Quinn, but it is just the damage is sad against that Wraith Pact.
They're looking for the full wipe.
They are. Yuar and MSS were both hunting there. Couldn't quite get their hands on Costa. He'll get out, but still, Sonic's getting 4 kills, not dropping a hero. Take tier 2, take Roshan. The world is their oyster.
The Lina show, man. Quinn on his signature hero. Putting on a clinic in this game. Spawning every double damage rune he needs for every important fight. They're just running in, and there is no answer to him. There's no turnaround physical for this hero right now. And every fight feels like it started with them going on Timber, who's basically their highest damage source. He dies. It's like, how do you take the extended fight? It's just impossible. And Quinn has a Satanic, too. He's an absolute monster. Doesn't have BKB for 20. Like, maybe you can try and rush and make something happen here. Window's closing fast. You lose next Roche. Game pretty much ends. Of course, you still have Black Hole. It's just never been used in any of these fights. Wells is under 0 pressure here.
Level 10 talent for the Lich gives an extra 10% damage reduction off that Frost Shield. You're gonna need every bit of damage reduction you can get with Alina this farmed. You said, I mean, Quinn, he's definitely been the story of this game. I feel like he's also been the MVP of this series as his matchup against Gunnar and winning it so hard. Even doing so much as force a first phase ban on that Bat Rider.
Yeah, he has done work.
All he has to do is just complete
he
this
got caught.
game without getting caught out by the telekinesis.
He didn't chain
does get
stun
out the BKB, but he's already taken so much damage. The Satanic, though, it starts healing him up. And Costabile's inside of the Wukong's command, stuck and killed. Nouns without their Spectre don't have the damage any longer. They get off a Chain Frost, but again, it does no damage to these over-leveled and farmed heroes. Gunnar jumped right back into the mid lane. He will be able to slight dodge. That was pretty nice, but he's out of remnants. He's out of remnants, and Quinn, he's gonna try and slow him down. The Boundless Shrug, oh, another slight dodge, but he can't dodge at all. The rebound will catch him in the end. A 4th death for Nouns as Sonics can go back to that Roshan again, back to finishing off that tier 2 that we were talking about.
Gunnar out of remnants and Quinn out of mercy. He has none to spare for this Noun side. Furious about that upper bracket final. He says, I'm gonna put you in your place. Driving this game to the 3rd victory.
I can't help but wonder what could have been if they could have gotten the telekinesis into the Sinister Gaze. They needed the full chain stun. Otherwise, BKB Satanic.
You have to just force in there and gaze him. You have no choice. Like, you will not win this fight or the game otherwise.
Yeah.
They actually had that chance, man. Like, the only way they win these fights is they randomly get this lift into Stone Gaze on Nina. I don't think there's any other way to win it. And they almost had it.
Check out that rune on Quinn.
I mean,
Another one.
Naturally, when the gods are generous, they are very generous.
The double damages are a-flowing here in Game 3 for Sonics. They've got a 23,000 net worth lead, a 2-game lead, and a best of 5. You really could not be feeling better about this series if you're Sonics. A chance to be able to, once again, attend the International, represent North America. Z-Freak, nice steal with a boundless strike, blink out into the trees, TP's out, keeps himself alive again. But it's says a lot about the state of affairs when the best thing that is happening for now is his heroes not dying.
Well, they're about to
And
die.
as I say that, well, Husky, he's got a 4-staff. Sinister Gaze. They don't really have the damage to threaten to keep Sonic's at back at bay. Fada's got a shard BKB, and look at him strut in like a goddamn boss into the enemy base.
I'm looking for the high five. No one wants to give it to him. Give it to the enemy tower. That's one way to style on some foes.
Was that raise of a hand? Was that a high five? Was that a pimp slap being threatened? Now
Slapped them all.
they got slapped pretty hard. They are gonna now lose a lane of barracks, if not much more. They do have buybacks, but what spells do they have?
Dire's middle
They
tower
have
is
hope.
under attack.
Most
Is that a
powerful
spell?
spell of all.
Whose
A
ultimate
prayer.
is that? Jump
don't know.
forward. They're gonna need a prayer to get Moo out of here, and he just cannot get out. The stun's too quick, too fast, too much damage. The double damage, speaking of, Quinn going to work. The last bit of remnants of that one fixated on the tier 3. The Nouns left powerless inside of their own base, huddled underneath the tier 4s. They get the telekinesis toss back onto Quinn, but he still has the Aegis Slight and a jump away onto the remnant. Sonics, maybe they got what they came for. They took a ranged barracks. 1.5 lanes of barracks down. Still 2 minutes left on the Aegis, so they can keep going. There's no reason not to.
They got everything, man. 30,000 gold lead.
Radiant's
I mean,
top tower
Fada's
is
soloing
under
3
attack.
heroes. You're in trouble.
Oh, he said it. Merciless Quinn.
No mercy.
He just keeps going one after the other. He says again, go again. Go for that final blow. They're going to be immediately jumping onto him.
No.
Does manage to get off the BKB, and Satanic once again heals up off of hitting the creeps. Keeps the Aegis intact. But with the BKB Satanic on cooldown, Sonic's probably not feeling so bold and full of bravado to end the game just yet.
So he shows a little mercy.
Yeah. Or maybe just savoring the victory.
It could be. They could already be celebrating. That would be cocky. I don't think they are. Mentally, they probably feel like they won this game, though. I mean, they have 5 BKBs. You don't see that every day.
Yeah, seriously. That's one way to secure the fights in the mid game.
Oh, yeah. Jump in, 5 golden gods. This Nouns lineup does not deal well with spell immunity to begin with, let alone having it on everybody. Noir smells the blood.
Costa out of position. Husky can't even get off the frost shield before Costa dies, and he does not have a buyback.
They know he doesn't. Either way, I don't think it matters, because I don't think Quinn cares about anything right now. Age is still for 30. Every ult in the book up. They're gonna win this game without even needing black holes, man. Like, that's what it feels like.
Yeah, seriously. Laslow's just had the chillest Enigma game ever. Tier 3 down. Moo. Wukong's command out. They're going to have to fight into it if they want to be able to fight.
Fada's in your
To
base.
stop the Megas, but look at Fada go! Freezing Field, a double Kristen Lova kill to finish off the supports. Offering the high five, but nobody's there to receive it. They're all dead. They're all in the grave, except for Gunner, who fights on with his BKB, struggles just to be able to get a simple support kill, throws out the remnants, jumps up to the remnant that was at top lane, a slick little maneuver that will keep him alive, but the base is crumbling around him. Z-Freak, caught next. Costa back into play. Intermediate black hole doesn't actually get Costa Bele. He
Just
jumped
the
over to
illusions.
the side. They went for Yawar, but a 1 versus 2, they can't actually kill Yawar. He fights back, beats them both back in. The break on Costa Bele, and that is gonna be it. GG is called. Sonics, the 4th 3-0 TI qualifier final. Unbelievable.
these full sweeps, man. Just nobody can stop these teams once they gain momentum. The pressure's too high, too much stress. You start slipping a little, it becomes too hard to come back. Valiant effort from Nouns, but that's what we were talking about yesterday. You win that upper bracket final, you come in here, it's a completely different story. Like the team that comes through is going to have momentum. They're going to have a lot more figured out. They did not get the same heroes they got last time. Just felt like they were on the back foot from game one. And I mean, man, if Quinn is not the MVP of the series, I mean, Yawar put up probably the best numbers, but I really feel like Quinn just demolished mid all 3 games. Huge net worth advantage and just made the magic happen. Even in the games where it was hard, he still found the openings. Didn't throw the game too many times. And I mean, this one in particular, if you're going to get like 10 double damage runes, can't ask for much more.
Yeah, true. Never want to hear Quinn complain about power runes again. He certainly got his fair share of good runes in this game 3. But what a way to be able to close it out. Sonics, I mean, the favored team, and I feel like this has actually been the story for most of the regions, probably excluding Eastern Europe, is going into it, the team that was favored actually in the end comes through in the best of 5 finals and proves that they were the favorite to begin with. They were favorites for the reason, and they are the best representative by far going to the international.
100%. When it comes down to it, these are the most clutch games. These are where you're going to prove you're the best team. And they proved it, like convincing 3-0, right? This was not even a close 3-0 in the end. So they're going to TI. Deserved direct invite. Not even going to have to struggle through that lower chance. I'm sure they're very happy about that. Rewards a full year of work. And like you were talking about, though, once again, like Nouns just so close. And yet so far, you have to feel for them every time they get a little closer and still cannot clinch that direct LAN invite.
Well, their story isn't over just yet. We can go ahead and take a look back through the North American qualifier and what happened in the bracket, as we do have 3 teams that are going to be going to Singapore to represent North America. And maybe, you know, so close every single time, maybe it to really complete the arc, Nouns need to go the longest path to get into the international by going through the last chance qualifier, though that is going to be a slaughter. 2 slots, 12 teams, and a lot of tough regions and tough teams out there. But you could see the representatives. You've got Sonics taking first. We're going to be directly into the international. Nouns and Wildcard, who were projected to be second and third respectively, are going to be representatives in the last chance qualifier for North America. Shout out to KBU US, who had that long run through the lower bracket after they faced up against Nouns early. They got dropped down. Boom, they beat Eternity, cut 5-rat 4 staff, but ultimately were not strong enough to be able to take on Wildcard.
I mean, it'll be interesting to see if these NA teams can pull some magic out of that last chance qualifier. I don't think they're expected favorites by any means. I think it's a very stacked and tough field, especially for these NA squads who haven't had a huge amount of LAN experience, right? Like Wildcard and Nouns have not gone to a single LAN in forever, by my estimation. So that's just going to be a rough, pool to just get thrown into. You're going up against really tough Chinese teams, really tough Eastern European teams. Whoever comes out of that Western European squad is going to be really good as well. I feel for him. Like, okay, you go to Singapore, but let's be real. That the chance you get it out of there is very small. Nonetheless, that's the life of NA. That's the life of NA Dota, man. Nothing's easy. You got to work for it all. And once again, very close to upsetting the favorites, but it just doesn't happen.
Well, a chance for their first LAN is going to be in that last chance qualifier. It's going to be a trial by fire for certain, but maybe that is exactly the kind of fires that are needed to be able to hone the sharpest steel. It does mean a lot about preparation that goes into it and the boot camping that happens leading up to that last chance qualifier, right? I mean, so much, if you don't get any exposure to international Dota, then that small window of time where you were there in Singapore and boot camping and scrimming against those other teams, that's going to be an incredibly important period of time for them, right?
Oh, for sure. I mean, if the more time you can get, the better. Even just extra scrims with anybody are going to be valuable at that point. anything to get you into that meta ahead of time. Maybe it lets you go deep. You gain some further meta. You have a chance. But obviously, I feel for him, man. It's going to be a rough qualifier for your first land. Like normally, your first land, you encounter new problems anyway. That is a very tough one. You have the TI pressure on the line. You have international teams. You have a bunch of play styles you haven't met before. You have to push through for 2 slots out of all of those. Very difficult land, but I'm sure they're happy to be going, right? Like it's better than not going, and at least you get the experience, you get the exposure, you get to learn something for next year. And hey, you never know. Maybe some magic happens. Those NA teams make it out.
Mm-hmm.
That would be a very big upset that would surprise a lot of people. I would look forward to that a lot. So I wish them the best of luck. Like I think they can surprise some people. You know, when the pressure's on, we'll see what happens.
Looking forward, I mean, we've talked about the story that's currently happening in these TI qualifiers, the regional qualifiers, that all going 3-0. We've got 2 more regions left. We've got Western Europe and Southeast Asia. And I would say those are probably the 2 regions that have maybe the largest depth, a lot of competition when it comes to those qualifiers. I feel like surely there's no way we're going to see another 2 3-0s in those best of 5s, right?
You say that, but obviously cast or curse, and now it'll happen.
All right. Well, looks like we're going to go ahead and we'll be able to get an interview here with Sonics finally. So hopefully we'll be able to get a chance to talk to somebody here. And hey, it's Quinn, our self-proclaimed MVP himself. Quinn, I see a big smile on your face. I mean, this has to be a very satisfying victory, not just going to the international, but the fact that you guys managed to bounce back after a 2-0 against Nouns in the first place, right?
Yeah, it always, qualifying to TI always feels really good. I mean, to be honest, we just played like absolute garbage yesterday. Me especially, to be honest. I just played like an absolute living, walking trash can. So honestly, I just needed the wake-up call to like undumpster myself and come in today and like play like a human being. So that's what I did. And what we did is...
Well, you did more than play like a human being. I would say you played a little bit closer to a god today. I mean, we called you the MVP because we felt like you dominated that mid matchup. Were you very confident? Being able to match up against Gunner, it seemed like, well, all right.
I called him MVP just so he wouldn't be mad at me. I don't know if he was the real MVP, but I'm sure the rune RNG helped a little. Let's ask the real question here.
Okay.
After you got the 10th double damage rune,
dude, there were so many. That was crazy. I've never gotten that many DD runes in my life. They just kept spawning. I was like shocked every time.
Did you think you won the game by the 10th spawn, or was it the 8th spawn? Or
I think it might have been the 6th or somewhere around the
6th. Okay, all right. The 6th double damage was when you started to feel like you're going to TI. That was the one, huh?
Yeah, around that mark.
Would you be okay with us giving double damage rune the MVP, at least in that game 3 anyway?
Yeah, that's fair. At least honorable mention.
Definitely gets an honorable mention.
How was the celebration? I mean, you guys, I'm sure it felt very good. That game 3 felt very secured for a while. But when you finally did force the GG call out of Nouns, I'm sure there was a big group hug. What was that like?
Yeah, I mean, it's just, a lot of fist bumps, a lot of just relief. I think most of the time when you qualify to think, like, qualifiers are just so stressful that when it's over, it's just relief more than anything. So I think everybody just breathes a big sigh and gets to like chill. We'll go back and watch whatever TV at the Airbnb before we fly out tomorrow. It's just very nice to have that burden lifted and to know that, hey, we bounced back from yesterday. We had a crappy day. We figured out our problems and we came back and fixed stuff and played well. And that's a nice feeling to have fixed issues and to been kind of down and pulled yourself back up.
What were some of those problems that you guys rebounded from? Like, what was? I mean, were there direct fixes, or was it just people pulling each other out of the abyss, so to say? Was it just the vibe, the mentality wasn't good enough?
I think a lot of it was vibe / mentality. There were like some specific gameplay things we talked about, but I think majority of it was we were just being big giant cowards. They were like things we could have done. We could have exerted ourselves much more. We're just we're just playing like giant big fat cowards, and we can't. I don't know, like. It's just pathetic. If you watch those games with any understanding of Dota, it was just like an absolute eyesore and travesty. So, I think after coming away from that, it was just like, yeah, let's just not be such big cucks and go stomp them.
I think like the only
Avery, did you feel that way? I mean, I feel like you know a thing or two about Dota. Did you feel like that was a travesty in the upper bracket final?
I mean, I think there were some strategical difficulties, but I think mostly, yeah, I would agree. Like the gameplay was not there. If you look at the individual gameplay, that was, yeah, I'll agree with Quinn. I'll call it. That was a travesty. I think that's a reasonable word to use.
Ooh.
Okay, we just have one more question going into this, Quinn. Looking forward, this is going to be your 4th time at the International? I mean, this squad has repeatedly shown up at TI, has been one of the great hopes of NA, and I would say, well, so many times you guys have had an unfortunate bracket luck where you keep on running into OG. What's going to be different about this year for you guys in this squad?
I mean, I think you always get a little bit better. I think there's some difference there, and that each time, like, there are things you learn as, like, in terms of teamwork, in terms of like team play, whatever stuff you continue building on this stuff. And I think that continues to give you a better shot if you feel like you're improving faster than other people. I also think, me personally, I've like grown / like understood a lot more about like myself and how that like pans into gameplay and stuff over the past months, which I think has helped me a lot and will help me to be very consistent and play very well at TI. So I know in terms of like me as an individual, I'm pretty optimistic about that, because I think I would play like much better at TI than I have in the past.
And it feels like that's a story for you guys as a whole. I mean, Avery, we've had that conversation with
I would say
like
the org
Mojo,
as
a lot of
whole,
personal growth.
they
It
have
seems
provided
like
with
for you
boot
guys
camps
as a
already.
squad this year.
And that
Yeah.
is very vital to.
Sorry.
I think if you, I was gonna say, if you guys stop throwing some games here or there and you get the consistency up, that sounds like a winning recipe. What happens if you go to TI and you run into Thompson again?
I mean, that's hype. I haven't played against Thompson in a long time. I'd love to play against Thompson.
Have you learned enough that this time is the time you will defeat him? Because he has been the ultimate boss for this squad for, it feels like, forever, and he has a
I've
chance
only
to go
lost to
back
Thompson
again.
one time.
Is that true?
Yeah,
That can't be true.
I didn't lose to OG. I wasn't on VGJ Storm, right? And he wasn't on Thompson, or Thompson wasn't, or he was on the team. Yeah, I wasn't on the VGJ Storm team.
Oh, I guess that's true. All right, well, tell him hello for me, I guess. But...
No, it's 2 times actually. It's 2 times, not 3. Okay, yeah, it is a lot.
Thank you.
Yeah,
for
it's a
all my
lot.
fans, everybody that's
You'll
supporting
go
Too many.
back and look at the history, repeat it later. But hopefully, the new stuff you guys bring.
But I don't have
I
any
look forward to
grudges
watching you
against
guys play
anybody.
there.
Like,
I think you guys have a very good shot at doing well this year.
A bunch of times. I really
luck.
do like the fans.
I appreciate it.
a lot that people
Yeah,
have.
best of luck, Quinn, moving forward for the International, and that's going to be it for the interview. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much for being you. You may always make a great interview. So good luck at TI. Look forward to seeing you there.
Haters suck my nuts.
Of course, and a classic Quinn. He's got to just throw it out there in the end, Avery. I mean, he wouldn't be Quinn without something like that, right?
It wouldn't be a North American Dota interview with at least one thing to clip that will cause a huge Reddit controversy. I think that was probably it for the season. It'll make some fans, make some haters, but you got to at least respect it. Like there's a lot of people. I feel that there's a lot of people that just sit here all day and they hate on NA Dota. They hate on NA Dota players. There's a lot of personal flame. You lose one series, suddenly you're back to the garbage can, even though you're a multiple TI team player, like you have good performances. I can respect that at least he's pissed about it. And when you're pissed about something, it means you're going to work to fix the problem and get better, right? That's hunger, that's drive to improve. So at least you respect the fierceness of a competitor. That's what you want to see. I wish them all the best in their further journey. If they can take that fire with them, even better. But yeah, I think they're a different team than they were the last times in a lot of ways. So it'll be fun to see them compete yet again.
Well, there is still a long road ahead for Sonics as the International is still a bit of ways away, and there's still 2 more regions to be going through as well. We talked about it's Western Europe and Southeast Asia, and then we've got the last chance qualifier before we can start the International in earnest. But for now, the NA qualifier for this year is over. Thank you so much for tuning in with us, both from myself and Avery and Sunsfan and Cinderin, everybody from PGL and production. Thank you for tuning in for the North American qualifier, and we'll see you guys next time, hopefully at TI.